Chapter 596. Little brother, I'm Kong Luo. My name is Kong Luo. May I join your team? At this moment, a tall man in a blue robe slowly walked toward Yi Qinghan and spoke to the two with a smile. Everyone was stunned. They looked at this man as if he was a fool, thinking that he had gone mad. However, Lu Ji and a few others seemed to be deep in thought. They all knew Kong Luo, and he was someone they wanted to rope in. This was because he was a peak-stage divine general. Lu Ji also collected information that showed that this man cultivated the supreme law of destruction. Moreover, he specialized in one type of law. He could be considered one of the strongest people present. Lu Ji started showing off his knowledge as soon as he came in. He explained the matters of the phoenix to the crowd. He wanted to rope in the strongest people present and complete the mission together. Or rather, he wanted to use them to complete the mission. Just now, he and a few other powerhouses had invited Kong Luo, but he rejected them without saying a word. Now, he wanted to team up with Yi Qinghan. Moreover, he used the word join and spoke in a very polite tone. This was very interesting. Lu Ji and the four guards looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with doubt. Could it be that they had made a mistake? Everyone locked their gazes on Yi Qinghan. Could it be that this first-layer divine general trash cultivator had been hiding his strength? Or was there something special about him? However, they realized that Yi Qinghan only had a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. There was nothing special about him. Hee, big brother, why do you want to team up with me? Aren't you afraid that I'll be a burden to you? Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up as he asked in confusion. He believed that he was only a first-layer divine general on the surface. Why did Kong Luo want to team up with him and speak in such a polite tone? You're strong, and I'm not bad either. If we team up, I have an 80% chance of completing the mission successfully. Kong Luo squinted his eyes as well. His eyes shone brightly like a wolf in the forest, making Yi Qinghan feel a sense of danger. Oh. Big brother, you think too highly of me. I'm afraid I'm the weakest person here. You said I'm very strong, but where did that come from? Yi Qinghan was even more confused, so he continued to probe. Kong Luo continued to stare at Yi Qinghan, but this time, he transmitted his voice. Although you're only a first-level divine general, you're the only one who can make me feel threatened. I grew up with wild beasts, so I'm very sensitive to danger. You make me feel very dangerous, so you are incomparably powerful. Since Sir doesn't want to team up, then Kong Luo will take his leave. After saying that, Kong Luo turned around and walked away coldly. Finally, he returned to his seat alone and closed his eyes in silence. Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely and didn't say anything. He pulled Yi Yaorao back to their seats. However, he realized that everyone was looking at him differently this time. Although they didn't understand what Kong Luo said at the end, Kong Luo's attitude could indicate some problems. Lu Ji began to be vigilant. After an hour, everyone saw that the celestial phoenix had started to slow down, and an incomparably tall mountain peak appeared in front of them. This mountain peak was like the peak of the ascension platform. It pierced straight into the sky, and there were countless holes on the mountain. It really looked like an erect beehive. As the celestial phoenix approached, hundreds of black-robed cultivators emerged from these holes. However, when they saw the celestial phoenix, they all rushed into the holes, looking terrified. Clearly, they recognized the celestial phoenix of the Battle God Pavilion. Everyone, get out. The Viper War Immortal and the other 2 walked out. The celestial phoenix also started to descend and finally stopped in front of the beehive. The Viper War Immortal put on his bamboo hat and took the lead to fly out. Under the cold stare of the Dragon War Immortal and the other 2, everyone flew out in 2s and 3s and stood in the air behind the Viper War Immortal. After everyone flew out, the celestial phoenix spread its wings and flew 10,000 meters into the sky, circling above. Everyone, stay where you are and wait for my orders. The Viper War Immortal turned around and released his divine power. His body emitted an incomparably tyrannical aura as he soared into the sky and stood proudly above the beehive. Space. Space. Imprisonment. The Viper War Immortal suddenly roared. Then, he started waving his hands in the air. As his hands formed strange hand seals, everyone felt the surrounding space tremble. Many cultivators swayed and nearly fell down. Fortunately, the Dragon War Immortal waved his hands and a faint ripple spread out, stabilizing everyone's bodies. Spatial imprisonment? When Yi Qinghan heard these words, his body suddenly tensed up. This Viper War Immortal was actually an expert that cultivated the spatial law. What kind of profound mystery was this spatial imprisonment? Was it mid-grade or high-grade? He could feel the surrounding spatial power continuously surging towards the Viper War Immortal. He could feel the strange hand seals on the Viper War Immortal's hands, causing the gathered spatial power to radiate outwards and form unique ripples. Yi Qinghan also cultivated the spatial law. His spatial fluctuations were profound and mysterious. He was extremely sensitive to all changes in space. He started to close his eyes and sense carefully. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened and shot out two beams of light. Then, he actually closed his eyes in the air and carefully comprehended. Just a moment ago, when he was in the spatial imprisonment released by the Viper War Immortal, he had actually comprehended two types of profound mysteries of the spatial law that he hadn't even crossed the threshold of the spatial power and spatial oscillation. He had directly entered an epiphany. This, Yi Qinghan's strange movements caused Yi Qianrao's expression to change. At such a critical moment, Yi Qinghan had entered an epiphany? She hurriedly drew her silver sword and tightly guarded Yi Qinghan's side. The cultivators beside her were also shocked. Then, they sighed. This kid was really fierce. He actually dared to enter cultivation at this moment? Lu Ji revealed a serious expression. However, when he saw the Dragon War Immortal beside him, he didn't dare to move. Kong Luo quietly moved closer to Yi Qinghan. When he was 2 meters away from Yi Qinghan, he stopped and smiled kindly at Yi Qianrao. Then, he turned around and guarded the two of them. This kid. The Dragon War Immortal and the other War Immortal exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. At this moment, this kid actually dared to cultivate so recklessly? He really had guts. In the blink of an eye, the Viper Dragon War Immortal in the sky had already completed his ultimate move. The space 10,000 meters around Beehive Mountain suddenly trembled. A visible ripple spread out from his body into the sky. In the end, the surrounding 10,000 meters actually formed a translucent barrier. It was as though a formless prison had formed around Beehive Mountain. All right. The spatial imprisonment has been completed. None of the Beehive Mountain god bandits can escape. The Viper War God descended rapidly from the sky. When he neared the crowd of martial artists, his body suddenly stopped. His movements looked very awkward, but he looked incomparably relaxed. Everyone, listen to my orders. The assessment mission has begun, eh? The Viper Dragon War Immortal looked at everyone coldly. He raised his hand high and was about to order everyone to attack. However, when he saw that Yi Qinghan had closed his eyes and was standing quietly in the sky, he was stunned. Then, he revealed an expression that was both infuriating and amused. He muttered, "This kid actually also cultivates spatial laws? Hee, I like you, so I'll give you a chance." The Viper Dragon War Immortal retracted his hand and suddenly raised his voice. The assessment mission will begin in an hour. Everyone, get ready. The massacre will begin soon. Chapter 597. After an hour, Yi Qinghan still had his eyes closed and was quietly cultivating. The Viper War God could only look at Yi Qinghan helplessly, then at the Dragon War God. The two of them nodded at the same time. Kill. With a wave of his hand, the Viper War God shouted and rushed toward Beehive Mountain. The other War God followed closely behind. The two of them rushed into a cave with lightning speed and disappeared. Everyone hurriedly rushed into the cave. Lu Ji saw the Dragon War God still standing quietly beside Yi Qinghan. He rushed into the cave with 4 guards and several peak god general martial artists. Kong Luo also looked at Yi Qinghan, then turned and rushed toward Beehive Mountain. However, he did not choose a cave like everyone else. Instead, he rushed to the other side and entered a cave alone. We've all entered. There are many traps inside, just like a maze. We won't be able to come out anytime soon. I'm leaving. The dragon war god looked at Beehive Mountain and said indifferently. He turned into a breeze and drifted into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into a cave. Just like Kong Luo, he also chose another entrance. Thank you, my lord. Yi Yaorao was very clear about the meaning behind the dragon war god's last words. She bowed respectfully at his back and said softly. She believed that the dragon war god would definitely be able to hear her. Then, she held her sword and guarded closely by Yi Qinghan's side. She did not disturb Yi Qinghan. She was very clear about the importance of this moment of enlightenment. Some time ago, because of this moment of enlightenment, she broke through the bottleneck that had troubled her for 6 years and successfully advanced to the God General realm. She was very clear about this moment of enlightenment. If she was at a bottleneck, it was very likely that she would break through the last barrier. Under normal circumstances, the cultivation of laws would be incomparably fast. Yi Qinghan must have comprehended some kind of law. That was why he suddenly started cultivating at such a crucial moment. Suddenly, Yi Yaorao's body tensed up. The silver sword in her hand trembled. Her phoenix eyes swept around coldly. However, he did not notice any enemy attack. She couldn't help but stare at the top of Yi Qinghan's head with an incomparably strange expression. She could clearly sense that divine qi had suddenly begun to gather above Yi Qinghan's head, and a sudden gust of wind had begun to blow all around him. Even the spatial shackles in the distance had begun to shine with a gentle light. Divine qi from all directions began to rush towards the two of them, and finally all converged into Yi Qinghan's body. What kind of cultivation method is this? If she's a freak, Qinghan must have a lot of secrets. Feeling the divine power in Yi Qinghan's body rapidly rising, Yi Yaorao revealed a cold smile. Although her smile was cold, it was like a blooming ice lotus, possessing a unique charm. She sighed inwardly. Not only was she not wrong in choosing people, but she was also becoming more and more accurate. Although she didn't usually speak much, she was very concerned about Yi Qinghan's matters. At this moment, when she saw Yi Qinghan's strange behavior, she didn't blame him for hiding it from her. Instead, she was sincerely happy for him and herself. That's right, Yi Qinghan had once again entered the state of soul stillness. This time, the state of soul stillness was very strange. He had forcibly entered it halfway. This had never happened before. Moreover, as Yi Qinghan was meditating, he suddenly felt that some knowledge had suddenly appeared in his mind. However, he didn't have the time to care about it. He continued to concentrate on comprehending the two space laws. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. So many martial artists had entered Beehive Mountain, but not a single one had come out. However, angry roars, screams, and the sounds of energy colliding could be heard from within Beehive Mountain. The lofty Beehive Mountain also trembled from time to time, not because of the energy explosions. Yi Yaorao didn't move. There wasn't a trace of urgency on her face. She just kept scanning her surroundings with her divine sense, staying vigilant of the situation. Chi! A slight noise aroused Yi Yaorao's vigilance. However, her snow-white face didn't reveal anything strange. Her body didn't move either. However, the cold energy surrounding the silver sword in her hand had become even denser. Swish! Suddenly, the silver sword in Yi Yaorao's hand shone with a cold light. Without any rhyme or reason, she thrust her sword towards the sky on the right. As she thrust her sword, a white mist radiated from her silver sword. It quickly shrouded the sky on the right. Tsk tisk. 3 figures condensed in the mist. Surprisingly, they were 3 black figures. They had short black hair and held 2 black daggers in their hands. Even their faces and eyes were black. Only their teeth were snow-white. The 3 figures looked at Yi Yaorao with astonishment. Their bodies started to slowly condense into blocks of ice. Even their eyebrows and hair were covered in ice. Their bodies stiffened, and their speed decreased drastically. Run! The three Netherworld Ghoul race experts felt their blood and divine power freeze. Their combat power and speed were greatly reduced. Most importantly, this woman's cold energy could break through their spatial ghostly shadows. They didn't dare to continue their sneak attacks. They twisted their bodies and rapidly charged towards Beehive Mountain. While they were in midair, their figures flickered. They appeared and disappeared in an eerie manner. Yi Yaorao snorted coldly but didn't give chase. These three were first-level divine general martialists like her. She could actually kill them easily with her ice elemental laws. However, Yi Qinghan was cultivating. She naturally didn't want to kill the three of them and attract more ghoul race experts. She was only trying to intimidate them. Bang! An hour later, a loud sound came from the Beehive Mountain. The entire Beehive Mountain started to shake violently. Before Yi Yaorao's astonished gaze, one side of the Beehive Mountain suddenly burst open. A dark hole started to expand endlessly, sending debris flying everywhere. Finally, a huge hole was blasted open. Swish! A black figure shot out. Its figure also flickered in midair. However, its speed was incomparably strange. It was as though it was teleporting. Before the figure even charged out, a cold intent could be felt from its body. Especially its pair of black eyes, they were like an icy lake, causing one's heart to palpitate when looking at it. It also made Yi Yaorao feel her entire body turn cold. Her divine power actually showed signs of slowing down. Chi! Following behind the black figure was a black longsword that tore through the air. The black longsword followed closely behind the black figure. Its speed seemed to be very slow, but it continued to follow behind the black figure. However, it continued to follow behind the black shadow. The space around the sword was visibly trembling. Viper War God. When Yi Yaorao saw the figure behind the long sword, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was still very nervous. A Netherworld Ghoul race expert that could be chased by the Viper War God must be either their second commander or third commander. This was a God King expert. A casual sweep from him could cause their divine crystals to explode and kill them on the spot. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan was still in the midst of enlightenment. Swish! Suddenly, two figures shot out from a cave on the right. Their speed was incomparably fast. Then, they stopped not far from Yi Qinghan's right and stood there coldly. Yi Yaorao had already noticed that it was the Dragon War God and the Netherworld Ghoul race expert. Now, she was even more relaxed. The Dragon War God didn't even look at the two of them. Instead, he looked at the black figure that was being chased by the Viper War God and said indifferently, "Gui Xiong, surrender. You might not die if you follow us back to the Battle God Pavilion. However, if you continue to resist, only death awaits you." Chapter 598. Surrender. TSK. Ever since we three brothers betrayed the ghost race, we never thought of returning. Captured and brought back to our race? To us, it is more painful than death. Living as a hero, dying as a ghost mite. Since I am called Ghost Mite, you should know my choice. A dead end? Do you really think that with your space shackle, I can't escape? If I want to leave, you three might not be able to stop me. That black shadow laughed twice, and the black light on his body became even brighter. Then, his speed suddenly increased, and he flashed towards the north. However, before he finished his words, he was already close to the space shackle of the Viper War God. Yi Yaorao was secretly shocked. This speed was too frightening. Really? Hee hee. Since you are so stubborn, I can only send you on your way. The Viper War God sneered. Before his voice could be heard, he suddenly waved the black longsword in his hand. A formless stream of air rushed forward at a rapid speed. Its speed was much faster than the ghost mite's. As this stream of air brushed past, the space in front of it became like boiling water, unceasingly fluctuating. The body of the ghost mite, who was in midair, suddenly became sluggish. He turned his head to look, and his expression changed greatly. His completely black eyes expanded infinitely. A black dot appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The black dot began to slowly expand, and then turned into the blade of a black longsword. Behind the blade was a bamboo hat that appeared out of nowhere. Under the bamboo hat was a pair of cold eyes. In the end, he saw the long sword pierce through his forehead. The killing intent contained in the long sword instantly shattered his soul. He didn't even have time to react. Looks like Big Brother's space blade has reached great accomplishment. So powerful, silent, and several times faster than the third-level God King Ghost Mite. Does this Ghost Mite really think that Big Brother has no way to deal with him? Many divine world martial artists think that the space law is useless. Actually, when you cultivate it deeply, you will see its power. However, when you cultivate to the peak, you will discover the power of the space law. They won't be stupid enough to spread it. That's why ordinary divine realm martial artists think that the space law is useless. How can the supreme law be useless? Ilong and the other war god looked at the viper war god who was collecting Gue Xiong's divine crystal and space ring. Admiration and pride appeared in their eyes as they sighed in amazement. Then he looked at Yi Qinghan, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed. He looked at the dense god's aura above Yi Qinghan's head in surprise, and as he sensed it, he became more and more shocked. Oh, no wonder he took so long to comprehend. This kid has the potential to become a soul cultivator. The viper war god glided down from the sky like a large bird. He looked at the abnormalities above and beside Yi Qinghan, and his eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Then, he looked at the two people who were puzzled, and explained, "This is a very miraculous soul cultivation state. Of course, in this state, the comprehension of the laws is also very fast. This state can only be encountered, not sought. This kid's luck is heaven-defying. Big Brother, is it that magical? Why haven't I heard of it?" One dragon raised his bamboo hat, blinked his eyes and asked. "There are still many things you don't know? But there's nothing special about it. This is called soul silence. Those who can enter this state may not necessarily become soul cultivators, but all soul cultivators can enter this state. That's why soul cultivators are so powerful. Their cultivation speed is so fast. But it seems that there are many layers to this state. This kid doesn't seem to have comprehended it deeply." One dragon war god and the other person nodded. This immortal realm was full of strange things. Every moment was filled with opportunities and fortuitous encounters. Those who ascended might not all be top-notch geniuses, but at least they all had something special about them. Therefore, the two people did not delve too deeply into it. "All right, things are done. You can go back and rest." The viper war god sheathed his long sword and glanced at Yi Qinghan. Then, his body flew straight up into the sky. The dragon and the woman also smiled faintly and followed the viper war god towards the mythical phoenix in the sky. "When this kid wakes up, tell him that the assessment mission only has 10 days. Tell him to hurry up. Also, there's a small commander of the ghost race with a gray devil tattoo on his clothes. Alright, good luck to the two of you." The three of them directly passed through the spatial shackles above their heads and flew into the circling phoenix's protective barrier. However, they left behind a voice transmission for Yi Yaorao. Yi Yaorao gratefully bowed to the sky, but her gaze towards her man became even gentler. This weak man was the center of attention no matter where he went. Even a few God King experts had a whole new level of respect for him. Why is he still not awake? Yi Yaorao's heart gradually grew anxious. Another few hours passed, and she had already forced back a few waves of ghost race assassins. However, as the battle in the mountain grew more intense, more and more ghost race experts came out from the countless caves. Although most of them were heavenly god martial artists who came out in fear, if a ghost race god general expert appeared, she was not confident that she could defeat such a strong enemy. Tsk tisk. Suddenly, she heard a few sinister laughs. However, when Yi Yaorao swept out with her divine sense, she only sensed a slight spatial fluctuation nearby. She could not help but be shocked, and her pretty face turned even whiter. At this moment, not only was her silver sword emitting cold energy, but her body was also emitting cold energy. Rustle. Rustle. Yi Yaorao turned to look at Yi Qinghan, who still had his eyes closed. Her divine power surged, and she began to stroll in the air near Yi Qinghan. As her body spun, she stabbed her sword in all directions, enveloping Yi Qinghan in cold energy. Ice elemental law. Cold ice jade body. TSK. In the air, 3 black figures condensed in the cold energy. The slightly shorter ghost race expert in the middle cried out in surprise. Then, a fiery light appeared in his eyes as he stared at Yi Yaorao. The greed in his eyes was extremely obvious. Small commander? Yi Yaorao looked down, and her eyes were filled with extreme shock. The armor of the shorter ghost race expert in the middle had the image of a devil with 5 claws and fangs. Moreover, judging from the aura of the ghost race expert, he was definitely a 3rd-level divine general cultivator. This was an expert that she could not handle. Stealing her heart, Yi Yaorao took 2 steps back and stood next to Yi Qinghan. Then, she stretched out her hand to wake Yi Qinghan up. When a cultivator entered a state of enlightenment, his spirit would be completely immersed. If she wanted to wake him up, she could only move his body and make him feel as if someone was calling out to him. However, before she could push him, a hand reached out and pulled her behind him. Yi Qinghan opened his pure eyes and glanced at the 3 people in the air. Then, he smiled and turned to look at Yi Yaorao. He said, "Yaorao, I've made you worry. All right, leave the rest to me." "Oh. Yi Yaorao looked at Yi Qinghan, whose eyes were filled with smiles, and her heart completely relaxed. Yi Qinghan's warm smile always made her feel an inexplicable sense of security, allowing her to completely relax. "You 3 damn things, get down here and die." Yi Qinghan took out a soft sword from his spatial ring and merged with his battle beast. He was in a great mood. After half a day of enlightenment, the 2 fundamental profound mysteries that he had been unable to touch, spatial force and spatial vibration, had actually reached the small success stage. Furthermore, he had entered the long-awaited state of soul stillness, and some strange things had happened. However, there was no time to think about it now. He had to complete the test first. What? A trace of confusion flashed in the eyes of the 3 ghost race experts. Then, they were all enraged. The black daggers in their hands glowed coldly, and their dark faces turned even darker than charcoal. With a cold snort, the 3 of them disappeared into the air and charged at the 2. Chapter 599. Humph, 3rd-tier Divine General. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to easily determine the cultivation levels of the 3. The junior commander was a 3rd-tier Divine General, while the other 2 were 2nd-tier Divine Generals. He had killed too many cultivators of this level. Without moving an inch, the soft sword in his hand danced in the air. As the soft sword danced, the space began to vibrate. Although it was not as powerful as the Viper War Gods, one could still see ripples in the space. The sword in Yi Qinghan's hand radiated in all directions, causing the surrounding space to vibrate continuously. TSK. You have some tricks up your sleeves. The 3 silhouettes that had disappeared in the air reappeared. Their bodies seemed to fold and distort in the trembling space. The junior commander laughed sinisterly and no longer concealed himself. He directly charged towards Yi Qinghan with 2 daggers in his hands. Spiritual chaos. Yi Qinghan did not play around anymore. A purple light flashed, and the soft sword in his hand moved like a viper, twisting and moving forward in the air. Finally, it slid across the 3 men's necks. Chi! 3 ugly heads flew into the air. Then, the soft sword stabbed down several times at lightning speed, turning the 3 heads into chunks of flesh and broken bones. He grabbed the 3 divine crystals and spatial rings in the air and flew into the cave with Yi Yaorao. This purple light is amazing. Big brother, is this a type of spiritual attack? Thousands of miles up in the sky, within the protective barrier of the phoenix, the dragon war god was sipping on a cup of yellow wine. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he spoke to the viper war god beside him. It should be a spiritual attack, but I have never heard of it before. The viper war god nodded. However, he recalled that the war god pavilion did not have any information on this. He was at the peak of the god-king realm and was considered one of the best among fourth-grade war gods. He already had high authority in the war god pavilion, but he had never come across such information. The dragon war god was silent for a moment, then spoke again. Big brother, there is something I am not sure, if I should ask. Speak. Why can't we ask each other? The viper war god glanced at the dragon war god, somewhat blaming him for his hesitation. Although this kid's temperament is not bad, I feel that Big Brother seems to be a bit too good to him. Moreover, for this kind of assessment mission, it would be more appropriate for us to go, but you volunteered yourself. Isn't this making a big fuss out of nothing? The dragon war god smiled slightly, throwing out the doubts in his heart. Oh. This kid's character is indeed somewhat similar to mine in the past, and he also cultivates the law of space. It can be considered fate. The viper war god drank a mouthful of wine, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, but it's not enough for me to personally lead a team to take on this boring assessment mission. That day, I received a sound transmission, asking me to personally preside over this assessment mission. Most importantly, this sound transmission came from the 5th floor. 5th floor. One dragon and the other man were shocked, and their expressions changed greatly. They knew very well what the 5th floor of the city lord's mansion represented. Even the pavilion lord of the battle god pavilion's Fengwu city was not allowed to go there, let alone them. In the past, it was the city lord mansion of Fengwu city. Now that Fengwu was captured, the identity of the person who could stay on the 5th floor was obvious. Ilong said nervously, is it the envoy of Longyang mansion? No. I've seen the envoy of Longyang mansion once. He's a man, but the sound transmission came from a woman. Let's not ask about this. It's always good to treat this kid well. That trash Lu Ji still wants to use his power to suppress others? He doesn't know that the power behind that kid is enough to scare him to death. Even Lu Changshu doesn't have the qualifications to go up to the 5th floor. Then, should we secretly look after this kid? There are so many experts in the cave, if he's killed, we'll be in trouble. The dragon war god thought of another problem, and frowned as he said. No need, there are no other instructions from above. I think this kid should be able to deal with this kind of situation easily. If the young master of a big family doesn't have some skills, would he dare to enter the tiger's den? As soon as they entered the cave, Yi Qinghan realized that the light was gradually dimming. He asked Yi Yaorao to follow closely behind him, but the flexible sword in his hand continued to dance in the air, and waves of ripples spread out. Yi Qinghan released spatial vibration as he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. As expected. After advancing a few hundred meters, the 2 heavenly deity race experts hiding in the corners of the passage were forced to reveal themselves. Then, Yi Yaorao made a move and easily killed the 2 ghost race experts, whose speed had become extremely slow. Although the light in the cave had become dim, when a cultivator entered the deity realm, they didn't need to use their eyes to scout the way. They could easily use their divine sense to sense the surroundings. The 2 of them didn't stop and continued to walk deeper. There were many intersections in the cave. Some passages led straight up, while others led downwards. It was like a maze. After walking for a while, they couldn't tell which direction to go. Yi Qinghan didn't care about which direction to go. He chose a random path and walked straight down. Along the way, there were ghost race experts hiding in the corners, walls, and even the ceiling of the passage. Moreover, these ghost race experts hid in a very special way. Their divine sense couldn't detect them. Only when they moved would they discover that someone was hiding nearby. Yi Qinghan had just comprehended spatial vibration, and Yi Yarao's ice laws were very effective against these hidden experts. The 2 of them took turns to scout, and it was very easy for them. After walking for an hour, they didn't find a single junior commander. Instead, they found more than 10 cultivators who came for the assessment. However, all of them were lying on the ground, and their blood had already turned cold. They were probably assassinated by the ghost race. However, Yi Qinghan took a look at the corpses. None of them were peak-stage divine general martial artists from the team. The strongest among them was only a third-level divine general. Go down. Yi Qinghan looked at the 3 intersections in front of him. He pondered for a moment and chose a passage that led downwards. Just now, he and Yi Yaorao had already conversed briefly. They knew that the Viper War God had forced their second commander out of Beehive Mountain. Most likely, those junior commanders were so frightened that they hid underground. Furthermore, there were no sounds of battle from above. Most likely, the team's powerhouses were heading underground to hunt down those junior commanders. There's a battle. After walking for close to 1,000 meters, Yi Qinghan felt invigorated. He pulled Yi Yaorao and quickly walked downwards. However, he realized that the further he walked, the wider the passage became. After running for a few hundred meters, he realized that the passage ahead was gradually becoming flat. Furthermore, a faint light appeared in front of them. Ha! Cha! Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao retracted their divine power, lightened their footsteps, and quietly approached. They looked at the faint light in front of them. At the same time, they used their divine senses to check. After checking, they were invigorated, and their eyes lit up. There was a large hall in front of them. The decorations inside were very luxurious. It was obviously the residence of one of the 3 junior commanders. Right now, countless cultivators were fighting intensely in the hall. There were more than 10 cultivators on the Battle God Pavilion's side, while there were more than 20 junior commanders and a few experts on the Ghost Race's side. Furthermore, there were a few familiar faces of Yi Qinghan. Kong Luo, Lu Ji, and the others were among them. Yi Qinghan checked for a while. Then, he took Yi Yaorao's silver sword and started to dig silently at the side of the passage. He dug out a small cave. Then, he turned to Yi Yaorao and said, "Come, let's go in and take a nap. When they are almost done fighting, we will go and check the divine crystals." Hee. Sleep? What kind of sleep? Yi Yaorao was stunned. When she saw the mischievous smile on Yi Qinghan's face, her pretty face blushed as she spoke in a shy voice. Chapter 600. Stupid girl, what is this place? What do you want to do? Yi Qinghan smiled and tossed Yi Qinghao inside. He moved closer and teasingly said, "Your little brain, can't you think about something a little more pure?" Oh. Yi Qinghao's face turned as red as a ripe apple after hearing Yi Qinghan's teasing. She couldn't help but reach out her small hand and hit Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Then, she said in a low voice with some embarrassment, "I thought, you wanted to use that thing like in Baleful Een Stream, and then have me help you dispel the baleful aura. You're so bad, I'm not talking to you anymore. Stupid girl, there are demons in Baleful Een Stream, and the ghost race is everywhere. You want to put on an erotic show in front of the ghost race? Wouldn't that be a big loss for me?" Yi Qinghan chuckled and then took out a dagger. He began to dig up the mud and stones in the walls of the cave and put them in his spatial ring. That's right. Then what if you use that thing and the baleful aura gets to your head? Yi Qinghao's expression instantly changed. Because Yi Qinghan was around, she didn't like to think too much. In any case, she just followed Yi Qinghan, so her thoughts were very simple. Now that she was reminded by Yi Qinghan, she immediately came to a realization. Her face burned as she looked at Yi Qinghan and said in surprise, What are you doing?" "Hee, little girl, don't worry. Don't you feel that the stones of Beehive Mountain are very special? Our divine senses can't see through these mud and stones. These stones are a little strange. I'm going to dig some back. They might be useful in the future." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly as he used his divine sense to secretly observe the battle in the hall. He dug up the mud and stones and said with a smile, "That's right. These stones are very strange. Divine senses can't see through them. But, does this have anything to do with my question? Of course, Yi Yao Rao had already discovered that there was something strange about the Beehive Mountains rocks. Both of them were God General Realm martial artists. Normally, they would be able to use their divine sense to scan the interior of a mountain. However, the rocks of this Beehive Mountain could only penetrate half a meter deep. Divine sense is restricted here. We can't see what's happening outside, so the people outside can't find out what we're doing. Those war gods that are thousands of miles away can't find out our whereabouts either. So you don't have to worry. Just follow my instructions later. Yi Qinghan chuckled. At first, he wasn't very confident, but after entering the cave, his confidence doubled. Since his divine senses were restricted in this cave, the problem was simple. No matter how many peak stage god generals there were, he was not afraid. What he was afraid of was exposing the slaughter god blade and the carefree pavilion. Now that his divine sense was restricted, everything was simple. There were more than 20 commanders in the hall. Once they were all killed, the mission would be completed. Now, the only problem was a familiar face inside, Kong Luo. Yi Qinghan had heard from Yi Yao Rao that Kong Luo stood in front of him when he was comprehending the slaughter god blade. Yi Qinghan had a good impression of him. If he used the slaughter god blade, he would feel guilty if he killed Kong Luo. However, if he didn't kill Kong Luo, he was afraid that his secret would be exposed. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yi started to release spatial oscillation. His divine sense also started to sweep the surroundings. After checking the surroundings and confirming that there weren't any ghosts in hiding, Jiang Yi's divine sense started to sweep across the hall. Finally, it stopped beside Kong Luo's ear and transmitted a message. Are you confident that you can break out of this encirclement? If you can, leave immediately. Yi Qinghan's unbridled divine sense attracted the attention of the two parties fighting in the hall. Instantly, countless divine senses swept over. However, after realizing that it was two God General Realm martial artists, the ghosts withdrew their divine senses in disdain. The ghost race withdrew their divine sense in disdain. Then, a small commander began to flash over. Kong Luo and Lu Ji easily found out that it was Yi Qinghan. Lu Ji's eyes flashed coldly, but he felt helpless. At this moment, they couldn't even take care of themselves. Of course, they didn't have the strength to kill Yi Qinghan. Seeing a junior commander dashing towards Yi Qinghan, the corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile, as if he was looking for trouble. All right. Take care of yourselves. Kong Luo had always wanted to leave. He had chased a peak stage heaven god ghost race member all the way here. However, he realized that Lu Ji and the rest were fighting with more than 10 ghost race commanders. Then, a few more ghost race experts suddenly appeared. As a result, everyone was surrounded. Although the attacking power of the ghost race members wasn't very strong, and there weren't many peak stage god generals present, their speed was too fast. Furthermore, their movements were unpredictable. It was very difficult to kill them. At this moment, when Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice, he gritted his teeth. The long rod in his hand flashed with black light. He waved it violently and charged towards the other end of the tunnel. All the ghost race members who were hit by his long rod were sent flying. Their figures flashed and disappeared into the air. Then, they appeared again and surrounded Lu Ji and the rest. Kong Luo was too strong. No ghost race member dared to chase after him alone. Kong Luo leaped a few times and disappeared into another tunnel. Hee, a God General Realm Level 2 Junior Commander came. Aren't they looking down on me? Yi Qinghan was almost done with the mud and rocks. He flashed out of the cave and merged with his battle beast. He drew out his flexible sword and swung it around randomly. He stretched his limbs and didn't even look at the ghost race member who had flashed over. He said to Yi Yao Rao, "Follow me. TSK TSK. Wow wow wow. There's a cold ice jade body. Supreme God Emperor, I actually found a cold ice jade body." The ghost race member didn't even look at Yi Qinghan. Instead, he stared fixedly at Yi Yao Rao, who was following behind him. He shouted loudly, his black face filled with surprise and ecstasy. Hua! When they heard the ghost race members shout, all the martial artists in the hall stopped fighting. All the ghost race members stared at Yi Yao Rao with bright eyes, causing Yi Qinghan to be stunned. It's actually the cold ice jade body. I should have known. Damn it. If I had known, would have attacked in Dancing Phoenix City. Lu Ji's expression changed as he cursed in a low voice with regret. What is the cold ice jade body? Young master. The 4 guards were guarding Lu Ji closely. The other peak divine generals were also looking at Yi Yao Rao thoughtfully, a hint of greed in their eyes. It's one of the immortal world saint bodies. However, it's very rare and not as famous as the others. The ghost race has a Yin body, so it's easy to sense it. Damn it, this cold ice jade body is going to benefit the ghost race. Prepare to break out. There are too many ghost race members here. Lu Ji sighed in a low voice. The divine sword in his hand shone brightly. He nodded at the martial artists beside him and prepared to break out of the encirclement in the direction that Kong Luo had gone. Although he didn't understand what they were saying, it seemed like they were very powerful. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes. However, he didn't want to think too much about the cold ice jade body. She was his woman anyway, and he had time to slowly figure it out. Thus, he said calmly, "What are you ghost race members shouting for? And you, Lu family homosexual, don't you dare leave. All of you will stay here today." Chapter 601. What? Hearing Yi Qinghan's indifferent words, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Lu Ji and the others, who were about to break out of the encirclement, stiffened and looked over in disbelief. My young master is called Lu Ji. He is not a homosexual. You have to understand, what is homosexual? A guard curled his lips and said disdainfully. Unexpectedly, he suddenly felt a big slap sweep over from the side. He immediately tensed up and saw Lu Ji's furious eyes. He didn't dare to dodge and took Lu Ji's slap head-on. He held his face with some grievance and said bitterly, "Young master, did I say something wrong?" "Shut up." The anger in Lu Ji's eyes burned even more. His hands trembled slightly. Looking at Yi Qinghan who was standing there calmly, he almost wanted to rush towards Yi Qinghan and kill him first. TSK, I didn't expect you humans to like this. I thought only our ghost tribe liked this in the immortal realm. But you are from Longyang Prefecture, right? I heard that Longyang Prefecture is more promiscuous than our ghost tribe. No wonder. A ghost suddenly smiled faintly and charmingly at another ghost beside him. Then he looked at Yi Qinghan, blinked his eyes and said, "Oh yes. Little handsome man, how do you know the special name of our ghost tribe? Could it be that you are also one of them? TSK, if you can come with us, I will spare your life." How about it? Of course, you have to contribute the cold ice jade body behind you. It is a very nutritious spiritual body. F***ck, a black line appeared on Yi Qinghan's forehead. The immortal realm was vast and boundless, with hundreds of races in great numbers. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. He did not expect that the terms from his previous life would be the same in the immortal realm, and the meaning was exactly the same. Thinking of a few black ghosts together, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Hearing the last few words, his heart began to burn with anger. The flexible sword in his hand continued to dance, and the space around him began to tremble. His divine sense began to sweep the surroundings without restraint. After a thorough investigation, she no longer hesitated. With a flip of her flexible sword, she sheathed it. Then, a long, black saber appeared in her hand. The hall suddenly became cold, so cold that it chilled one's blood to the bone. This, as the temperature in the hall changed, countless faces also appeared. Lu Ji's face started to turn white. Then, his lips started to turn white. Finally, his entire body started to tremble slightly. The black faces of the countless ghosts inside suddenly showed signs of turning pale. Their eyes that were filled with greed and lust suddenly turned into fear at this moment. Extreme fear. Swoosh. Countless sonic booms rang out. Whether it was the ghosts or Lu Ji's group, everyone had the same thought at this moment. That was, run. Run far, far away from this saber. They didn't know why they had to escape. Why would they flee when facing two first-level divine generals? However, they felt fear, a fear that came from the depths of their souls. After a martialist broke through to the god grade, they would instinctively avoid danger. The stronger they were, the stronger this instinct was. At this moment, they felt danger. Extreme danger. It was as if they had encountered a divine king expert. It was an absolute danger. Therefore, they instinctively fled without hesitation. *T. This little bastard is actually this strong? It's over, we're done for. Father, great-grandfather, save me. Lu Ji circulated his divine power at full force. His handsome face became extremely hideous as he dashed toward the entrance of the passageway. He quietly crushed a jade talisman in his hand. His heart was filled with anxiety and regret. He knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. He also understood why Yi Qinghan was so daring. It turned out that it wasn't because he had guts, but because he was fearless. Whoosh! All of a sudden, everyone felt a gust of cold air blow over. Then, they realized in horror that their bodies had stopped in midair. They couldn't move their limbs, nor could they circulate their divine power. Then, their minds were invaded by all sorts of negative emotions as their bodies started to tumble in the air. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. My father won't let you go. My great-grandfather won't let you go. If you kill me, you'll definitely die. Lu Ji held his head. He felt all sorts of negative emotions that were enough to tear his soul apart. The veins on his face bulged. He bared his teeth and roared. What the hell is this? Ah. My head hurts so much. My lord, please spare my life. We have no grudges against each other. Please spare my life. I'm willing to be your slave. Spare me. Tisk tsk, spare my life, spare my life, spare my life. Everyone tumbled about in the air, wailing and pleading incessantly. They all knew that the man with bloodshot eyes and murderous aura slowly walked out of the black fog had absolute control over their lives. Lu family homosexual, your threats have no effect on me. From the moment you flirted with my woman, you become my target. Now, die. Yi Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't care about Lu Ji's threats at all. This test was extremely dangerous and had a slim chance of survival. Even if the Lu family had any suspicions, the Honeycomb Mountain couldn't use its divine senses. Who would know that he was the killer? As for the rest of the martial artists, Yi Qinghan didn't feel any pity for them. If he was weak and was killed by Lu Ji, these people would probably be cheering and clapping their hands. Thus, he didn't hesitate. The slaughter god's saber gently slid across their necks. Blood splattered everywhere, and the ground was littered with corpses. Go in. Yi Qinghan forcefully suppressed the murderous aura in his heart and opened the door to the carefree pavilion. He pointed at the shining golden door and shouted at Yi Yaorao in a low voice. He quickly picked up the divine crystals and interspatial rings on the ground. When Yi Yaorao's figure disappeared into the teleportation door, he used his divine senses to scan the area and followed her in. Then, the shining golden door quietly disappeared. After a while, the black fog in the hall slowly dissipated, leaving behind dozens of frozen corpses and a cold aura in the hall. After Yi Yaorao and Yi Qinghan entered the carefree pavilion, Elder Lu naturally sensed them. However, when he saw Yi Qinghan's bloodshot eyes, he chuckled and continued to meditate in the technique practicing room. Oh, is this the immortal palace? It's so beautiful. Yi Yaorao looked at her surroundings in a daze. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. When she looked at the majestic palace, her small mouth gaped open as she looked around in disbelief. You will come here often in the future. However, my little darling, can you help me remove the murderous aura first? Yi Qinghan panted heavily as he stared at Yi Yaorao's voluptuous body. He looked at her perky buttocks and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Then, he carried her on his shoulder and rushed into the room. Chapter 602. High up in the sky, the Viper War God, who was drinking wine, put down the wine cup in his hand and frowned slightly. The two of them looked at the Viper War God in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" "Big brother. I seem to sense an abnormal spatial fluctuation below us." The Viper War God sensed for a moment and shook his head slightly. He said helplessly, "This beehive mountain is made entirely of black glazed stone. My divine sense has been weakened, so I can't sense it clearly." "I'm not sure either." "Hee, big brother, you are being overly suspicious. The entire beehive mountain has been sealed by your space confinement. Even if an Emperor God expert wanted to sneak in, it would be impossible for him to not alert you. There's only a group of divine generals down there. How could they produce such a large spatial fluctuation that you could sense from such a distance?" Yilong smiled. "That's true, big brother. You cultivate the law of space. You should be able to sense even the slightest ripple in space. Perhaps it's the energy ripple of a cultivator?" Another war god said thoughtfully. "Maybe." This space fluctuation disappeared in a flash. "I guess I sensed wrongly." The Viper War God no longer paid attention to it. He picked up the wine on the table and began to drink slowly. "Qinghan, what did you mean when you said gay in the tunnel yesterday?" Within the unfettered pavilion, Yi Qingrao laid lazily on top of Yi Qinghan. She only had a blanket covering her lower body. Her two round jade balls were pressed tightly against Yi Qinghan's chest. Her lily-white hand was drawing circles on Yi Qinghan's chest as she frowned slightly and spoke with some doubt. Yi Qinghan stretched out one hand and rolled it around on the jade ball, while the other hand reached into the blanket, feeling around inside and out. He smiled faintly and replied in a very serious manner, "This is a very profound art. Usually, this art is divided into the attacker and the receiver. Both sides would be filled with passion and excitement. They would put in a lot of effort on a dark and windless night to carry out some kind of activity that goes beyond friendship. It's a kind of exercise that's easy to explain in simple terms." Yi Yaorao raised her hand and saw that Yi Qinghan was currently fiddling with the small dot on her jade ball, causing her entire body to itch incomparably. She angrily slapped away his mischievous hand and revealed a trace of anger at the corner of her mouth. She glared at Yi Qinghan and said, "It feels very powerful, but can you say it more simply?" Hee. Yi Qinghan ignored Yi Yaorao and continued to stretch out his hand to play with her. Then, he moved his mouth closer and kissed her translucent earlobe. He faintly said, "To put it simply, it was what we did yesterday, but it was two men." "Two men," Yi Yaorao muttered. She was so shocked that her beautiful face paled. She suddenly sat up and covered her mouth with her hand. After a long time, she looked at Yi Qinghan angrily and scolded, "You're teasing me again. Men and men, how is that possible? You're too bad." Yi Yaorao had heard from her subordinates in the firework tribe that Shou Kuang and the manor lord of Longyang Manor also had their interests. However, she didn't really believe it because she naively thought that there was no such thing between men. How could she do this? Haha. Why would I tease you? I will only tease you. Many men do indeed have this kind of special feelings and hobbies. This is a common thing in the god realm. You know, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Yi Qinghan watched as Yi Yaorao sat up. Because she sat up too abruptly, the two jade balls swayed up and down. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but feel his lower body become slightly aroused. Woo! Yi Yaorao saw that Yi Qinghan was serious and didn't seem to be faking it. She bit her lip and muttered to herself for a moment. Finally, she blushed and lay down again. She buried her face in Yi Qinghan's shoulder and said in a voice that only a mosquito could hear, "Men don't have that. How do we do it? It feels so profound." Hee. Yi Qinghan laughed in a low voice. His hands suddenly stretched out from below, lightly caressing the flowers on Yi Yao Rao's back. He moved closer to her ear and said, "There's no peach blossom land, but there's this. The rear flower blooms, and the night is captivating, hee hee." Ah! Yi Yao Rao's private area was suddenly brushed by a hand. Her entire body trembled and she wanted to jump up, but Yi Qinghan hugged her. She felt a scalding hot iron rod pressing against her lower abdomen. She instantly understood what was going on, and her entire body became hot. Ice and fire began to fuse again. 8 days have passed, but only 3 people have come up. High up in the sky, Yi Long looked nervously at the Viper War God, who was sitting leisurely in a small secret chamber on the back of the crying phoenix. "It's a little strange. According to my calculations, Lu Ji's group should have completed the mission long ago. This ghost race only moves a little strangely and is a little fast, but their attacks aren't that strong. As long as they don't get assassinated, it shouldn't be too difficult to complete the mission." Although the Viper War God's expression didn't change, there was a hint of worry in his tone. He looked down and sighed. "That brat didn't come up either. This doesn't make sense. He has such a strong backer. If he didn't have someone to rely on, he wouldn't take the risk to participate in the War God trial. What's the problem? Big brother, should I sneak down to take a look?" Yi Long probed. "No." The Viper War God glared at him and reprimanded him. The War God Pavilion has always been fair and just. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a great influence in the immortal realm. Moreover, if a cultivator wants to become strong, he has to go through the test of blood and fire. How can he stand at the peak? If we go and help him, the backer will blame us. If we help him secretly, why do we need to do it? That's true. Let's hope that this brat can pass this trial. Yi Long sat down awkwardly and sighed. In the passageway below, a blue figure was hurriedly traversing. From time to time, he would swing the long rod in his hand and smash a hidden ghost race member to smithereens. However, he didn't even look at it as he continued traversing through the passageway. "Mother, there are still 2 more divine crystals. I can't fail, I can't fail. I will definitely succeed." Kong Luo's slightly pale lips squirmed as he cursed in a low voice. He was very strong, and he wasn't afraid of any ghost race minor commander. However, as the battle continued, the ghost race members realized that the 3 God King battle gods had disappeared. They didn't flee in fear like they did at the beginning. Instead, they started to gather together. It was difficult for Kong Luo to fight against so many enemies. Many times, he was forced to stop chasing after them. Fortunately, many ghost race members knew that he was very strong and didn't dare to get entangled with him. However, he had lost the chance to obtain the divine crystals. There's someone ahead? Kong Luo's body suddenly stopped and raised his metal rod. Just as he was about to attack, his divine senses scanned the situation and he was shocked. He increased his speed again and rushed forward. "My lord, have you completed your mission?" Kong Luo rushed forward for a few hundred meters and saw a man and a woman walking over leisurely. He smiled and put away his metal rod. He cupped his hands and asked politely, "I have completed it, brother Kong Luo." "Have you completed it?" The person was Yi Qinghan, who had sneaked out of the unfettered pavilion. The moment he used the slaughter god blade, he had completed his mission. In fact, he had completed it more than expected. However, he didn't want to go out and submit his mission immediately. Instead, he stayed with Yi Yao Rao in the unfettered pavilion for a few days before sneaking out and looking for a way out. "No, just a little more." Kong Luo looked at Yi Qinghan, who had a leisurely expression on his face, and was even more certain that Yi Qinghan was a hidden expert. When he had asked Kong Luo to break out of the encirclement, there had been more than 20 minor commanders with him. Furthermore, there had been Lu Ji, who had a grudge with him. Not only had Yi Qinghan escaped unscathed, but he had also completed his mission easily. How could a first-stage god general do that? "My lord." Kong Luo hesitated for a moment and said embarrassedly, "Do you have more ghost race divine crystals?" I am willing to buy them. I want 2. How about 2 million divine stones each? I only have this much. In the future, if my lord needs anything, Kong Luo will do it without hesitation. He. Why would friends talk about divine stones? 2 divine crystals, right? Take it, you're a good person. I'll be friends with you. Yi Qinghan smiled warmly. This peak god General Kong Luo was doing a little too badly. He only had a few million divine stones on him. 4 million divine stones wouldn't be of much use to him, so he might as well sell Kong Luo a favor. Kong Luo looked at the 2 divine crystals that Yi Qinghan handed over and blinked in disbelief. Then, he suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Yi Qinghan and said gratefully, "My lord, thank you for your great kindness." I didn't know, Yi Qinghan chuckled when he saw the extremely emotional Kong Luo. He pulled Kong Luo up and patted him on the shoulder. He said nonchalantly, "You don't have to be so polite. Let's go. Do you know the way?" I do. My lord, please." Kong Luo hurriedly nodded. A fiery light flashed in his eyes as he looked deeply at Yi Qinghan. Then, he started running forward. Chapter 603. Kong Luo walked around the cave for a long time and was very familiar with some of the routes. He turned here and there, making the 2 of them dizzy. Along the way, Kong Luo was very excited. There was no need for Yi Qinghan to deal with the ghost race members who were hiding along the way. Yi Qinghan also got a new understanding of Kong Luo's strength. Wherever his black iron rod swept across, the space would heat up. A destructive aura would burn the entire space. How could the defense of an ordinary ghost race member withstand the might of his rod? Kong Luo, what kind of profound mystery is that? It's so powerful. Yi Qinghan was shocked as he watched from behind. He was afraid that if Kong Luo was hit by his rod, even the divine crystal would shatter. Kong Luo was stunned. Yi Qinghan's question was a little abrupt. It was very impolite to ask about other people's profound mysteries. However, when Kong Luo looked at Yi Qinghan's pure eyes, he smiled and did not think too much about it. Instead, he explained enthusiastically, "My lord, I cultivate the law of destruction. Furthermore, I specialize in one type of law. Just now, I used the law of destruction, which is a mid-grade profound mystery. If I use my full strength, even a peak-stage god general who cultivates the law of earth with the strongest defense would be annihilated. The law of destruction is the most tyrannical law in terms of attack. My attack is very strong, but my defense and speed are slightly weaker." So powerful. Yi Qinghan exclaimed in surprise. However, he felt bitter in his heart. He realized that the spatial laws that he cultivated had become useless again. This was because the spatial laws seemed to be a supplementary law and could not be used to attack directly. If it wasn't for the slaughter god Blade and Xiao He, he might not even be able to defeat a second-stage god general, let alone defeat a peak-stage god general. Kong Luo's face stiffened. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "I've embarrassed myself in front of my lord. My lord's strength is unfathomable. Now, Kong Luo doesn't even have the guts to fight you. I feel that if I dare to fight you, I will be killed instantly." He. What do you mean? Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and asked in confusion. Direct, it's just pure intuition. Moreover, my intuition has never been wrong since I was young. Kong Luo stopped and looked at Yi Qinghan seriously. "Let's go." Yi Qinghan smiled and said nothing. He sighed in his heart, this Kong Luo is really a strange person. Although he grew up with wild beasts, his intuition is too terrifying. The 3 of them sprinted for an hour before they saw a glimmer of light. Yi Qinghan was greatly shaken. He pulled Yi Yao Rao and sped up. The 3 of them rushed out of the cave. Bang! Bang! When Xiao Chen went out, he discovered that the 3 had charged out from the top of Beehive Mountain. However, a battle was happening halfway up the mountain. Close to 100 netherworld ghost race cultivators were chasing down dozens of cultivators. Yi Qinghan scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered that these dozens of cultivators were not very strong. Most of them were second or third level divine generals, and there was only one peak divine general. Moreover, he cultivated the law of water, so his attacks were not strong. There was only one junior commander among the nearly 100 ghost race cultivators. However, they had the advantage in numbers. Their unique technique, Netherworld Ghost Shadow, was also very strange. It constantly attacked the group of cultivators from all directions and immediately retreated when its attacks failed. Fortunately, this water law of nature elite had strange techniques. A long whip danced in the air, and any cultivator that was hit by it would be bounced back. Even that junior commander was the same. The group slowly moved closer to the space shackles set up by the Viper War Immortal. In the end, they stood together and barely resisted the attacks of the ghost race cultivators. This Viper War Immortal really did not make a move. Yi Qinghan looked up at the sky and sighed as he watched the huge Deal One circling in the air. He wondered if the Viper War Immortal would leave with the remaining people after 2 days had passed and the 10 days were up. Sir. Kong Luo cupped his hands in confusion when he saw that Yi Qinghan was staring blankly down from the top of the mountain and did not immediately fly up to the sky. Kong Luo, go, help them. After all, we came out together. It's not convenient for me to make a move. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before speaking to Kong Luo. All right. Kong Luo did not say anything else. He only nodded at Yi Qinghan. Then, carrying the black iron rod on his back, he rushed down from the top of the mountain. His speed was getting faster and faster. Black chi revolved around his body as he headed straight for the center of the battlefield. Boom! Kong Luo was still in mid-air, but he waved his iron cudgel in the air, drawing out countless black afterimages, and suddenly smashed it down. As his long rod swept down, countless scorching black chi engulfed the group of ghost race cultivators. This caused the flickering figures of the ghost race cultivators to stagnate. At this time, Kong Luo's speed suddenly increased. He was like an enraged lion pouncing on a flock of sheep. His iron rod flew everywhere. As long as the ghost race cultivators were smashed by his iron rod, they would be turned into minced meat and severed limbs. In just a few breaths, more than 20 ghost race cultivators had died under his iron rod. The might of his iron rod was terrifying. Chi! The warriors on the other side were overjoyed at the arrival of strong reinforcements. They began to counterattack. The water elemental law powerhouse waved his long whip even faster. He caught the ghost race cultivators one by one and threw them to Kong Luo's side. Where are you going? Kong Luo had already locked onto the junior commander. When the junior commander saw that the situation was bad, his figure flashed and he was about to rush into the cave. Kong Luo shouted, and the iron rod in his hand flashed with black light. There was a tiger's roar as Kong Luo smashed it down in the direction that the ghost race cultivator had fled. A black burning chi suddenly howled out from the iron rod, condensing into the phantom of a huge black tiger. This tiger was covered in black flames and an aura of destruction. Its speed was frightening, and in the blink of an eye, it had caught up to the junior commander. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the junior commander. In the blink of an eye, the black tiger phantom turned into black flames and faded away. All that was left in the air was a divine crystal shining with rainbow light, a spatial ring, and a berserk aura of destruction. Kong Luo put away his iron rod and swaggered towards the divine crystal. As he passed, no one dared to stand in his way. Countless ghost race cultivators fled in all directions as if they had seen a ghost. In the end, they all disappeared into the caves. Thank you for saving our lives, my lord. Several dozen warriors breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly came over to thank him. Even the water elemental law powerhouse came over to thank him respectfully. If it weren't for Kong Luo, they would have been surrounded. In the end, they would have been surrounded by more and more ghost race cultivators. At that time, they would all have died. No need to thank me. I didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Kong Luo glanced at them coldly and raised his head proudly. Then, he pointed at the green-robed man on the peak and said, "If you want to thank someone, thank him. If it weren't for his orders, we might have already returned to Tingwan." Chapter 604. Thank him? Everyone looked up and locked their gazes on the two people standing at the summit. They were all dumbfounded when they saw them. Weren't these the first-level divine general cultivators? Kong Luo wanted them to thank him. Moreover, Kong Luo had used the word order. This was inconceivable and unbelievable. Many of them had mocked Yi Qinghan before, and some had even cursed Yi Qinghan. Now, they were actually being asked to thank him. This made them feel awkward, as if they had smashed their own feet with a rock, and they began to hesitate. However, the water elemental cultivator seemed to be deep in thought as he looked at the green-robed figure on the summit. He had noticed Kong Luo's last sentence. "We might have already returned to the Phoenix." The word "us" caused this powerhouse to be slightly startled. Combined with Kong Luo's respectful tone towards the green-robed man, this powerhouse's heartbeat sped up slightly. Then, he actually ignored everyone else and directly flew towards the peak. Only then did everyone hurriedly follow him and fly towards the peak. "Greetings, my lord. Thank you for saving my life, my lord." The expert flashed to the summit and looked at Yi Qinghan, who had a warm smile on his face. He was even more certain of his thoughts. He actually knelt to Yi Qinghan on one knee and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, my lord. Thank you for saving my life, my lord." When the cultivators who had flown up saw this peak divine general cultivator actually kneel before Yi Qinghan, they helplessly followed suit and knelt on one knee before shouting in unison, "Rise." Yi Qinghan remained standing quietly as he spoke indifferently. He accepted everyone's bow without the slightest bit of embarrassment. If he had not been compassionate, these people would probably have died. He was still too soft-hearted. "My lord. I am Gu Yang, and I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if my lord can show some kindness and help me?" The water elemental cultivator did not get up. He hesitated for a moment before speaking again. This also made the people behind him feel embarrassed and kneel as well. "Speak." Yi Qinghan could guess what was going on. He smiled and waved his hand, not letting them get up again. If they liked to kneel, then let them kneel. There were many people here who had cursed him on the third floor of the city lord's mansion. After a moment's hesitation, Guyang gritted his teeth and said, "Exalted One, may I ask if you have any more Ghostfolk Minor Commander Divinity gems? Of course, I won't let you give them to me for free. I'm willing to pay godstones for them." Guyang's words stunned everyone present. Was Guyang crazy? He actually wanted to buy divine crystals from this person? He didn't even know if he had enough. They were both first-level god generals, and this required 20 divine crystals. Did he think that Yi Qinghan's task had already given him enough divine crystals, and that he had more? Kong Luo snorted coldly and looked at Gu Yang with a look that said, "At least you know what's good for you." He stood behind Yi Qinghan without saying a word. Of course, Yi Qinghan had enough. He had killed 23 minor commanders back then. Moreover, he had not only found a large number of godstones and treasures in Lu Ji's spatial ring, but he had also found 5 Ghostfolk Minor Commander Divinity gems. He and Yi Yaorao needed 20 divine crystals, and now he had 8 more. After giving Kong Luo 2, he still had 6 left. Many of these divine crystals belonged to third-level god generals. Even if he sold them, he wouldn't be able to get many godstones. Hence, he said calmly, "I do. How many do you want? Name your price." Wow. Yi Qinghan's indifferent words were like an earthquake, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. He actually had divine crystals, and from his tone, he seemed to have quite a lot. How was this possible? Had the world changed, or was this first-level god general trash actually a peerless expert? Was he just good at disguising himself? "I want 4 divine crystals." Gu Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He stood up abruptly and answered quickly. Then he awkwardly said, "Your Excellency, I only have 10 million divine stones. I know this is a small amount for your excellency, but please do me a favor. I owe your excellency my life. It's not that serious. Alright, bring the divine stones over. The corners of Yi Qinghan's lips curled up slightly. Even if he sold the extra divine crystals, he wouldn't be able to get such a price. Now, he had made a small profit. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Gu Yang was overjoyed. He quickly took off his spatial ring and removed the soul connection. Then, he took out another spatial ring and placed a green whip and a few ghost race divine crystals inside. Then, he took out a divine stone crystal card and erased his soul imprint. Then, he threw the card and the spatial ring to Yi Qinghan and said respectfully, "My lord, I only have a little more than 10 million divine stones. There are some small toys inside that aren't worth much divine stones. Just treat them as toys for madam. Take them." With a wave of his hand, Yi Qinghan threw over 4 divine crystals that emitted colorful divine lights. Then, he took the divine stone crystal card and scanned the spatial ring. He found that Gu Yang was indeed pitifully poor. There were only a few 100,000 divine stones left. He looked around but didn't find anything special. Just as he was about to throw the spatial ring to Gu Yang, something caught his attention. Gulp, gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard behind Gu Yang. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at Yi Qinghan. Seeing how Yi Qinghan took out 4 ghost race divine crystals so easily, everyone knew that he definitely had more. However, they wanted too much. Many of them only had 2 or 3 divine crystals, and some didn't even have one. Most importantly, the price was too high. Even if they sold all the divine crystals in their bodies, they still wouldn't have enough. Therefore, they looked hopefully at Yi Qinghan from time to time. From time to time, they would lower their heads shyly and feel a little jealous. "Where did you get this fiery red leg guard?" Yi Qinghan suddenly took something out of Gu Yang's spatial ring and threw it into his own. He was so fast that no one could see what it was. They only knew that Yi Qinghan had taken something out of the spatial ring. Yi Qinghan began to transmit his voice to Gu Yang, causing Yi Yaorao and Kong Luo, who were beside him, to feel somewhat baffled. A fiery red leg guard? Is there a leg guard with a fire dragon on it? Gu Yang stared blankly for a moment, then thought of something and transmitted his voice in confusion. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod her head, he smiled and transmitted his voice to explain, "Oh, this is something I obtained after destroying the divine temple in my plane. Legend has it that this is the most precious treasure of the divine temple. It is said that an ancient god of the divine temple brought it back from the divine realm. It seems to be one of the fire god battle armors, called the fire god leg guards." Hee hee. "But my lord, this thing is definitely fake. What divine world treasure? This thing is not even a divine artifact. It doesn't have an artifact spirit. It just has a stronger defense. Why, is there something wrong with this leg guard, my lord?" Hee hee. A trace of joy flashed through Yi Qinghan's eyes, but he didn't hide it. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he transmitted his voice. "This isn't fake, this is indeed a piece of the fire god's battle armor. However, this is the result of the first refinement of a grandmaster in my clan. Although this battle armor doesn't have much use, my elder is very fond of it. Tens of thousands of years ago, he was hunted down and was seriously injured. His spatial ring was also stolen. If I bring this back to him now, he will definitely be very happy. On behalf of my elder, I would like to express my gratitude. This is a small matter. As long as my lord is happy." Gu Yang had some doubts just now, but Yi Qinghan's words instantly made him feel at ease. This thing's material was special. It was definitely a product of the divine world, but it was useless. It turned out that it was made by a master alchemist for the first time. No wonder. At the same time, many of the doubts in his heart were resolved. From the looks of it, this green-robed man was definitely the young master of a great clan in the divine world. No wonder he was so powerful. No wonder Kong Luo was so respectful to him. No wonder he was so courageous in the Battle God Pavilion. Now that everything was clear, he was even more respectful to Yi Qinghan. Chapter 605. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't some **t young master of a big family clan. Although the Yi family was the top family clan in the Fire Dragon continent, it was nothing in the divine world. He made up a lie in such an obvious manner because he realized that the Fire God leg guards and his 2 Fire God arm guards were actually a set. Not only were they made of the same material, but the patterns on them were also exactly the same. Furthermore, after hearing Gu Yang's words, he got a little excited. Could it be that this Fire God battle armor was really a treasure of the divine world? The material was special, but it looked useless. Wasn't his Slaughter God blade the same? It also didn't have an artifact spirit, but it was a true treasure and a great killing weapon. However, when Yi Qinghan put the 2 Fire God arm guards together previously, there was no reaction at all. Presumably, this leg guard wouldn't have any reaction as well. Hence, he didn't pay much attention to it. He decided to try and see if there would be any special effects if he could put them together in the future. After exchanging glances with Kong Luo, the 3 of them nodded at Gu Yang and the rest before flying up into the sky. When the 3 of them flew for a few thousand meters, Yi Qinghan already felt a lot of pressure. His divine power was being depleted very quickly, and his chest felt a little stuffy. He turned to look at Yi Yaorao and also noticed the same problem. Kong Luo, who was beside him, had already noticed that the 2 of them had slowed down. However, she didn't say anything and immediately pulled Yi Qinghan's arm. Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Yaorao, and the 3 of them continued to fly up into the sky. Have you completed your mission? When they got close to the translucent barrier, the Viper War God's voice rang in their ears at the same time. The 3 of them hurriedly nodded, and a hole automatically appeared in the barrier. After that, a cool breeze blew over, and the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly flew towards the celestial bird. The celestial bird seemed to have received the Viper War God's instructions. It slowly stopped in the sky, and a huge door appeared on its back. The 3 of them flashed in, and the pressure on their bodies instantly disappeared without a trace. When the 3 of them entered, they realized that there were only 5 people sitting in the huge hall. They were all peak stage God general experts. The 5 of them weren't surprised to see Kong Luo come in. However, when they saw Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao behind Kong Luo, their faces were filled with astonishment. They looked at each other and were secretly shocked. Haha. At this moment, the door of the small secret room in front of them suddenly opened. The Viper War God and the other 2 walked out laughing. They looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing there calmly and were in a good mood. The Viper War God stretched out his hand and his loud voice resounded in the hall. Hand over your divine crystals. If you don't have divine crystals, I'll throw you out all the same. Yi Qinghan's smile became even wider. He knew that the Viper War God was talking to him. He glanced at Yi Yaorao and flipped his hand. 10 divine crystals appeared in his hand. Yi Yaorao also waved her hand and took out the 10 divine crystals that Yi Qinghan had given her. Kong Luo also handed them over. All right. As expected, you didn't let me down. Little brother, when we return to the God of War Pavilion, I'll personally put on the God of War robe for you. The Viper War God patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder with satisfaction. He liked and admired Yi Qinghan very much. First, it was because he knew that Yi Qinghan's status was different, so he secretly took care of him. Second, it was because Yi Qinghan's temperament was really to his liking. Of course, there was also another reason. Due to the conflict between Yi Qinghan and Lu Ji, he had always been very dissatisfied with Lu Ji's father. Thank you, my lord. Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Yaorao and the 2 of them bowed respectfully. When Yi Qinghan learned that the Viper War God had actually delayed his attack by an hour for him, his good impression and gratitude towards him grew even more. He had always been someone who would return the favor tenfold if others showed him respect. Moreover, it was such a great favor. Although he did not know why the Viper War God was so kind to him, there was nothing wrong in being respectful. The 5 people at the side and Kong Luo looked at Yi Qinghan with even more different gazes. The Viper War God was a famous war god in dancing Phoenix City. Moreover, it was rumored that he was about to break through to the God Emperor realm. Once he broke through, he would definitely become a 5th-grade war god. In the entire realm of gods, a 5th-grade war god would be considered a true expert. Now that the Viper War God had a whole new level of respect for Yi Qinghan, once Yi Qinghan became a war god, he would have a powerful backer in dancing Phoenix City. Moreover, the 5 people in the hall were very clear that Yi Qinghan could rely on his strength of the 1st level of God General Realm and also bring along a burden. Not only did he return safely, he even obtained 20 divine crystals. It seemed like this kid was not simple. The Viper War God and the other 2 chatted for a while longer, then walked into the small secret chamber with a smile. Not long after, Guyang also came up. The warriors below once again hardened their hearts and rushed into Beehive Mountain. 2 days later, when the demonic moon rose, another 2 people came up. Below them, there were still dozens of warriors left. They stared blankly at the circling Ding Luan in the sky. Their eyes were filled with despair and resentment. 10 days are up. The Viper War God and the other 2 walked out again. Then, they began to shout toward the people below. Their voices were not loud at first. However, when they left the Ding Luan and traveled downward, their voices gradually became louder. Finally, when they reached Beehive Mountain, they had already become a deafening roar. Even the Beehive Mountain was shaken by their loud roar, causing the soil to rustle and fall. The loud roar began to travel through the countless passageways and into Beehive Mountain. All the surviving warriors, gather outside. If you do not come out within 2 hours, then you shall remain in Beehive Mountain forever. The Viper War God's words not only startled Yi Qinghan, who was on the Ding Luan's back, but also shocked the 40 warriors below. Then, they became incomparably ecstatic. Originally, everyone had thought that failing the test would mean certain death. The Viper War God would not care about them anymore, leaving them to fend for themselves. They had not expected to be rescued in the end. As the Viper War God looked at the stunned 11 people, his expression gradually turned solemn. He said, "If I did not force you into a desperate situation, how would you dare to fight and kill? If everyone present had known that the time for the test was up and would not have left you behind, I'm afraid that not even 11 people would have passed the test." A cultivator can only unleash their potential in a desperate situation. Only by continuously breaking through and growing in desperate situations can a cultivator finally reach the peak. Yi Qinghan and Kong Luo exchanged glances and nodded. The Viper War God was right. Yi Qinghan had also broken through many death traps. His strength had increased tremendously, and his mental state had become increasingly mature. Kong Luo was probably the same. The tests of the Battle God Pavilion were everywhere. The 2 of them also started to look forward to joining the Battle God Pavilion. 2 hours later, more than 10 warriors rushed out of Beehive Mountain in ecstasy. Then, a dragon war god went down and brought this group of warriors back. When the 60 people saw the 11 people seated in the Ding Luan, their previously ecstatic expressions turned somewhat gloomy. They all found a place and sat down with complicated emotions. The Ding Luan started to flap its huge wings gently and flew towards dancing Phoenix City. The white barrier also became transparent again. However, Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at Beehive Mountain, which was getting further and further away. He also felt a little sad. Out of the hundreds of warriors, only 70 had returned. Furthermore, the success rate of the Battle God test was as low as 1 in 10. This world was indeed very cruel. Chapter 606. Activate the barrier. With the Phoenix rushing at full speed, it didn't take long for them to see the dancing Phoenix City from afar. The city was still in lockdown, and the fiery red barrier was still shining brightly. The Viper War God roared from within the Phoenix, but it didn't slow down and continued to fly towards the dancing Phoenix City. It's the people from the God of War Pavilion. Activate the barrier, all guards on alert. A deep shout rang out from within the city. Then, countless cultivators dressed in fiery red battle armor rose into the air. The red barrier suddenly faded, and coincidentally, the celestial bird also began to slow down, directly charging into the city and finally stopping above the plaza. Those who passed the test, go to the God of War Pavilion. The rest, disperse. The Viper War God scanned the crowd coldly, and then led the way down. Those who didn't pass the test suddenly turned pale. It was already nighttime, and the city had already banned the night. All the hotels and inns had already been closed. And if they wandered around the city, they would be mercilessly captured by the city guards and locked in the god's prison. Many of them had only taken the risk to take the test to avoid being locked in the god's prison, but now they still had to take this path. Under the cold gaze of the dragon and the war god, everyone could only take heavy steps and fly down from the phoenix. After everyone walked out, the phoenix spread its wings again and disappeared in a moment. The barrier in the city didn't activate again, and no one knew how the phoenix disappeared. It was very strange. Yi Qin-han and the rest followed the Viper War God and entered the city lord's residence without any obstructions. They went straight up to the 3rd floor. The Viper War God took out a black token and placed it in a notch on the stone door on the right. The stone door suddenly opened. The 14 people entered one after another. Yi Qin-han held Yi Yaorao's hand, but they realized that the moment they entered the stone door, there was a flash of white light. When they opened their eyes again, they found that the scenery before them had changed. A beautiful valley had appeared before them. There was a dazzling sun in the sky, illuminating the valley with incomparable light. However, when the light fell upon their bodies, they felt a faint sense of warmth. It was very comfortable. The valley was very beautiful, and it was many times more beautiful than the firework tribe. White mist occasionally rose from the ground, and the entire valley was like a paradise. The valley was very big, and there was a plaza made of white jade in the middle. There were countless castle-like castles in the surroundings, giving off a trace of mystery. This is where the real Dancing Phoenix City's War God Pavilion is. Only quasi-war gods and war gods can enter. Even the mayor of Dancing Phoenix City doesn't have the right to enter. There was a mission hall, a martial arts hall, a training room, a hotel, a shop. This was an independent parallel space. Anything you wanted could be satisfied here. Of course, you had to have God's stones. The 11 of you must remember that you are not allowed to use force here. If you have any disputes, you can go to the arena to fight. But if you use force on your own, the only outcome will be death. No matter how powerful the person behind you is, he will still die. The Viper War God led the crowd towards a huge ancient castle on the north side of the plaza. As he walked, he explained to the crowd. Everyone looked around and exclaimed inwardly. This Battle God Pavilion was indeed awesome. It was no wonder it was the strongest force in the immortal realm. Just the Battle God Pavilion in the small Fengwu city must have cost a lot of god stones to build. Even City Lord Fengwu can't enter unless she's a war immortal. I wonder if the Dragon Sun City Lord can enter? If not, then this Battle God Pavilion is really awesome. Even the 8 sovereigns might not have a higher status than the Pavilion Master. I wonder what rank this Battle God Pavilion Master is. Could he be the legendary 9th rank Invincible War God? Yi Qin-han thought to himself. There were 6 continents in the immortal realm, as well as the boundless Starry Ocean and Mount Supreme in the Starry Ocean. Yi Qin-han didn't know much about other places, but this misty continent had a total of 108 prefectures. Each prefecture had 108 small cities like Dancing Phoenix City, and each small city managed 108 tribes. In other words, there were 11,664 small cities on the misty continent, which meant that there were 11,664 battle god pavilions like this one. What kind of concept was that? Yi Qin-han couldn't imagine how powerful the battle god pavilion was. In a small battle god pavilion like Dancing Phoenix City, a peak-level god king like Viper War God was at most a mid-level member. It seemed like there were many other war gods who were as powerful as Viper. The more Yi Qin-han thought about it, the more shocked he became. The Battle God Pavilion was too powerful, so powerful that he didn't dare to imagine it. After thinking for a while, Yi Qin-han laughed bitterly and stopped thinking about it. What did the battle god pavilion's power have to do with him? He just wanted to earn enough god stones and think of a way to go to the Dragon Sun City to buy the Fire Dragon plane. Then, he would return to the Fire Dragon continent with his beautiful wives and live out his long life in peace. When he got bored of it one day, maybe he would come to the immortal realm to find a more exciting life. After walking into the largest castle in the center, Yi Qinghan realized that the decorations inside were very simple, but it didn't lack grandeur and dignity. The hall inside was very big, much bigger than the dancing Phoenix City Lord City residence. There were dozens of martial artists wearing war god robes inside, sitting on jade tables. They were either chatting or drinking tea. Along the way, they met countless war gods. These people obviously knew the Viper war god and the other two. They all smiled and greeted the three of them. They also smiled faintly at Yi Qinghan and the rest behind them. Yi Qinghan and the rest didn't dare to say anything. They followed the Viper war god respectfully and walked inside. Finally, they arrived at the door of a room on the right side of the hall. The Viper war god gestured for the rest to wait outside while he walked in alone. An hour later, he came out again. He handed everyone a white badge with a demon carved on it and said, "This is a temporary badge. This is a temporary badge. The official badge will only be awarded 5 days later. I will arrange for you to stay in the pavilion's hotel for the next few days. Don't worry, you don't have to fork out god stones. You are new to the pavilion, so your food and accommodation will be free for a year. You can wander around the pavilion and familiarize yourselves with the environment. Of course, there are guards outside, and you can't enter the places that are closed. One more thing. Don't get into conflict with anyone. You can look for me if you have any problems. I live on the east side of the valley. My name is outside the courtyard. I will come and find you in 5 days." The Viper war god gave the white badges to everyone and explained a few things. He then gestured for the Dragon war god to arrange their accommodation while he walked out of the castle. "Viper, come out." Before the Viper war god left, a loud roar came from outside. The Viper war god was startled, but he sneered and walked out without the slightest fear. The Dragon war god and the Dragon war god heard this roar and revealed a cold, murderous aura. They ignored everyone and hurriedly walked out. The countless war gods in the hall also changed their expressions and quickly walked out. "Go. Let's go and take a look." Yi Qinghan and Kong Luo looked at each other and had a bad feeling. They then shouted in a low voice. Everyone followed him out. They were unfamiliar with this place, so they had to follow the Viper war god and the other two closely. Otherwise, they wouldn't know where to stay. Chapter 607. The one shouting outside was also a war god. He was unusually tall and handsome. He looked very young, but his body gave off a sense of vicissitudes. At this moment, he looked at the Viper war god furiously. The 7 or 8 war gods behind him were also furious. They looked at the Viper war god and the 2 people who came over. When Yi Qinghan saw this person's face, his heart tightened. Trouble is coming. This person looked very similar to Lu Ji. One look and one could tell that he was a relative of Lu Ji. His expression was so angry. It seemed that he was a close relative. "Viper, how are you? You are very good. You actually dared to plot against my only son. You actually dared to plot against my son. I know that you are unhappy with me. You wanted to kill me for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so crazy. You are finished. Do you know that? You are completely finished. You actually dared to plot against a descendant of the Lu clan. You are too daring." As expected. This man glared at the Viper war god. He opened his mouth, gritted his teeth, pointed at the Viper war god, and roared. He looked extremely furious. Yellow divine power revolved around his body. His eyes were full of hatred. He actually dared to threaten the Viper war god in the war god pavilion. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He didn't expect this person to be Lu Ji's father. He groaned inwardly. He carefully thought about the details at that time. After confirming that there weren't too many loopholes and that there shouldn't be any evidence left, he calmed himself down and listened carefully. Haha. The Viper War God ignored the 7 or 8 war gods in front of him. Their surging divine power looked like they were about to devour someone. He raised his head and laughed. He stood calmly. There was no aura of divine power revolving around his body at all. The long laughter made the expressions of the war gods on the other side even more gloomy. After a while, the laughter stopped. The Viper War God put his hands behind his back and stared at the man opposite him coldly. After a while, he said calmly, "Why? You want to fight? Huh, I am not looking down on you. Even if you had 100 guts, you wouldn't have the guts. Why don't we go to the arena and play? If any of your Lu clan's war immortals want to challenge me, I, Poisonous Snake, will accept them all. Of course, if your Lu clan wants to set me up, I will accept them all once we leave the city." The words of the Viper War God were calm, but they were powerful and resonant. His heroic spirit reached the clouds, and every single word of his resounded in the ears of everyone present. Although his voice was indifferent, it was incomparably cold and arrogant. It could even be said to be arrogant and overbearing. Yi Qinghan looked at the Viper War God, who was standing calmly. His heart was boiling, and his eyes were burning with passion. What was an expert? This was what it meant to be an expert. What was heroism? This was heroism. Yi Qinghan knew very well that Lu Ji wasn't killed by the Viper War God, and he had nothing to do with God stones. He had killed him himself. However, the Viper War God did not explain, or rather, he did not care to explain. Instead, he went straight to the point. If you want to fight, I will fight. If you want to play, I will play with you. He even said that if your Lu clan wants to set me up, I will accept them all. What heroism? What arrogance? One dragon and the other war god wanted to explain, but they were infected by the Viper War God's heroic spirit and stopped talking. Instead, they stood proudly and calmly looked at the ashen-faced people in front of them. The disdain and contempt in their eyes were extremely obvious. Good. Lu Chun took a step back and glared viciously at the Viper War Immortal. 3 words came out of his mouth. He was on a mission and was on his way to Dancing Phoenix City. However, he received a message from his clan on the way. Lu Ji's soul jade tablet was broken. Dancing Phoenix City was under lockdown, so he could not come out to investigate. Therefore, he sent a message to him. When he hurried to Honeycomb Mountain, he saw Lu Ji's dead body with his eyes wide open. When he found out that Lu Ji had secretly participated in the God of War assessment behind his and his clan's back, and that it was his nemesis, the Viper War God, who led the team, he did not think too much and rushed back to Dancing Phoenix City furiously. He came in directly and questioned Viper. Unexpectedly, Viper did not even bother to explain and directly accepted the challenge. He was not a fool. He would not fight in the God of War Pavilion. He did not want to die. He was so impulsive because he was angry over the death of his son. He also wanted to anger Viper to see if he would reveal any flaws. He did not expect that. Viper's eyes moved quickly. He looked at the surrounding war gods with contempt and mockery. He looked like he was watching a good show. Lu Chun's face turned pale. He snorted and shouted angrily, "Viper, don't think that you can do whatever you want in Dancing Phoenix City just because the Pavilion Master likes you. I'm going to the arbitration tribunal to sue you. Just you wait. As long as you are not a war god, I will torture you to death." Haha. Viper laughed loudly again. He did not even look at Lu Chun and the others. Instead, he turned his head and looked at one dragon and the other war god. He smiled and said, "Do you see that? Only trash will shout like a girl. I will go and see the Pavilion Master after making arrangements for them." After he finished speaking, he held his head high and walked straight to the right. Under his black robe, his straight back was like a sharp sword, showing off his ability. He was like an old pine tree standing proudly in the eye of the storm, laughing at the weakness of the strong wind and the wild waves. "You've got guts." Yi Qinghan secretly gave Viper a thumbs up. Everyone also looked at Viper, who was slowly disappearing into the distance, and secretly saluted him. Viper's pride and dominance shocked them deeply. They also understood one thing. In this world, those who were powerful could ignore and look down on everything. "Lu Gong, go to the pavilion and the city lord's residence to issue a mission. Offer a reward of 10 billion god stones for any clues or evidence of my son's death. I want the person who killed my son to die a horrible death." Lu Chun looked at Viper's disappearing back viciously. Then, he glanced at Yi Qinghan and the others who were behind One Dragon. One Dragon and the others were powerful and fearless. However, the people behind him lowered their heads slightly and avoided Lu Chun's gaze. However, everyone was shocked when they heard Lu Chun's words. Kong Luo and Gu Yang's eyes flickered as they lowered their heads even more. 10 billion. Yi Qinghan's eyes also flickered. He almost jumped out to turn himself in and sell himself out. He had worked himself to death and reincarnated several times, yet he only managed to gather a few 100 million god stones. Now, Lu Chun was offering 10 billion. He subconsciously turned his head in Kong Luo's direction. However, he suddenly came to his senses and did not look over. He pondered for a moment and raised his head slightly. His expression was just as shocked as everyone else's. However, he was complaining in his heart. Many people had seen the conflict between him and Lu Chun. Now that he had returned, Lu Chun had not. It was easy for people to connect the dots. If Lu Chun, who had lost his son, had even the slightest doubt about him, there would definitely be endless trouble. If the powerful Lu clan wanted to squash a first-layer divine general martial artist like him, they had countless ways to do so. He made up his mind to continue staying in the Battle God Pavilion. As long as there was a suitable mission, he would leave immediately. He could not stay in Dancing Phoenix City anymore. Chapter 608. This God of War Pavilion is so luxurious. It can even be compared to Wine Dance's heaven-grade rooms. Yi Qinghan looked at the luxurious decorations around him, especially the super-large water bed in the middle of the room. He could not help but feel the wealth of the God of War Pavilion. The treatment that the God of War received was really different. Didn't the One Dragon War God say that we can only stay for 5 days? We will have to pay God stones after 5 days. Yi Yaorao smiled coldly, but her eyes were filled with worry. However, she did not say anything. Hee, won't there be free rooms after 5 days? We will stay there for free. We are newcomers, so we get free food and lodging for a year. Yi Qinghan saw the worry in Yi Yaorao's eyes. He held her hand and made her sit on his knees. He said gently, "I know what you are worried about. Trust me, I can handle it. You performed very well just now. Remember, with me around, you don't have to worry about anything." "Okay." Yi Yaorao replied softly. She was indeed not worried. At most, she would just die with Yi Qinghan. She was not afraid of this. Instead, she felt very happy. Hence, she did not show any signs of fear just now. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Yi Qinghan's neck. She closed her eyes and hugged him tightly. A charming smile appeared on her face. After a long time, she raised her head and asked, "Qinghan, what is up with that cold ice jade body?" Yi Qinghan also recalled the ecstatic expression on the ghost race's face when they saw Yi Yaorao at Beehive Mountain. He could not help but be stunned. Then, he shook his head and said doubtfully, "I am not sure either. After I obtain the prospective God of War medal, I will ask around and see if there is any information on the various spiritual bodies in the God of War Pavilion. We want to find out more about the God of War Pavilion in the next few days." Yi Yaorao nodded and did not say anything else. Then, she saw Yi Qinghan's thoughtful expression and knew that he was thinking about something. She did not ask any questions. She was very obedient. She gently left Yi Qinghan's embrace and sat down to meditate and cultivate. Yi Qinghan was indeed thinking about something. He was organizing the information fragments that had suddenly appeared in his mind. When he was meditating outside Beehive Mountain, he suddenly entered a state of soul stillness. When he woke up, he found that there was more knowledge in his mind. He hadn't had the time to tidy himself up. Now that he could finally relax, he naturally had to tidy himself up. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. His pure eyes were filled with astonishment and shock. He sorted out the remaining fragments of information in his mind. He discovered that this information was actually the record of the God realm that Xiao He had sent to him from baleful Yin Stream. Of course, the records of the God world was no longer the records of the God world. Instead, it had become a cultivation technique in the state of soul stillness. It was filled with explanations regarding the state of soul stillness and how to comprehend it to the 5th level. According to the information provided, as long as one cultivated to the 5th level, they could enter the state of soul stillness at any time, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. Yi Qinghan was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. The heaven-defying aspect of this state of soul stillness was that once one entered this state, one's soul would soar rapidly. Divine power would also rise continuously. Moreover, in this state of soul stillness, one's nomological law cultivation speed would soar. Why did the Dream Palace become the #1 divine weapon under the God Emperor realm? Because the cultivation speed in the Dream Palace was several times faster than outside. The nomological law comprehension speed was also twice as fast as outside. There were also battles between experts. With this divine weapon in hand, one could nurture countless God King experts. Therefore, the Dream Palace's name shook the divine world. Countless experts and factions were envious and coveted it. There were even countless experts who used countless wealth to exchange for a position in the Dream Palace. However, the state of soul stillness fulfilled 2 of the 3 major functions of the Dream Palace. Moreover, the cultivation speed of the soul was several times faster than in the Dream Palace. What was the soul? It was one of the most important things for a God realm expert. If the soul was annihilated, the person would be completely finished. They wouldn't even have the chance to go to the netherworld realm and become a specter. When one's soul was powerful, even without nomological law attacks, just the soul attack would be incomparably powerful. Soul attacks were the strangest. They could practically ignore some physical defenses and many nomological law defenses. They could directly attack the enemy's soul and annihilate the enemy's soul. This was why soul cultivators were so powerful. They could become 7th grade war gods with a God Emperor cultivation. Now, he could actually cultivate and comprehend in this state of soul stillness. Moreover, he had obtained this method. How could he not be astonished? How could he not be shocked? No. This is a message that Xiao He transmitted to me. Also, Xiao He said this was called 9 Revolution Soul Refining Grand Technique. How did it become the soul stillness grand technique? Yi Qinghan thought to himself. After pondering for a while, he still couldn't find an answer. In the end, he transmitted his voice to Xiao He. Xiao He was cultivating his soul. At this moment, he was awakened by Yi Qinghan's voice transmission. He transmitted his voice back in ecstasy. Boss, is it safe now? Let me out. I'm about to suffocate to death. A black shadow quietly condensed. The moment Xiao He came out, he jumped around in the room, startling Yi Yao Rao out of her cultivation. Yi Yao Rao was very clear about the relationship between Xiao He and Yi Qinghan. She looked at Xiao He with a smile and didn't say a word. Boss. Can I ask you for a favor? Unless I don't enter the beast battling space again when we merge. I'm bored to death. This cultivation isn't fun at all. After cultivating for so long, I've only improved a little. Boss. Can I stop cultivating in the future? I hate cultivating. If I continue cultivating, I'll die. Xiao He ran around for a while. His 2 little claws danced in the air. He took a few deep breaths and his eyes were filled with anger. He jumped onto Yi Qinghan's shoulder and spoke in a depressed tone. Ever since he came to the immortal realm, Xiao He realized that Yi Qinghan's strength was improving step by step. However, his own strength didn't improve at all. He was less and less useful to Yi Qinghan. Hence, he decided to go into closed-door cultivation for a period of time. However, he realized that cultivation was dull and boring. He had no interest in cultivation at all. Forcing himself to cultivate only made his mood more and more restless and depressed. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but talk to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He immediately stopped thinking about the matter of his soul being silent. He carried Xiao He down and looked at Xiao He with concern. Xiao He held an extremely important position in his heart. Although Xiao He was extremely mischievous in the past, he had never been as irritable as he was now. He hurriedly asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Xiao He? What happened?" "Big brother," Xiao He's eyes suddenly became misty. He looked at Yi Qinghan with some guilt and said in a low voice, "Big brother, I don't want to cultivate. I really don't want to cultivate. If I cultivate anymore, I will go crazy. I will die. Big brother, am I very useless? I realize that I am really useless. Don't cry, don't cry. Xiao He. No one is forcing you to cultivate. If you don't want to cultivate, then don't cultivate. Let's not cultivate." When Xiao He cried, Yi Qinghan completely panicked. He hurriedly held Xiao He and said urgently, "Don't cry. Big brother is here. You don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to think about anything. Even if the sky falls, Big brother will support you. Believe in Big brother." But, as soon as Yi Qinghan comforted him, Xiao He cried even more sadly. His small black eyes were filled with tears and his little body trembled. He lifted his little head and kept shaking his head. He looked at Yi Qinghan with his teary eyes and said, "But big brother, if I don't cultivate, I won't be able to help you. I will become useless. Big brother, if I become useless, will you not want me anymore? Big brother, if you don't want me anymore, I will go crazy. I will die." Chapter 609. What nonsense are you talking about? After listening to him, Yi Qinghan slammed his palm on the bed. His face was so angry that Xiao He and Yi Qianrao were dumbstruck. He looked at Xiao He with extreme rage, his face serious and cautious. Realizing that his tone was a little harsh, he softened his tone and said, "Xiao He, listen carefully. Xiao He, listen to me carefully. You are not my, Yi Qinghan's, beast, nor are you my pet. You are my little brother, my blood-related brother. Without you, Xiao He, I, Yi Qinghan, would have died many times, let alone my achievement today. In this life, even the Grim Reaper can't separate us. Even if the world ends, we will die together. Do you understand? You've helped me enough. In the continent, I told Lord Devour that you should have your own life. Whatever you want to do, I won't stop you. If you don't want to cultivate, then don't cultivate. You can cultivate when you want to. Whatever you want, I will risk my life to help you get it. As long as you're happy, you can do anything. If you're unhappy, I won't be happy. If something happens, I will help you. If we can't handle it, we will die together. It's not a big deal. Do you understand?" Yi Qinghan's voice echoed in the quiet room. His serious and solemn tone made people feel that he was speaking from the bottom of his soul. "Yes, boss, I understand. Big brother, Xiao He was frightened by Yi Qinghan's shout. Then, he heard Yi Qinghan's forceful words. Tears flowed in his eyes. He buried his head in Yi Qinghan's chest and cried. When Yi Qianrao heard Yi Qinghan's words, her eyes became moist. However, the corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile. She didn't feel jealous that Yi Qinghan thought so highly of Xiao He, even willing to die for him. On the contrary, she felt very proud. This was her man, an indomitable man. If Yi Qinghan could do that for Xiao He, of course, he could do it for her and his wives. She had no regrets in her life to be married to such a man. Alright, Xiao Hei, don't cry. You're a man too. Don't cry like a girl. Yi Qinghan continued to comfort Xiao Hei and looked at him guiltily. After she came to the God realm, she had less time to chat with Xiao Hei and care for him less. She secretly made up her mind to care for Xiao Hei more in the future. She smiled and said, "We've both become gods not long ago, so there's still a long time ahead of us. Cultivation can take its time, and there's no need to force yourself to cultivate. Do you understand?" "Yes. Boss, I'll listen to you. I won't force myself." Xiao Hei's tears turned into a smile, and his entire body became relaxed. He thought of how he constantly forced himself to cultivate in the war beast space, but the more he forced himself, the more irritated and worried he became. That kind of torture, that kind of helplessness and bitter loneliness almost drove him crazy. Now that he found out that Yi Qinghan was still treating him the same as before, or even a little better, he couldn't help but grin. Yi Qinghan saw that Xiao Hei had returned to her playful self and relaxed. Only then did he remember his original intention of looking for Xiao Hei. He hurriedly asked, "Oh yes. Xiao Hei, have there been any changes to the secret soul cultivation technique that you obtained from the baleful Yin stream? For example, turning it into another cultivation secret skill? Mutation?" "No, it's still the 9 revolution refinement soul, but it's so hard to comprehend. I'm only at the 1st revolution." Xiao Hei scratched his head with his claws and said doubtfully. A trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. "That's strange. The last time you imparted it to me, it was a record of the divine realm. But now it's suddenly changed into the soul silence cultivation technique." Yi Qinghan explained, but found that Xiao Hei's eyes were full of confusion, and there was no clue at all. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. But when he thought that this thing was imparted to Xiao Hei by the strongest person in the ancient dragon castle, the powerful soul cultivator Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao, Yi Qinghan felt slightly relieved. Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao's soul cultivation was so strong, and this was probably just a small trick to her. But he was even more puzzled. Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao could predict that Xiao Hei would definitely impart it to him? And she knew that he had comprehended the soul silence state? Don't think about things that you can't figure out. This was one of Yi Qinghan's good attitudes. Anyway, it was a good thing for him, a very good thing. When he thought about cultivating the soul silence state to the 5th stage, he would be able to enter this state at any time, and he couldn't help but feel excited. As long as he could comprehend the soul silence state to the 5th stage, his cultivation speed would soar like a rocket, and he could even become a legendary soul cultivator. Yi Qinghan let Xiao Hei play by himself in the room, and Yi Yaorao also closed her eyes to cultivate. He started to sort out his thoughts and confirmed his current cultivation direction. First, he would cultivate the 2 spatial nomological laws that he had comprehended outside the Beehive Mountain to the phenomenal success stage. He would also comprehend the formless wind technique to the small success stage. After comprehending these 3 nomological laws to the phenomenal success stage, he would focus on comprehending the soul silence state. As long as he could cultivate his soul, he wouldn't need to use the Slaughter God Blade and would be able to instantly kill a peak stage God General Martial Artist with his body fusion battle technique. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan stopped thinking and brought Yi Yaorao and Xiao Hei out to tour the Battle God Pavilion. The Battle God Pavilion was divided into a few big areas. One of them was the castles around the White Jade Plaza. There was a hall for missions, a hotel for leisure, a place for practicing martial arts, an information pavilion where Yi Qinghan wanted to check on the cold ice jade body, a treasure pavilion where he could buy and sell items, and even a study hall where experts would explain their cultivation methods and experiences. However, when Yi Qinghan asked around, he gave up on the idea of going in. Every time a god king gave a lecture, it would cost 100 million god stones to listen in. There was no need to talk about god thearchs. Even if Yi Qinghan sold himself, he still wouldn't be able to enter the Battle God Pavilion once. Of course, if Yi Qinghan sold the Unfettered Pavilion's God Sword and Slaughter God Blade, he would definitely be able to enter the Battle God Pavilion to listen in for half a year. The east side of the Battle God Pavilion was the residence of a famous battle god who had god stones. Every courtyard had the name of a battle god. Yi Qinghan asked around and shook his head. If one wanted to buy a small courtyard in this place, not only would one need an astronomical amount of god stones, one would also need to be at least a third-grade war god. For a martial artist like Yi Qinghan who had yet to become a battle god, this was something very far away. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan didn't plan to stay in the pavilion for long. There were a few big courtyards in the north side of the pavilion, but there were guards outside. Yi Qinghan only took a few glances from afar and didn't dare to go over. The Viper War God had said that he couldn't go over to places with guards. If it wasn't an important place in the pavilion, then it was the residence of some important people. In the hall for missions, Yi Qinghan indeed saw Lu Chun's astronomical reward. However, after strolling around the Battle God Pavilion for the entire afternoon, he calmed down a little. Fighting was prohibited in the Battle God Pavilion, and there were experts guarding the pavilion. He would probably be killed before he could even make a move. He was even more certain that once he became a battle god, he would immediately accept a mission and leave the Dancing Phoenix City. After leaving the Dancing Phoenix City, he would go to other cities to accept missions and slowly think of a way to go to the Longyang Manor and the Soul Devourer Manor. Chapter 610. East of the God of War Pavilion. Rows of courtyards were arranged in an integrated manner. The courtyards were not big, and the decorations were very simple. However, the houses in every city were extremely expensive. The houses in the Battle God Pavilion could not even be bought with divine stones. Being able to own a courtyard here was a symbol of one's status. At this moment, in a courtyard with the words Viper on the outside, 3 black-robed men were sitting in the courtyard, facing the demonic sun in the sky, leisurely drinking wine. Big brother, how are you going to handle this? One dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of worry. He took a sip of wine and asked softly. The other war god also raised his head slightly and looked at the Viper war god with concern. The Viper war god sneered. He leaned back lazily and said with a smile, "What are you worried about? We didn't do anything. What are you afraid of? Besides, Lu Chun does not represent the Lu family. That old fart Lu Zhongshu is not so old that he would dare to attack me without any evidence. Moreover, even if he had evidence, he would not attack me for a useless disciple. After all, he has to give the pavilion master some face. As long as he does not attack, what does the Lu family have to fear?" One dragon and the other war god thought about it and agreed. Viper's strength was already at the top of the 4th-grade war gods. One more step and he would break through to the God Emperor realm. As long as he broke through to the God Emperor realm, not to mention Lu Chun and the others, even Lu Zhongshu would not have to fear anything. One dragon was no longer worried. Instead, he thoughtfully looked up at the demonic sun in the sky. Then he laughed and said to the other 2, "Who do you think set up Lu Ji? Or killed him?" Lu Chun must have checked the scene and confirmed that it was not the ghost race. Otherwise, he would not be so angry. Who has such guts? When one dragon said the last 2 words, the 3 of them simultaneously thought of that weak green-robed man with guts. They thought of the words, "Go to hell," and looked at each other and laughed. "I don't think it was him. I have a whole new level of respect for him for completing the mission with a burden." Lu Ji had 4 peak divine general guards and seemed to have formed a team with 3 peak divine general warriors. It is impossible for this kid to have the strength to kill Lu Ji and the others without anyone noticing. Hee hee. The venomous snake war god filled the glasses of the 3 people once again, but his eyes were looking into the distance. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said with certainty, "Among the warriors participating in the assessment, there are only 2 people who are suspicious. It's not Kong Luo, it's him. But I have a feeling that this was done by this kid. Firstly, he has a motive. Secondly, do you remember when I said that I sensed an abnormal spatial fluctuation? Think about it, even I didn't notice his strength, and he didn't disguise it at all, but he could easily complete the mission. What did this mean? This means that he's either an expert much stronger than me, or he has a rare treasure that he used to kill Lu Ji." "Huh, who cares about him? I'm looking forward to the clash between Lu Chun and the forces behind this brat. I'm afraid that even Lu Zhongshu would be finished if he were to face an expert who could go up to the 5th floor of the city lord's mansion. Haha. Yi Long War God stood up, stretched his body, and laughed out loud. The venomous snake war god waved his hand and said, "Why don't we care? The two of you should pay more attention. If there's a chance, we'll help this brat and do him a favor. I feel that this brat has the potential to become a peerless powerhouse. If we help him now, perhaps this brat will bring us some opportunities in the future." The surviving warriors of Beehive Mountain. Most of the warriors thought that Lu Ji was plotted by the venomous snake war god. Otherwise, Lu Chun wouldn't have been so furious and directly challenged the venomous snake war god. However, there were two people who didn't think that the venomous snake war god was plotting against Lu Ji. They were suspicious of Yi Qinghan. Kong Luo and Gu Yang. Kong Luo knew very well that this was most likely done by Yi Qinghan. This was because Yi Qinghan was at the scene at that time and even asked him to break out of the encirclement. In the end, he didn't go to that hall again. In the end, Kong Luo didn't go to the hall again, but he didn't see Lu Ji and the other peak god general powerhouses. Although he didn't go to the hall in the end, Yi Qinghan came out alive, and he even brought a large number of Ghost Clan's divine crystals. He had always concluded that Yi Qinghan was the strongest warrior among the warriors who participated in the assessment together. Moreover, Yi Qinghan and Lu Ji had a direct conflict, so the answer was obvious. He quietly sat cross-legged in the hotel room and did not activate the light mechanism inside. A faint ray of light shone in his eyes. In the dark room, he was like a gray wolf in the night. His green eyes were wide open, sending chills down one's spine. Gu Yang was somewhat suspicious because of Yi Qinghan's strangeness and Kong Luo's attitude towards him. In particular, Yi Qinghan had sold him 6 divine crystals in one go. It seemed that Yi Qinghan had a shocking amount of divine crystals, which made him even more suspicious. If he had enough divine crystals, why did he come out of Beehive Mountain so late? Was there something fishy going on? Or was he doing something? He touched his space ring, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Yi Qinghan was very clear that there were definitely people who were suspicious of him, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, he had a conflict with Lu Ji, and he had come back alive and successfully completed the mission. However, since he had already done it, he wouldn't have any regrets. Ever since Lu Ji had taken liberties with Yi Yaorao, Yi Qinghan had sworn in his heart that he would kill Lu Ji if he had the chance. This had nothing to do with hatred. It was related to his principles as a person. He would repay those who treated him well, and it didn't matter if he scolded those who treated him badly. However, if someone touched his woman or his loved ones, he would kill them without mercy if he had the chance. For the next few days, Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao stayed in the room and didn't go out. They just sat cross-legged and cultivated quietly. Meanwhile, Xiao He paced around in his room all day. Eventually, when Yi Qinghan saw that he was bored, he got the hotel staff to send a large batch of fine wine and delicacies over so that Xiao He wouldn't be so bored. A few days later, it was time for the meeting with the Viper War Immortal. Before Yi Qinghan could go out and scout for information, the Dragon War Immortal had already notified Yi Qinghan and asked him to wait in the hall. Under such circumstances, Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't let Xiao He show himself. Under his unwilling gaze, Yi Qinghan summoned him back. By the time Yi Qinghan and Kong Luo arrived at the mission hall, there were already 7 or 8 people sitting at a white jade table waiting in the hall. When Kong Luo and Gu Yang saw that Yi Qinghan had arrived, they hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Although the rest of the people didn't know why the two of them were so respectful to Yi Qinghan, they still greeted him in a friendly manner. In a short while, everyone had arrived. The Viper War Immortal had also arrived with the Dragon War Immortal and Kong Luo. This time, the Viper War Immortal led everyone to the 2nd floor of the hall and finally entered a small hall. Chapter 6:11. All of you, think of a code name. For example, my code name is Viper War God, his code name is Dragon War God, and this one is Tiger War God. This code name would accompany you for the rest of your life in the immortal world. This codename might disappear with your death, but it could also be that this codename would spread far and wide, becoming something like the Lei Yun martial god, the Shao Tian martial god, the dancing butterfly martial god, a name that could shake the entire immortal world, a name that would terrify any martial artist. This code name will be bound to your quasi-war god badge and your soul aura. There was no one in the small hall. After entering, Viper War God turned around and looked at the 11 of them seriously, explaining to them. As soon as Viper Warrior Legend's name was mentioned, everyone became excited. They also began to ponder, preparing to think of a nice and mighty codename. They also fantasized about how this codename would shake the entire immortal world in the future. Qinghan, what do you want? Yi Yaorao turned to look at Yi Qinghan, asking softly. Yi Qinghan didn't care about it. However, when Viper War God mentioned Dancing Butterfly War God, he remembered the moment outside Song City when the 4 peak god generals of the Golden Horn God clan heard Dancing Butterfly War God's name. He was so scared that his legs almost turned to jelly. He was excited. He didn't expect that Lord Devour would be so famous in the divine world. Pondering for a while, he said, "From now on, I will be called Frigid Night War God." Frigid Night War God? Good, that's a good name. I will be called Frigid Ice War God. Yi Yaorao sneered. Although her smile was cold, one could tell that she was very happy. After a while, they had thought of their code names and started to register. The registration was just a simple record of information. For example, Yi Qinghan didn't register that he came from the Fire Dragon dimension or that he came from the Huaxia dimension. The Battle God Pavilion didn't care too much about the authenticity of such information. After all, there were tens of billions of dimensions. Who would go to each dimension for no reason? Then, Viper War God suddenly walked to the front and knelt on one knee in front of the white wall. Under the signal of the dragon and dragon war gods, they all knelt in front of the wall. Buzz, all of a sudden, the Viper War God waved his hand and shot a red stream of air at the wall in front of him. The airflow collided with the wall, but there was no explosion. Instead, the white wall began to light up and emit a gentle light. As the gentle light shone on everyone, they felt incomparably comfortable. It was as if they were babies returning to their mother's embrace. It was so warm that even their souls became incomparably calm and warm at this moment. Gradually, the scene in front of everyone began to change. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, everyone was shocked, and it was a shock that came from the depths of their souls. No one had ever seen such a scene before. Not only Yi Qinghan, but even Kong Luo, a martial artist who had been wandering in the divine world for many years, had never seen such a strange scene. Everyone seemed to have come to a world of magma. Below them was boiling hot magma that was slowly squirming. The scorching magma was burning the surrounding air. The sky was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. The sky was covered with dense black clouds and lightning flashed. From time to time, lightning would strike down and hit the magma, causing the thick and hot magma to splash everywhere. The moment the lightning struck, everyone could clearly feel the destructive power contained in the lightning. This lightning seemed to be different from the lightning in the material plane. It was many times more powerful. Yi Qinghan felt that if he was hit by this lightning, not to mention himself, even the Viper War God would be destroyed. In the divine world, Yi Qinghan had never seen rain, let alone lightning. This was the first time he saw lightning in the divine world, and he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. This wasn't important. What was important was that there was a mass of black fog floating in the air. This black fog was floating erratically, and sometimes it disappeared, making it difficult for people to guard against it. Some martial artists didn't know what this black fog was. But Yi Qinghan was very clear that this was the aura of a demon, and it was even more terrifying than the aura of a demon king. What is this place? Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. But when they saw the Viper War God and the other two standing there as if nothing had happened, they heaved a sigh of relief. As expected. When the Viper War God saw everyone's nervous expressions, he smiled and turned his head to explain, "Don't worry, this is just a simulated scene." If you really came to this place, not to mention the world-destroying lightning and the demonic aura in the sky, even the scorching aura in this space would instantly melt your body and soul. Of course, that includes the three of us. Don't speak, just watch carefully. Oh. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of place was this? There was actually such a terrifying place in the divine world? Just the scorching aura of this magma could burn a peak god king expert to the point that not even his skin was left? Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened. 3 figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sky. These 3 figures appeared without a sound. There was no spatial fluctuation or sound at all. Most of them had ascended from a material plane, so they knew how to teleport. But teleportation should at least cause spatial fluctuations, right? However, the 3 of them had appeared without a sound. It was too strange. Moreover, the faint aura of these 3 people made everyone feel as if 3 million tall mountains were pressing down on their backs. Even breathing was incomparably difficult. The 3 people were wearing black robes, and there were 2 black horns on their heads. But their faces and bodies couldn't be seen clearly. It wasn't because there was something covering them, nor was there any airflow blocking them. It was just that they couldn't see clearly, and everything was hazy. These are the 3 monarchs of the 9 nether demon world. The Viper War God lightly said, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Demons were the public enemies of the divine world. Everyone naturally knew that demons were constantly attacking the divine world. Yi Qinghan gulped. He had personally witnessed the terror of a demon king. And above the demon king, there was still the Azura King and the Azura King. If the Azura King's strength was comparable to a high-level war god of the divine world, then the strength of these 3 demon monarchs could be calculated. They were absolutely powerhouses on the same level as the 8 sovereigns of the human race, or even higher. Suddenly, a long laugh caught everyone's attention. 3 figures walked over from afar. In this dangerous place, where death was lurking everywhere, 3 figures walked over leisurely. In this danger zone that was filled with fatal dangers, the 3 of them walked as if they were walking in their own courtyard. They were so relaxed and casual. When the destructive lightning struck down from above, it would automatically dissipate. The demon aura floating in the air would automatically avoid the 3 of them. Even the magma below calmed down after the 3 of them walked past. Chapter 6:12. These are war gods. Suddenly, a martial artist cried out absent-mindedly. These 3 people's attire was exactly the same as war gods, but the robes of these 3 people did not have any rank insignia. For example, the Viper War God had 4 demonic moons in front of his robe, which represented that he was a 4th-grade war god. Even a would-be war god would have a star. This is too strange. I am one of the 3 chief pavilion masters of the War God Pavilion, the founder of the War God Pavilion. The chief pavilion master at the front is still the supreme sovereign of Mount Supreme. Tens of millions of years ago, the 3 pavilion masters and the 3 monarchs of the fiend realm battled in this place for 3 months and 3 days. In the end, they succeeded in killing 2 monarchs and successfully suppressed and sealed the 3rd monarch under the lava. However, it also led to the death of the 2nd pavilion master and the 3rd pavilion master. The chief pavilion master established the War God Pavilion to protect the realm of gods and defend against the invasion of the evil demons. At the same time, every war god who enters the War God Pavilion must watch this simulation to commemorate the 2 pavilion masters who died for the glory of the realm of gods. The Viper War God spoke in a low voice. His tone was a little bleak and sorrowful. At the same time, he waved his hand and released a celestial realm, which made everyone feel better. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They were actually able to watch a legendary battle between 2 peak experts. This was an opportunity that could only be chanced upon. If they could comprehend even a little bit of it, they would be rich. However, when one of the 3 sovereigns of demons raised the blade in his hand, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. They returned to the hall again. However, when the sovereign of demons raised the blade in his hand and revealed a hint of murderous intent, everyone felt like their hearts were about to jump out of their chests and their blood vessels were about to explode. Sir, why is it gone? Kong Luo's eyes lit up, and his entire body emitted a beast-like violent aura. Seeing the scene in front of him disappear, he angrily looked at the Viper War God and questioned him. Humph. The Viper War God tilted his head and sneered, "You still want to watch? Do you want to die? Not to mention you, even I don't dare to watch. If you look at it for one more second, your souls will be destroyed by the murderous intent contained in that blade. Of course, if you want to watch it, it's not impossible. As long as any of you become a 7th grade war god, you will be qualified to watch the battle once." 7th grade war god. A trace of disappointment appeared in the eyes of countless people. Could a 7th grade war god be promoted so casually? Not to mention a 7th grade war god, even a 5th grade war god was like an insurmountable mountain to the countless experts of the realm of immortals, let alone them. However, there were two people who did not show any signs of being discouraged. Instead, their eyes were filled with boundless fighting spirit. The Viper War God trio quietly observed everyone's expressions. After seeing the radiance in the eyes of Yi Qinghan and Kong Luo, they secretly nodded. A person's mentality could often represent a person's future. If a person was determined to become a superior person from a young age and constantly worked hard around this goal, then he would definitely be able to achieve it. In the end, even if this person didn't achieve much, he wouldn't be too bad. On the other hand, if a person had no ambition and only wanted to hold on to a few acres of land and live a mediocre life, then he could only be a farmer until the day he died. Yi Qinghan didn't have any lofty ambitions, but he was forced to constantly strive for one goal after another. Moreover, he could endure pain that ordinary people couldn't, and he could endure loneliness that ordinary people couldn't. What did it mean to be different? How could one be different if they didn't have any special characteristics? The Viper War God flipped his hand and suddenly took out 11 spatial rings. These spatial rings were different from ordinary spatial rings, as they had a small image of a demon on them. After distributing the rings to everyone, he smiled and said, "There are 2 war god emblems in here, which can be recognized by blood. There are also 2 sets of war god robes, and some rewards from the war god pavilion. Put on the war god robes, recognize the emblems, and give me one of the emblems." Yi Qinghan scanned the rings and realized that the things inside were exactly as the Viper War God had said. However, he didn't care for the rewards. There were only some divine stones and ordinary artifacts. He took out 2 identical emblems and recognized them with blood. He handed one of them to the Viper War God and was about to put on the War God robe, but the Viper War God waved his hand and stopped him. "Sir, why are there 2 emblems?" At this moment, Guyang suddenly asked. Not only him, but many others were also very puzzled. He. The Tiger War God at the side said, "Because once you die and your soul dissipates, the emblems stored in the War God Pavilion will change color. The War God Pavilion will know that you are dead and erase all information about you." I said it before. The Viper War God didn't care about what was happening over there. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan very seriously and said with a smile, "As long as you can return and complete the mission, I will personally put on the War God robe for you." After saying that, the Viper War God didn't wait for Yi Qinghan to speak. He took the War God robe from his hands and actually really put on the War God robe for him. He even put on the War God robe for him seriously. There was absolute silence. Everyone stared blankly at the Viper War God's gentle actions. They were all extremely envious. To have a peak 4th grade war god personally put on the war god robe for them was such a great honor. All right. I welcome all of you as war gods of the War God Pavilion. I hope that your names will eventually resound in every corner of the divine realm. Make me proud of you. There is a war god record in the spatial ring. Everything that you have the authority to know about the War God Pavilion is in there. Of course, you can come find me at any time. I look forward to your growth. The Viper War God took out a white crystal from his hand. Then, he circulated the divine power in his hand. The crystal emitted a gentle white light that shone on everyone's bodies and the badges on their war god robes. Buzz! The white badges on everyone's left chests suddenly lit up. Yi Qinghan looked at them and saw the two faint words, Frosty Night, flickering with a bewitching light. He saw that the two words, Frosty Night, had also appeared on Yi Yaorao's badge. He couldn't help but feel emotional. He had finally become a war god. Although he was still a war god, as long as he continued to increase his strength, his rank would also slowly increase. Perhaps one day, the four words, Frosty Night War God, would resound everywhere and strike fear into the hearts of the Divine Realm's martial artists. After becoming a war god, Yi Qinghan brought Yi Yaorao directly to the mission hall. In the past, without the war god robe, he couldn't even enter. He could only look around from the outside. Now, he could go in and search as he pleased and accept any mission he wanted. There were many small halls for accepting missions. They were clearly marked as the War God Mission Hall, the 1st Grade War God Mission Hall, the 7th Grade War God Mission Hall. Of course, there were also general mission halls that didn't have any rank restrictions. For example, Lu Chun's Sky High Bounty was issued in the General Mission Hall. Let's go in and see if there are any good missions. Yi Qinghan was slightly excited. After bidding farewell to everyone outside the hall, he pulled Yi Yaorao along and walked into the War God Mission Hall. Everyone dispersed. Some went back to rest and cultivate, while others, like Yi Qinghan, walked into the War God Mission Hall. However, when no one noticed, one of them put on a bamboo hat and walked around the hall. Finally, he quietly walked into the General Mission Hall. Chapter 613. There were countless bars in the Quasi-War God Mission Hall. Dozens of beautiful women sat on them. Yi Qinghan looked around, found an empty bar, and sat down. Buzz. As soon as he sat down, a transparent barrier enveloped him and the beautiful waitress. Clearly, this was set up by the War God Pavilion to protect the confidentiality of the missions. Hello, sir, do you want to accept a mission or turn in a mission? The woman in front of him looked very young. She wore a black uniform and had a professional smile. Yi Qinghan checked and found that this woman was only at the heavenly god realm. It seemed like she wasn't a war god, but an employee hired by the pavilion. Yi Qinghan nodded at Yi Yaorao, who was standing outside, then turned around and spoke softly to the beautiful woman, I'm here to accept a mission. May I ask if there are any missions to the Northern Prefecture? The further the better. Of course, it would be even better if there's a flying tool. Sir, please wait a moment, I need to check. The employee carefully listened to Yi Qinghan's request, then flipped through the booklet in her hand. Under Yi Qinghan's fiery gaze, she checked for a while, then shook her head and said apologetically, I'm sorry, sir, there's no mission that fits your requirements. How is that possible? Check again. Yi Qinghan was a bit anxious. If he stayed in Dancing Phoenix City for too long, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. Sir, there's no need to check. Because quasi-war god missions are very rare, most people in the north would hire war gods above the 3rd rank, so, after hearing the employee's explanation, Yi Qinghan felt a bit more at ease. Indeed, those who could travel across prefectures and use flying tools were all experts. They were all relatively high-level missions. Why would a powerhouse invite some trash divine general realm martial artists to accompany them? He nodded at the employee dejectedly and was about to leave when the employee spoke again. Oh right, sir, there's a mission to Dripping Spring Prefecture. That's right, sir, there's a mission to the Dripping Spring Manor. You fulfilled the requirements, but they don't have flying tools. They only have ground tools, and they've hired service personnel. I wonder if you want to accept it? Dripping Spring Prefecture. Yi Qinghan had seen the map, so of course he knew this prefecture. This was the prefecture to the north of Longyang Prefecture, separated from Longyang Prefecture by the Beacon Smoke Prefecture. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He sat down again and asked, is this earthly tool fast? Can it be as fast as Tinghuan? Being a waiter meant that he was a servant, which meant that he had to serve others. However, Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about that right now. A quasi-wargod level was too low. Perhaps he could wait here for 5 or 10 years without anything happening, but he didn't have the time to stay here for long. The attendant explained patiently, I'm not sure what kind of earthly tool it is. the customer didn't leave any information. However, although Kyle Wan is very fast, there are still some earthly tools that are faster than it. According to the information, even the lowest earthly tool can reach the speed of a god king. Do you need to answer it, my lord? How many people did they invite? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and asked again. 100. The attendant checked and said, they only asked for quasi-war gods and first-grade war gods. The mission will last for 5 years, and they will guarantee your safety along the way. Once you arrive at Dripping Spring Prefecture, they will ask you to stay and pay 10 million divine stones per person. Of course, if you want to come back, you will have to accept the mission yourself. Currently there are 63 people who have signed up. Do you need to sign up, my lord? 100 people. 10 million divine stones? Yi Qinghan began to calculate in his mind. To be able to invite 100 people as attendants, they must be powerful experts or young masters or ladies with divine stones. Moreover, 10 million divine stones was a good price for a quasi-war god. Someone who could offer such a high price definitely had the ability to guarantee their safety along the way. Yi Qinghan didn't care about divine stones, but he was happy that their safety could be guaranteed. Both of us will sign up. Yi Qinghan pointed at Yi Yaorao behind him and said to the attendant. Please take off your badge, I need to register. The attendant nodded with a smile and began to handle the procedures for Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. He informed the two that the mission would begin in 10 days and that someone would inform them at that time. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood as he left the mission hall with Yi Yaorao. The two didn't go back, but went to the information pavilion. Before, they didn't become quasi-war gods, so they didn't have the right to enter. Now, of course, they had to investigate the cold jade body. Moreover, Yi Qinghan wanted to see if there was any useful information. The information pavilion was located on the west side of the White Jade Plaza. It was a tall and straight building. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yao walked straight inside. As expected, the two guards outside didn't stop them. As soon as they entered, Yi Qinghan saw a flash of white light and found himself inside a building. The scene outside couldn't be seen clearly anymore. Looks like this information pavilion is protected by a formation. There was a bar counter in front. The two walked over. Before they could speak, the attendant greeted them. Hello, sirs. You are quasi-war gods, so you can only look on the first floor. You can look through the information on the first floor as you please. Of course, you can't break it or take it out. Thank you for your cooperation. Yi Qinghan scanned around and found countless bookshelves. On top of the bookshelves, there were several tens of thousands of books. There were also various labels that categorized the information. Yi Qinghan knew that the information on the first floor probably wasn't that important. However, the two still held on to a sliver of hope and began to search. Dancing Phoenix City, East City. There was a huge mansion. This mansion was a few hundred acres wide, and there were several tens of thousands of buildings and courtyards. Martial artists who could own a courtyard in a place like Dancing Phoenix City were considered experts with some status and strength. Only a few big families in Dancing Phoenix City could own such a large courtyard. At this moment, a black figure was rushing towards the mansion's entrance. This made the guards outside the mansion tense up. However, when they saw the person's attire, they let out a sigh of relief. Especially when they saw half of the person's face under the bamboo hat, their faces revealed a flattering smile. Lord Shirlu, you're back. The guards bowed and bowed respectfully to the person who had just arrived. However, the person didn't even look at them and immediately rushed inside. This confused the guards. Lord Shirlu was usually calm and steady. Why was he so impatient? Pa! In a luxurious hall, Lu Chun's face was filled with anger. He smashed a black jade cup on the table onto the ground. The Lord Shirlu who was standing in front of him just now didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of the furious Lu Chun. Chapter 6:14. With the influence of the Lu family in Dancing Phoenix City, it didn't take a few days to figure out what happened to Lu Ji before and after the test. First of all, Lu Chun eliminated the Viper War God and the other two as suspects. Although only 11 people passed the test, there were still dozens of survivors. These people all confirmed that the Viper War God and the other two did not come down after they left Beehive Mountain and flew to Crying Phoenix. After the Viper War God came out, some warriors saw Lu Ji. Another reason was that there was a faint aura of darkness at the place where Lu Ji died. The Viper War God and the other two did not cultivate laws of darkness. Of course, the most important reason was that the pavilion master of the Dancing Phoenix City's War God Pavilion sent a message to Lu Zhongshu, vouching for the Viper War God. Therefore, the Lu family did not continue to investigate the Viper War God. If he was not killed by the Viper War God and the other two, then it could only be the warriors who took the test together. The 11 War God candidates who passed the test became suspects. Kong Luo, who cultivated the Tao of Destruction and had the most powerful attacks, and Yi Qinghan, who had a conflict with Lu Ji, became the two most suspicious people. Just now, this Lord Shilu brought news that made Lu Chun even more suspicious of Yi Qinghan. This was because the Lu family's spy in the War God Pavilion had just sent news that Yi Qinghan immediately accepted a mission as soon as he became a war god. Moreover, it was a mission to the Dripping Spring Manor. If he did not have a guilty conscience, why would he leave Dancing Phoenix City in such a hurry? Old Shilu, go to the War God Pavilion immediately and report all the remaining quotas. Arrange for our people to go in. Lu Chun's gloomy expression changed several times, then he turned to Lord Shilu and said hatefully. Lord Shilu thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "Fourth brother, this mission only requires war gods and first-grade war gods. How can the family have so many first-grade war gods? Moreover, the first-grade war gods in the family are only peak divine generals. Lu Ji was with 7 peak divine generals, but they were all killed. No need for family disciples." Lu Chun waved his hand and said, "Go to the pavilion and secretly invite first-grade war gods. As long as there is a mission, regardless of success or failure, each person will be paid 500 million god stones. If anyone helps me take revenge, I will give 5 billion god stones. Also, send that wanderer kid in as well. Tell him that he owes me a favor and he can return it now." Wandering god of war. Lord Shilu let out a sigh of relief when he heard this and smiled. But then he realized that it was wrong to smile at this time, so he quickly pulled a long face and said, "Yes, Wanderer has just broken through to the God King realm. If he were to make a move, it would be a cinch. Fourth brother, I'll go arrange it." After Lord Shilu left, Lu Chun sat down again. After a moment of silence, he suddenly waved his hand heavily, hitting the armrest of the chair. In an instant, the armrest turned to dust. He raised his hand to look at the portrait across the hall and said absent-mindedly, "Don't worry. Even if I have to spend more god stones, I will avenge our son. Even if I have to spend everything I have, I will make sure all 11 of them are buried with There are countless spiritual bodies in the realm of the gods. The most famous are the 10 great ancient god spiritual bodies. Each of them has a miraculous effect. Those who possess spiritual bodies cultivate at an extremely fast speed. If they don't die along the way, most of them will eventually become peak experts." Sigh, what kind of *T information is this? It's so vague and doesn't have any useful information. Yi Qinghan let out a deep sigh and put away the encyclopedia of spiritual bodies in the realm of the gods. After spending an entire afternoon in the information pavilion and flipping through almost all the books on the first floor, there was little useful information. The information on the first floor was basically a summary, without any detailed information. He also checked for information on soul stillness, cultivation of laws, and the like, but discovered that it was all vague information. Finally, he walked to the other side and glanced at Yi Yao Rao, but he also shook his head. The two of them walked back to the hotel with some helplessness. The two of them had read the records of the war god and knew that the higher the rank of the war god, the greater the authority they would receive. After reaching 5th grade war god, they would not need to take on any missions. Every year, they would receive 100 million divine stones as a subsidy from the war god pavilion, not to mention the countless other privileges. For example, this information pavilion. Yi Qinghan was very clear that as long as he went up to the 3rd floor and above, he would definitely be able to obtain countless precious information from the realm of the gods. However, it was very difficult to increase the rank of the war god. For example, Yi Qinghan, who was a prospective war god, wanted to become a first-grade war god. He would have to participate in the war god's test or take on 100 missions in order to increase his rank. Although the mission to Dripping Spring Manor had a reward of 10 million divine stones, which seemed like a lot, the duration of the mission was 5 years. If each mission was 5 years, then 100 missions would take 500 years. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to increase the rank of the war god. Of course, if one was powerful enough, he could directly take the tests one by one and increase his rank quickly. However, the missions of the war god tests were incomparably dangerous. Without absolute confidence, who would dare to risk their lives to increase their rank? Sir. As soon as he returned to the hotel, he saw a warrior standing guard outside his room. When this person saw Yi Qinghan, he hastily saluted. When Yi Qinghan saw him, he smiled and said, "Let's go in and talk." After opening the stone door to the room, Yi Qinghan took the lead and walked in. After entering, he immediately opened the defensive barrier of the room. Yi Yaorao brewed 2 cups of tea and handed them to the 2 of them before entering the room. Only then did Yi Qinghan open his mouth and say, "Kong Luo, what's the matter?" "Sir, there are some things that I don't know if I should say." "Of course, please don't misunderstand. I owe a great debt of gratitude to Sir." Kong Luo definitely has no ill intentions. Kong Luo hesitated for a moment and said with an awkward expression. A trace of vigilance flashed in Yi Qinghan's heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, "Speak. Just now, I took on a mission to Dripping Spring Manor. I hope that, Sir, you will also accept it and leave Dancing Phoenix City with me." Kong Luo nodded his head and said with a sincere look in his eyes. "Oh." Yi Qinghan became even more vigilant. He asked calmly, "Why?" Kong Luo smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, you and I both know that the Lu family is so powerful. Lu Ji is dead, so Lord Viper and the other 2, as well as the 11 of us, can't escape suspicion. Lord Viper is powerful and has a backer, so he isn't afraid of the Lu family. However, we are different. The Lu family has countless ways to kill us. If we continue to stay in Dancing Phoenix City, I'm afraid we will be killed by the Lu family. Of course, Sir, you may not be afraid of the Lu family, but it's better to avoid trouble. Moreover, Dancing Phoenix City has been sealed for so long. I'm afraid there might be some problems. Kong Luo thinks it's better to leave as soon as possible." Haha. Yi Qinghan smiled and stood up. He said, "Brother Kong Luo, you and I are thinking the same thing. Actually, I've already accepted the mission to Dripping Spring Manor. This time, let's go together." Kong Luo was stunned for a while, then he said happily, "It's my honor to go together with Sir. Sir, I'll take my leave first. See you in 10 days. Chapter 6:15. After Kong Luo left, Yi Qinghan fell into deep thought. Did Kong Luo really care about him, or did he have other motives? Was it a coincidence that Kong Luo went to the Dripping Spring Manor with him? Was it because he was afraid of being marked as a suspect by the Lu clan and thus staying away from Dancing Phoenix City? Or was it arranged by someone else? Yi Qinghan never thought that Kong Luo would be truly grateful to him just because he helped him a little. The human heart was unpredictable, and under such a great temptation, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be moved. He always believed in a saying, there was no such thing as absolute loyalty in this world. Loyalty was just a matter of not having enough bargaining chips for betrayal. In the face of absolute benefits, even father and son would turn against each other. Yi Futian summoned Xiao He and let him play around in the room. Just as he was about to enter the room to cultivate, he received a message from the waiter outside that someone wanted to see him. Why did the Viper War God summon me? Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered a few times. They had only been separated for half a day, and the Viper War God had sent a message to see him. Yi Fuqian didn't know what was going on. Of course, he didn't dare not go. After all, he was indebted to the Viper War God. He went in and said a few words to Yi Yao Rao. Then, he let Xiao He play in the room and walked out alone. Yes, it's this courtyard. Yi Qinghan walked to the east side of the pavilion and soon found the courtyard marked with the word Viper. Just as he was about to knock on the door and enter, the door suddenly opened. The Viper War God and the Dragon War God were sitting in the courtyard and looking at him with a smile. Greetings to the two lords. Yi Qinghan walked in and bowed respectfully. May I know why the two lords summoned Qinghan? Sit. The Viper War God pointed to the chair beside him and personally poured a cup of yellow wine for Yi Qinghan. Then, he squinted his eyes and smiled. I heard that you accepted a mission. To the Dripping Spring Manor? Yi Qinghan just sat down and looked at the Viper War God in surprise. He just accepted the mission in the morning, and now the Viper War God knew about it? She looked at him doubtfully, but still didn't say anything. There are some things in the Dancing Phoenix City's Battle God Pavilion that are no secret to certain people. For example, me and the Lu clan. Seeing Yi Qinghan's awkward expression, the Viper War God let out a long laugh. He drank a mouthful of wine and looked meaningfully at Yi Qinghan. Lu family. Yi Qinghan understood what the Viper Warrior God was implying. Of course, he knew that he would be suspected by the Viper Warrior God and the Lu family. Yi Qinghan forced a smile and said, Sir, we are different from you. All 11 of us will be suspected by the Lu family, and I will be the biggest suspect. I have no choice but to run. You're such a slippery fellow. The Viper War God and Elon looked at each other, but a trace of confusion flashed in their eyes. Both of them knew that there was someone behind Yi Qinghan, but why was Yi Qinghan in such a hurry to escape? Moreover, with his status, he was willing to accept the task of serving others? However, both of them didn't think too much about it. The Viper Warrior God was silent for a moment, and then he told Yi Qinghan why he summoned him today. Actually, the Lu family has already noticed you. Not long after you accepted the task, the Lu family has taken over the remaining 23 places. However, with my authority, I only know that the Lu family has inserted 23 people, but I don't know who they are. On the way, you have to be careful. So fast. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. Fortunately, the Viper Warrior God reminded him, otherwise he wouldn't even know when he was plotted against by others. It seemed that he was too naive. The Lu family was such a powerful force in Dancing Phoenix City. The conflict between him and Lu Ji, as well as many things about Beehive Mountain, would probably be investigated in less than a day. Moreover, there was a reward of 1 million yuan. 23 people? He didn't know if these people were targeting him or Kong Luo. Or were they planning to kill both of them? Sir. During the mission, they wouldn't dare to openly target me, would they? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and asked. No, the War God Pavilion prohibits killing each other. Of course, the arena doesn't count. If they openly kill the War God and are photographed by the memory worm, no one can protect them. The Viper War God said with certainty. He then looked outside and said, according to my understanding, the sponsor of this mission is an expert of 5th grade War God level. If there are no special circumstances, he would not allow anyone to use force inside his divine pangolin armor. Therefore, relatively speaking, you are still safe. Of course, you still have to be careful. Especially if there are any special circumstances, you must be vigilant. Also, it is said that this sir has a strange temper. Don't anger him. If he throws you out halfway, no one can do anything about it. Yes, I'll remember. Yi Qinghan nodded and stood up. He bowed deeply to the two of them and said gratefully, on this trip to the Dripping Spring Manor, Yi Qinghan doesn't know if I will be able to see the two of you again. Both of you have taken such good care of me. Yi Qinghan doesn't know if I will have the chance to repay the two of you. Haha. We are all men, don't be such a sissy. The Viper Warrior God and the other War God quickly stood up and waved their hands. They said with a smile, if you have the heart, then work hard on your cultivation. When you, the Hanya war god, become famous in the divine realm, maybe we will go over to you to make a living. Yi Qinghan didn't say any more words of thanks. He bowed again and left. He was very clear that with how big the god realm was, it would be very difficult for him to meet the Viper war god again. Just like, when Niu Haiyan left, Yi Qinghan was also very clear that he would not have the chance to meet that fairy-like girl again. They cultivated quietly in the inn for 10 days. The 2 humans and 1 beast didn't take a step out of the inn. After 10 days, it was time for the mission to start. Yi Qinghan received a message from the staff of the War God Pavilion. He took Yi Yao Rao with him, but he didn't put Xiao He back into the war beast space. Instead, he hid Xiao He in his sleeve and followed the staff of the War God Pavilion outside. They gathered at the White Jade Plaza. Before long, the 100 people who accepted the mission arrived at the plaza. Yi Qinghan secretly investigated them and discovered that most of them were war gods. Only a small portion were first-grade war gods. Moreover, half of the war gods were third-grade divine generals. What made Yi Qinghan vigilant was that there was a divine king expert among them. Even though he had just broken through to the divine king realm, divine king experts were usually second-grade war gods. However, divine king realm experts were usually able to reach the rank of second-grade war god. They would never accept such a low-level mission. Combined with the information from the Viper warrior god, this person's objective was obvious. Everyone, enter the transportation array. A third-grade war god from the War God Pavilion was assigned to lead the team. This person looked at the list of names. When he saw that everyone was present, he coldly said, then flashed toward the small transportation array at the corner of the plaza. Chapter 6:16. My lord. My lord. 2 voices sounded behind him. Yi Qinghan turned around and saw 2 familiar faces under the bamboo hats. One of them was Wu Luo, but he wasn't surprised. However, he looked at the other person with astonishment. This person was Gu Yang, who had spent 10 million divine stones to purchase 4 divine crystals from him. Nodding at the 2, Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He pulled Yi Qianrao along and followed the crowd toward the transportation array. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan found himself in a spacious courtyard. The third-grade war god was talking to a white-haired elder who was wearing a war god's robe but not a bamboo hat. They were talking in a low voice with a respectful attitude. Not long after, the 100 war gods were all teleported over. The white-haired old man turned his head and glanced at them. This glance caused the hearts of all the war gods to tremble. The casual glance of the old man was like countless sharp blades, piercing into their eyes and hearts, causing them to feel a burning pain. They were all secretly shocked. This elder was very powerful. He was at least at the peak of the God-King realm. A show of strength. Yi Qinghan sneered inwardly. This elder was clearly trying to show everyone his strength and make them behave during the duration of the mission. However, the stronger this old man was, the more Yi Qinghan felt at ease. Experts had their own dignity, so he definitely wouldn't allow anyone to play tricks under his nose. The third-grade war god didn't say anything. Instead, the elder calmly said, "My name is Luo Gue. I am the initiator of this mission. During the duration of this mission, I need your absolute cooperation. Of course, I won't ask you to do anything beyond your capabilities. Don't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, I will cancel the mission and throw you out. The reward for this mission is 10 million divine stones. However, if you perform well and satisfy me, I will give you 5 war god contribution points. If you arrive at the Dripping Spring City Lord's mansion, I will give you 5 war god contribution points. Alright, if anyone wants to back out, do so now. Otherwise, get ready to leave. 5 contribution points." Everyone was overjoyed. They didn't expect that there would be an additional reward. Contribution points were good stuff. Completing this mission would only give 1 contribution point. A quasi-war god needed 100 contribution points to advance to first-grade war god. Receiving 5 contribution points was equivalent to accepting 5 more missions. Of course, the crowd wouldn't back out. People like Yi Qinghan, Kong Luo, and some other martial artists with ulterior motives wouldn't back out either. Of course, there were also a small number of people who were secretly suspicious. This mission could be said to be one of the lowest tier missions. 10 million God stones was already a lot more than the standard, but who would have thought that there would be an extra 5 contribution points? Contribution points were hard to buy even with God stones. Could it be that there was something special about this mission? Very good. This is half of the advance payment. Seeing that no one backed out, the old man nodded, then waved his hand and tossed a nameless Godstone crystal card to each of them. 5 million Godstones. Then, a silver stream of air emerged from his hand, and he lightly patted the ground. As soon as the crowd received the Godstones, the third-grade war god cupped his hands and saluted the old man, then entered the transportation device and returned to the war god pavilion. As soon as the man left, the ground in the courtyard suddenly shook. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the soil on the ground automatically parted, revealing a giant hole dozens of meters wide. Rumble. As the ground continued to shake, a giant head peeked out from the hole. Its entire head was covered in brown scales, and its brown eyes emitted a faint cold light, making people shudder. However, when the huge beast saw the old man, it actually nodded at him in a friendly manner. Then, it opened its huge mouth, revealing a small scarlet tongue that was more than 10 meters long. It swallowed and danced in the air for a while before retracting. Go in. The old man nodded at the crowd, then unexpectedly walked into the giant mouth of the beast. In a flash, he disappeared. Countless martial artists blinked their eyes and looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't dare to take a step forward. To carry out a mission inside the beast's stomach? What if it swallowed it? Ignorant. This is an earth tool, the pangolin armor. Its speed is comparable to a peak divine king. Moreover, its defense is even stronger than that of a phoenix. At this moment, one of the war gods laughed mockingly and said calmly. Then, he led a few people into the mouth of the giant hand. When the crowd looked, they saw that it was the divine king realm war god. Some people also recognized it as the pangolin armor, so they walked in without hesitation. Yi Qinghan had heard from the viper war god that the earth tool this time was the pangolin armor. He nodded to the people behind him, then followed the crowd into the giant mouth of the beast. As he approached the giant mouth of the beast, Yi Qinghan didn't smell the beast's stench, nor did he feel the beast's pressure. He calmed himself and pulled Yi Yaorao into the giant mouth. Unexpectedly, with a flash of white light, they arrived in a large hall. The white-haired old man and the war god who just entered were inside. The hall was very spacious, able to accommodate nearly 1,000 people. Moreover, there were countless mechanisms and stone doors in the surroundings. This made Yi Qinghan secretly shocked. How big was this pangolin armor? Someone could actually set up a large formation on the pangolin armor? Building a space that could accommodate so many people didn't affect the pangolin armor at all? The old man waited for everyone to be teleported in, then glanced at the crowd and said, "There are 200 small rooms on the left. You can choose any room to rest and cultivate. Normally, you are not allowed to leave this room and this hall without being summoned. Of course, if you need anything, you can just tell the pangolin armor. Some simple items will be satisfied. There is a list of names in each room. For example, if you need a cup of blue illusion, you can just say, 'Pangolin armor, give me a cup of blue illusion.'" The old man said to the sky. Then, the space trembled and a bottle of blue liquid appeared in the air. The old man took it and drank it. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. Was this even possible? This pangolin armor was actually so magical? Some people couldn't believe it and imitated the old man's shout. As a result, the space trembled and bottles of blue wine appeared in the air, shocking everyone. However, the people who were familiar with the old man were puzzled. This old man said that they were not allowed to leave this room and hall. Furthermore, the treatment here was so good. It didn't seem like they were here to be servants, right? Yi Qinghan knew the price of this blue illusion. In the dancing Phoenix City, it cost at least 1,000 god stones for a cup. Could it be that this old man invited everyone here just to let them enjoy the luxurious life of an expert? Sir, may I ask what we need to do? Finally, someone started to feel apprehensive. He bowed to the old man and voiced out his doubts. Countless people came to their senses and looked at the old man with puzzled expressions. There was no free lunch in this world. If something was out of the ordinary, it would be strange. If they didn't ask clearly, no one would dare to stay here peacefully. Squeak. Before the old man could say anything, a stone door in front of them suddenly opened, and a faint female voice rang out, "Hee, you don't have to do anything. During this journey, you only need to send out 10 people to fight with me every 3 days. Of course, don't worry, I won't toy with you to death." Hee. As the voice sounded, a woman slowly walked out of the stone door with a spiritual pet that looked like a white puppy in her arms. As soon as the woman walked out, the entire hall seemed to light up. Chapter 6:17. This woman looked very young. Her entire body was snow white, just like a snow fairy. She was wearing a snow white dress, but the neckline was very low. She was wearing a snow white waistcoat made of an unknown fur, covering her jade-like shoulders, but leaving behind a deep and extremely attractive cleavage. Her facial features were exquisite. She had a pair of beautiful eyes. Perhaps it was because her skin was too white, but they seemed incomparably bright. Her hair was also silver. Other than her black eyes and pink lips, her entire body was snow white. She was lazily hugging the long-haired puppy, which was white except for its black eyes. Leaning against the stone door, it had a fatal attraction. Elegant, luxurious, and noble aura. This was the first impression that this woman gave to Yi Qinghan. This woman's frown, smile, and every move had a noble aura that came from her bones. This kind of noble elegance, Yi Qinghan had only seen 2 people. Lord Devour and Yao Ji. Lord Devour had a faint elegance, but it wasn't obvious, as it was covered by his indifference. And Yao Ji also had a faint noble aura. However, the charming aura from her body had surpassed her noble aura. Anyway, Yi Qinghan couldn't forget the arrogance and extraordinary aura from them. However, this kind of arrogance and extraordinary aura didn't make people feel disgusted or disgusted. Quite the contrary, they thought that this woman should have such an aura. Yi Qinghan concluded that this woman was either a super expert or an old monster, with a noble aura that had been accumulated for many years. Or, she was the princess of a super family. At least, she was at the same level as Niu Firework. Of course, Niu Firework had been suppressed and forgotten by her family since she was young. She had been wandering around, so she didn't have this kind of aura. The 100 war gods in the field weren't blind. They could see that this woman wasn't ordinary, especially when they saw the looming deep cleavage under her white waistcoat. Many warriors showed their infatuated faces, as if they wanted to bestow their souls to her. It seemed that deep cleavage had some invisible magic that made them not dare to breathe. However, they started to suppress their racing heartbeats and the swallowing of saliva. "I can serve you, miss. This is the honor of being a wanderer." A moment later, a calm voice rang out and woke them up. It was the war god king. He didn't know the woman's identity, but he recognized the waistcoat on her shoulders. He had once read about some luxury goods in the god realm by chance, and it just so happened that there was an introduction to this waistcoat. The soft fur on the waistcoat was very thin and slightly curved. It exuded a faint foxy fragrance. It was made from the fur of a very famous demonic beast in the god realm. Jade-Face Fox. The Jade-Faced Fox was a level 5 demonic beast, but its speed was comparable to a level 6 demonic beast. Furthermore, it was incomparably rare. This woman actually had a jade-faced fox fur waistcoat. In addition, the white-haired old man had a respectful expression when he saw this woman. The God King Battle God concluded that this woman was definitely the princess of a super big family. "I'm willing to serve, miss." At this moment, countless cultivators reacted. They straightened their backs and held their heads high as they spoke excitedly. The cultivation realm this woman displayed was only that of a first-level god general. Wasn't fighting her just fooling around? Of course, if they could form some sort of relationship with this woman, they would be able to achieve meteoric success. At that moment, the hearts of countless martial artists began to burn with passion. They fantasized about having some romantic stories with this woman on a dark and windless night. Seeing that most of the 100 cultivators present had eagerly opened their mouths, the woman chuckled and her eyes turned into crescent moons. She opened her red lips and lightly said, "There are 2 requirements for fighting with me. First, you can only defend and cannot attack. Second, you must smile until the end of the battle. Of course, anyone who performs well will receive a special reward." The woman's crisp voice echoed in the hall, making everyone even more excited. Fighting a first-level god general martialist, who was also a financial backer, meant that no one would fight back even if she didn't say so. Smile? Of course they would smile when playing with such a beautiful woman. Special reward? It seemed like this trip would be very exciting. Hence, most of the cultivators responded politely and proudly. Of course. A few people remained silent. When Yi Yaorao saw the crescent moons in the woman's eyes, she instinctively shrunk back and took a step back. This smile was too familiar. Niu Huahua had smiled like this back then. In the end, most of the people in the firework tribe were unlucky when they saw this smile. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes. He had always believed that there was a comparison between the rewards and the effort. Now that they had gained so much, the people present would probably have to put in a lot more effort. "You are the wandering immortal of war?" The lady's eyes flickered as she swept her gaze across the crowd. In the end, her gaze stopped at the God King War God. She smiled sweetly and said, "Today, you and the 9 people behind you will play with me. Come with me." When the 10 wandering immortals of war followed the woman through the stone door, many people looked regretful and angry. Why weren't they the first? Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Then, they randomly found a room and entered it, no longer caring about what was happening outside. The room was not big and the furnishings were simple, but it was clean. Yi Qinghan picked up a list on the table and was shocked when he looked at it. The items on this list were similar to those in the heavenly rooms of the Wind Dance Hotel. Most importantly, there was an unlimited supply of these items. How many divine stones would they need for food and drink in the next 5 years? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. This trip did not seem simple at all. As soon as Xiao He entered, he immediately crawled out of Yi Qinghan's sleeve. Then, he snatched the list and shouted, "Wow! So many delicacies and wine. Boss, I want to eat, I want to drink." If you want to eat, just call for it. Call for whatever you want to eat. Anyway, we don't need to spend divine stones. Yi Qinghan rubbed Xiao Hei's head lovingly and laughed. Xiao He happily called for some food and a glass of wine and began to eat. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao looked at each other and smiled. They were about to sit cross-legged on the bed and start cultivating. However, before the 2 of them could enter meditation, a loud noise came from outside, as well as the sound of countless people gasping. Yi Qinghan did not activate the protective mechanism of the room, but he could hear the noise outside clearly. The 2 of them opened their eyes at the same time. Even Xiao He stopped enjoying the food. Yi Qinghan opened the door to the room and the 2 of them walked out. Then, they all gasped at the same time. In the hall, there were 10 cultivators lying on the ground. There was not a single part of their body that was unharmed. As for the Divine King Realm Powerhouse, all 4 of his limbs were dangling down. It was obvious that his limbs had been broken or even shattered. Moreover, there was a faint bloodstain on his crotch. Perhaps his 5th limb had also been broken. Chapter 618. My lord. This. More than 10 martial artists went over to help the 10 of them up. When they saw the miserable state they were in, they felt as though they had boarded a pirate ship. It was not easy to earn divine stones and contribution points, As long as a god-grade martial artist did not die, he or she could use the divine crystals to recover slowly. There were 100 people here, and if they took turns, they would be able to recover after a month of rest. However, god-grade martial artists had nerves too, and they could feel pain. If they were to experience such inhumane pain every month, they might go crazy after 5 years. This lady's timing was very accurate. Even if they were seriously injured in a month, they would be able to recover by then. However, she immediately started the second round without giving them any time to rest. This was even more painful than being a slave. However, some people could not understand why this lady, who was only a first-level god general, was able to injure these 10 people so badly in such a short period of time. Could it be a disguise? Could this lady be a perverted old demon who had a hobby of torturing people? Some of the martial artists wanted to ask these 10 people what they had encountered. However, half of them had fainted, and a few of them were breathing heavily. They could not open their mouths or did not want to open their mouths. The white-haired old man had already walked through the stone door in front of him. At this moment, no one could ask him anything. Bullsh *T. Yi Qinghan cursed under his breath. His face turned ashen, and he almost went berserk. He did not care if he was tortured, beaten, injured, or even had his limbs broken. However, this lady was Yi Yao Rao. If he saw Yi Yao Rao being tortured like this, he could not guarantee that he would not go berserk. He would take out the slaughter god blade and perform a caesarean section on this lady. Qinghan, don't worry. We will see what happens next. Yi Yao Rao knew what Yi Qinghan was worried about. She held Yi Qinghan's hand gently and comforted him. My lord, we have to split up. Otherwise, if you're seriously injured and there's no one to take care of you, you might not even know that you've been tricked. At this moment, Kong Luo's voice rang in Yi Qinghan's ears. He felt a wave of anger in his heart. He was very clear that there were more than 20 of Lu Chun's men among the 100 people. If he had suffered such heavy injuries like the wandering god of war, he would not even know how he had died. Glancing at Kong Luo and Gu Yang not too far away, Yi Qinghan nodded and sent a telepathic message to them. The two of you will form a team, and will take turns to look after them. If they are injured, at the very least, help them into their rooms and activate the defensive barrier to ensure their safety. Bang! Suddenly, a martialist knocked on the stone door in front of him. As he knocked, he said fearfully, Sir, I want to withdraw from this mission. I don't want your divine stones anymore. Squeak! The door opened and the white-haired old man appeared at the door. He did not say anything, but a silver airflow appeared in his hand and he waved it toward the wall of the hall. As the silver airflow entered the wall, the surrounding walls began to fade gradually. Some dark soil appeared outside, and it was moving backward rapidly in front of everyone's eyes. Obviously, this godly pangolin was moving forward at a rapid speed. The old man's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, Now, you are more than 1,000,000 kilometers away from Dancing Phoenix City. At your speed, it will take you 3 or 4 days to return. Also, according to our agreement when we issued the mission, you must compensate me with 10 times the amount of divine stones, which is 100 million divine stones. Are you sure you want to withdraw? This, the martialist's mouth opened wide and his face was instantly filled with dejection. He did not dare to speak again. Many of the martialists in the hall also looked gloomy. Not to mention the possibility of encountering powerful demonic beasts in the next 3 or 4 days, just the 100 million divine stones alone was not something many of the martialists present could bear. It seemed that they would have to spend the next 5 years in this inhumane torture. The old man glanced at everyone's expression and sneered. When we issued the mission, we clearly stated that you are here to be servants. The servants will fight with the masters and cultivate. This didn't violate the agreement, right? What's more, do you really think there's such a good free lunch in the god world? Freeloading, freeloading, freeloading? Everyone was speechless again and fell silent. Seeing that no one spoke, the old man shook his head slightly, turned around, and walked in. The stone door closed once again. 3 days later, the white-haired old man appeared again and took away 10 people. This time, the 10 people came out after half an hour. Of course, they were directly transmitted to the hall. Without exception, all of them were seriously injured. 9 of them fainted, and 1 of them did not dare to mention anything about what had happened. Moreover, some of the people from the first batch had woken up, but they did not dare to say anything. Their faces were full of bitterness and horror. "My lord. We will go first this round." "Thank you." 3 days later, under the gloomy gaze of Yi Qinghan, Kong Luo and Gu Yang resolutely walked through the white stone door. Half an hour later, they were transmitted out again. Moreover, Kong Luo's injuries were more serious than that of the wandering divine king. Most of the bones in her body were broken, and her body was badly mutilated. She probably would not recover without lying in bed for a month. "My lord, don't be too arrogant inside. Otherwise, you will end up like me." Kong Luo opened his bloodshot eyes and vaguely glanced at Yi Qinghan's gloomy eyes. He grinned bitterly and transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan before fainting. Fortunately, Gu Yang's injuries were not too serious. He would probably be able to get out of bed in a few days. At that time, he would be able to take care of Kong Luo. "Don't be too arrogant." Yi Qinghan's mood became even gloomier. He knew his temper very well. If he was stubborn, even 100 bulls would not be able to pull him back. If that woman really dared to make a move on Yi Qinghan, he really could not guarantee that he would not go berserk. Half a month later, although Yi Qinghan really wanted to hide, he was still called out by the white-haired old man. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and walked straight over. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the white-haired old man. "My lord, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder. Can you do my wife's share on my behalf? I'll take care of it myself." The white-haired old man's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He glanced at Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan, who was behind him, and shook his head. Then, he sent a voice transmission. "I don't have the authority to make this decision. Go in and ask the young mistress yourself. Xiao He. Go back to your room and wait for us." Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly and sent a voice transmission to Xiao He, who was hiding in his sleeve. "No, I want to follow boss." Xiao He replied with exceptional certainty. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. He did not dare to leave Xiao He alone outside. He immediately recalled Xiao He back into the beast battle space. Then, he and the rest of the people walked in anxiously. Swoosh! As soon as they entered, they arrived at another teleportation array. They arrived at a room that was about the same size as the previous hall. At a glance, it was obvious that this was a training room. The walls were glowing with a white light, which was obviously a defensive barrier. The surroundings were empty, and there was only one direction where a chair covered with white fur was placed. The woman, who had an air of nobility, was currently sitting leisurely on the chair. One of her hands was caressing the small beast in her arms, while the other hand was holding a long whip that was emitting a white light. She was waving it casually. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons as she looked at everyone with a smile, like a child who had seen a new toy. Chapter 6:19. The 10 people felt a chill run down their spines as they were stared at by this woman. Even Yi Qinghan felt uncomfortable all over. This woman was just sitting calmly on the chair, but she was like an emperor sitting on the throne of the 9 heavens, giving off a feeling of superiority. That faint smile and the faint majesty of her body gave off an irresistible feeling. Demoness, Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. This woman was the second woman with the aura of a demoness that he had met in his life. She was just like that bewitching woman in the dream palace who wore a veil and a small red string around her waist. She was unpredictable and not easy to deal with. He had no confidence in his heart at all. In his life, he had fought countless battles, met countless great people, killed some great people, and experienced countless scenes. But now, he felt helpless when facing a woman. Most importantly, this woman had not done anything. She was just sitting there calmly with a faint smile, but it made his heart feel incomparably uneasy. He didn't know why, but he knew that he couldn't look at her anymore. So he closed his eyes, stretched out his hand to hold Yi Yaorao's hand, and stood there quietly. Instead, his heart began to calm down, and the expression on his face also began to relax. The 8 people beside him had very interesting expressions at this moment. Some of them had lustful looks in their eyes as they stared at the deep ravine between the 2 snow-white plump breasts. Their eyes had already become cloudy and vacant, leaving only their constantly opening and closing lips and squirming Adam's apple. But there were also a few people whose eyes lit up, their muscles contracted, and their hairs stood on end. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy, as if the woman in front of them was not a peerless beauty, but rather a pink skeleton. Hee hee, a burst of laughter that sounded like the song of an oriole rang out, reverberating throughout the hall. Following this laughter, those cultivators who had been in a daze suddenly woke up. Those cultivators who had been tensed up also relaxed. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao also opened their eyes at the same time. The martial artists looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with shock. This woman was not simple. If she was not a peerless powerhouse, then this woman was definitely one of the spiritual bodies in the immortal world with special abilities. Otherwise, she would not have been able to make everyone fall into her trap so easily. Are you all ready? Can we begin? The woman glanced at Yi Qinghan faintly and the smile on the corner of her mouth widened. She stood up leisurely, placed the spirit pet on the chair gently, and strolled toward everyone with the whip in hand. Sha sha sha. The woman wore a pair of soft white leather boots, which made a slight sound as she stepped on the white jade floor. He walked very slowly, but his walking posture was very beautiful, especially his pair of lotus root-like calves. They emitted a faint fluorescent light. It was very beautiful. As she walked over, everyone seemed to feel an invisible force of deterrence. They began to slowly retreat, their muscles tensed up, and divine power surrounded them. They were on guard against this woman's attack. However, there were still 2 people who did not retreat. Yi Qinghan did not retreat because Yi Yaorao was behind him. Yi Qinghan did not retreat because Yi Qinghan did not retreat. Surprisingly, the 2 of them had the same expression. They were extremely calm as they calmly watched the woman walking over slowly. Of course, Yi Qinghan was pretending to be calm, while Yi Yaorao had a cold personality. She always had this expression in front of others. You all seem to be afraid of me. What's the point of fighting like that? Since you don't want to play, then I won't play with you anymore. I will send you back. The woman's beautiful eyes swept over Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan again, then locked onto the 8 martial artists behind them. She tilted her head slightly, and a trace of disappointment appeared in her eyes. She sighed faintly and slowly raised the whip in her hand. As the woman raised the whip, the 8 of them immediately released their divine power. They used all kinds of strange footwork and began to retreat in all directions. Yi Qinghan also circulated his divine power, but he did not retreat. Instead, he extended his hands to protect Yi Yaorao, but his eyes were locked onto the whip in the woman's hand. Whoosh! The white whip in the woman's hand flashed with a white light. Like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, it quickly lashed out and targeted one of the 8 martial artists. Yi Qinghan recognized that martial artist. He was a first-grade war god with a cultivation level at the peak of the divine general realm. When he saw that the woman was the first to attack him, he became slightly nervous. However, when he saw the speed at which the woman lashed out with her whip, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although the speed was fast, it was still too slow for him. Moreover, the woman was so far away from him, and the whip was only so long. How could it reach him? Although he was puzzled and didn't understand how people in the past were injured, he still began to carefully retreat. However, as he retreated, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the woman in disbelief, then at the white light on the surrounding walls. He finally understood. His expression changed several times, but he still reacted quickly. He shook his divine power and began to retreat with all his might. Mystery of gravity? No, it's a gravity restriction. This training room has a gravity restriction. Of course, Yi Qinghan also immediately realized that something was wrong. Just a moment ago, he felt a powerful force acting on his body. His body seemed to have become many times heavier. It was as if a million caddies mountain was pressing down on his back. He had to circulate all his divine power just to stand up straight, let alone maintain his original speed. He turned his neck with difficulty and glanced at Yi Yao Rao behind him, then at the woman. His pupils constricted. At this moment, everyone present understood why the people who came in to fight couldn't last more than an hour. It was because the gravity restriction in this room was ineffective against the woman. Alright, that wasn't important. What was important was that the whip in the woman's hand was actually starting to extend endlessly. Furthermore, countless tiny silver needles that were emitting a cold glow started to grow out of the whip. A high-grade divine tool. Only a high-grade divine tool could transform. The whip wriggled in the air like a venomous snake with its mouth wide open. It closed in on the martialist rapidly. As for the cultivator, he kept twisting his body as he tried to escape in fear. It was just that every step he took required all the strength in his body. He was drenched in sweat and his speed had decreased by several tens of times. He probably couldn't even match up to a first-level heavenly god cultivator. How was he supposed to dodge this whip? In the blink of an eye, the whip caught up to the martialist. Then, it extended further and bound the martialist tightly. The tiny silver needles on the whip started wriggling and piercing into the martialist's skin, muscles, and every pore. Chapter 620. Under such gravity, the martialist's speed was greatly reduced. He wanted to struggle, but his speed was too slow. He could only watch helplessly as the white whip wrapped around him like a meat dumpling. Chi chi chi, as the silver needles pierced into the martialist's body, his skin began to emit green smoke. The warrior's expression was one of incomparable pain as he opened his mouth wide. He wanted to cry out a few times, but he discovered that the head of the long whip suddenly flew up and directly blocked his mouth, making him unable to say a single word. He could only let out a muffled groan with a distorted expression. I forgot to tell you, I don't like to hear too much noise, especially screams. Also, did you forget what I said? Here, you are only allowed to defend, not to attack. Also, don't look so sad, I like to see people smile. As she said that, the woman smiled again. Then, the whip in her hand started to move gently. As her hand continued to move, the whip started to wriggle like a python. The end of the whip was flung high up and then smashed heavily on the ground. Just like that, amidst the sounds of bones breaking, the long whip was swung again and again, smashed down, swung up, smashed down. Hiss, Yi Qinghan and the other 8 people blinked. They looked at the martialist whose body was a bloody mess and sucked in a breath of cold air. The corners of their mouths started to twitch uncontrollably and their faces darkened. However, when they thought of the woman's words, they wanted to laugh, but they could not. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth twitched. He tried his best to make his expression calm, even though he could not laugh. However, he knew very well that whoever's expression was worse would become the next target. As expected. The whip stopped dancing and flung the martialist whose bones had been broken to the side. Then, it quickly moved to the left. This time, it directly bound 2 martialists. Moreover, the whip wriggled for a while and the 2 of them were tightly bound together, facing each other. Smile. Otherwise, you will realize that you will suffer so much that you will not be able to cry. With a chuckle, the long whip danced again, and the sound of bones breaking rang out again. When the 2 of them fainted again, the long whip began to search for new targets. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled into a faint sneer. His expression became even calmer, but he was cursing in his heart. This woman was a pervert. This room had a gravitational restriction, and her long whip was a high-grade god artifact. From the looks of it, it was not an ordinary high-grade god artifact. This was because Yi Qinghan believed that even if there was a gravity restriction, it was impossible for these unconscious cultivators to not have the slightest ability to resist when the whip approached them. There must be a problem with the thin needles on the whip, a big problem. Duel? This is called a duel? This was obviously pure torture, abuse, and humiliation. Moreover, it was the kind that no one dared to resist. Because she was the sponsor, she did not violate the terms of the mission. On the contrary, if you dared to terminate the contract, she had the right to make you pay double the amount of god stones and throw you out. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of paying the god stones, but he was afraid of being thrown out. If he was thrown out, the people sent by Lu Chun would probably chase after him. He was not afraid of others, but he was afraid of that God King powerhouse. Moreover, he did not know where they were right now. If there were demonic beasts running amok outside, it would be really dangerous. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan watched as the cultivators were bound by the long white whip one by one. In the end, they were all sprawled on the ground, either unconscious or on their last breaths. Fortunately, this woman had held back, and no one had died. When the long whip threw the last person on the ground, the woman looked at the two of them with a smile. Yi Qinghan felt even more anxious, and the smile on his face was no longer as cold as before. Instead, there was a hint of brilliance. Very good. I like that smile of yours. As long as you maintain it, I will make you feel better. The smile on the woman's face deepened. With a flick of the long whip, it swept past Yi Qinghan and whizzed towards Yi Yaorao. Clearly, Yi Yaorao's cold smile made her somewhat dissatisfied and uncomfortable. Wait. Yi Qinghan gently waved his hand as he stared into the woman's eyes. His voice was not loud. Although his voice was not loud, it was very calm and confident. He did not move his body, as if he was certain that this woman would stop. Yi Yaorao, who was behind him, seemed to have received Yi Qinghan's voice transmission. She did not move and continued to stand there calmly. She did not even look at the whizzing white whip. Why? The woman's eyes lit up, but her hand did not move. However, the whip stopped right in front of Yi Qinghan's face and froze in the air. Her body did not move either. She only looked at Yi Qinghan with interest and asked softly. Beauty, don't you think that playing like this is very boring? Yi Qinghan spread his hands and began to transmit his voice. This, torturing the living dead, gives you a sense of accomplishment? I think this is no different from whipping a few dead dogs. With your status, I think it's a little tasteless for you to play this game. Hee hee. When she heard Yi Qinghan's voice transmission, saw the smile on Yi Qinghan's face, and sensed Yi Qinghan's provocation, the woman chuckled softly. As she chuckled, her body trembled slightly. The alluring cleavage on her chest became even more alluring. She stared at Yi Qinghan with interest for a while. Then, she transmitted her voice as well. Do you have any suggestions? If your suggestion is good, I can consider it. I can even give you a special reward. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he was delighted. He calmly glanced at the 8 people lying on the ground and Yi Yaorao behind him. Then, he transmitted his voice again. Let them leave. The 2 of us will play a private game. How about that? I guarantee that it will be absolutely thrilling. If it is not thrilling, you can do whatever you want to me. How about that? Private game? Just the 2 of us? The woman's eyes curved into 2 crescent moons again. Her eyes shone brightly as if she was very interested. Just when Yi Qinghan thought that the matter was about to be settled, the woman transmitted her voice again. I'm very sorry. I don't really like to play private games with men. Why don't you let your woman play with me for a few days? Then, I'll let you go. How about that? F***ck, I've met another Lily. When Yi Qinghan saw the woman glance at Yi Yaorao, he recalled the scene where he had met Yin Ling, in the hidden city. Back then, Yin Ling had taken a liking to Yi Qingyu and the others. He had slapped her hard. However, that was in the Fire Dragon continent. If he dared to slap this woman here, the 2 of them would probably die. However, when he glanced at the woman's eyes again, he saw a hint of mockery flash in her eyes. A trace of anger flashed in his heart. He had actually been tricked. Looking at the woman's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through everything, Yi Qinghan knew that if he played mind games with this woman, he would only end up being played by her. After a moment of silence, he suddenly bowed to the woman dejectedly. He transmitted his voice again. Alright, you're amazing. I admire you. Let's not be hypocritical. How about this? I'll take on my woman's share for her. I wonder if you, beautiful lady, can satisfy my little bit of manly dignity? When the woman saw that Yi Qinghan had been defeated, she smiled. She looked very happy. Light flowed in her eyes, and she looked very charming. After a moment, she transmitted her voice again. No, can't. Chapter 621. I'll play with you for 2 days. As long as I don't die, you can play however you want. If you can play with me until I'm crippled and crazy, I'll give it to you. How about it? Yi Qinghan didn't give up. He continued to act tough and looked at the woman with a provocative smile. You have guts. This lady likes men with guts the most. The woman's eyes flashed with excitement. Although Yi Qinghan could hear that the voice transmission seemed to be praising him, he felt even more scared. He remembered Kong Luo's words before he fainted. He couldn't be too arrogant or he would end up in a miserable state. However, what could he do in this situation? He could only brace himself and do it. 3 days. The woman transmitted her voice again. Her tone didn't allow any refusal. In 3 days, as long as you can still move, you must play with me. And you must smile at all times. You must smile very happily. Deal. Send all of them out. Yi Qinghan let out a sigh of relief. Of course, his face was still smiling. After sending the voice transmission, he didn't care about the woman anymore. He turned to Yi Qinghan and said gently, "Go back and wait for me." Qinghan. Yi Qinghan obviously knew that Yi Qinghan had been transmitting his voice with the woman. However, she knew Yi Qinghan's temper very well. She didn't dare to say too much and just called out softly. Before she finished speaking, Yi Qinghan's figure turned into a white light and disappeared from the hall. Moreover, the 8 people on the ground were also transmitted out at the same time. There were only 2 people left in the empty hall and a spirit pet that was lying lazily on a chair as if it was asleep. Phew, Yi Qinghan let out a long breath. He was completely relaxed. The smile on his face was extremely sincere. He looked at the woman's elegant face and the deep ravine under the snow-white waistcoat without any scruples. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. He smiled and said, "All right, beautiful. Only we are left. How do you want to play? Whip and candle? Pirate captain? Come on, this young master is ready. Hee hee, what's the hurry? There are still 3 days. We can have some fun. Let's have a drink first. Mountain pangolin armor, Knight of Elan." The woman shook her head, and suddenly called out to the air. There was a ripple in the air, and a cup of pink liquid appeared in her hand. She laughed softly, and with a fling, the cup flew towards Yi Qinghan. Not bad. Yi Qinghan took the cup and drank it without hesitation. He believed that this woman wouldn't kill him, so it didn't matter what he drank. Moreover, he had promised this woman that he would cooperate with her, so even if it was poison, he could drink it. Of course it tastes good. This cup of Yulan's night is worth millions of divine stones on the market. This is one of the 3 major aphrodisiacs in Fallen Red City. Do you feel your whole body heating up? His entire body was becoming restless. Hee hee. The woman's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness, like a little fox. She widened her eyes to look at Yi Qinghan's reaction. 3 great aphrodisiacs? Damn, it's an aphrodisiac. What is this woman trying to do? Yi Qinghan felt his body begin to heat up rapidly. He felt the evil fire in his lower abdomen begin to burn chaotically. He felt a small tent begin to bulge under his robe. He didn't understand what this woman was trying to do. Of course, he wouldn't be narcissistic enough to think that this woman really wanted to play a private game with him. It's really hot, and the fire of desire is burning my body. But, beauty, aren't you afraid of playing with fire? After experiencing the torment of the evil fire in the baleful Yin stream, Yi Qinghan's resistance to this kind of aphrodisiac was many times stronger. However, after thinking quickly for a moment, he didn't suppress the effects of the drug in his body. His eyes began to turn red, and his breathing began to become heavy. His body also began to tremble slightly. The small tent below him had completely turned into a large tent that could support the sky. This aphrodisiac is really powerful. The woman acted as if she didn't hear Yi Qinghan's words. She shouted excitedly, "Okay, now you can start to take off your clothes." What? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in disbelief. After confirming that he didn't hear wrongly, he began to feel confused. Could it be that my charm is really that great? This woman knows that my Yi family's marksmanship is very powerful. Does she want to have a unique style of battle? Looking at the woman's fiery gaze, Yi Qinghan began to hesitate. Although he didn't mind having a friendly match with this woman, the other party was his financial backer. It was just that the other party was a rich man, and he had accepted his god stones. In this way, it seemed that he had become a special profession in his previous life, a gigolo. This somewhat violated his principles. He, the mighty Emperor Han, had actually become a male prostitute in the god realm. It wouldn't be good if word of this got out. Should he take off his clothes or not? This was a problem. However, he only hesitated for 2 seconds before this thought was suppressed by the evil fire in his mind. His body began to tremble. As his Adam's apple squirmed, he began to take off his clothes. "Stop, that's enough. TSK, your muscles are not bad." Just when Yi Qinghan had taken off his underwear and the rest of his body was completely bare, the woman suddenly spoke. He stopped what he was doing. He looked at the woman in confusion and asked in a daze, "Can we start now? Do you want to do it, or should I?" Whoosh! The answer to his question was a long whip that whizzed over like white lightning. This time, the whip didn't bind him. Instead, it smashed heavily on his back and sent him flying. He crashed heavily into the white wall on the opposite side. Then, he bounced back and fell to the ground. From now on, as long as you have a breath left in you, you must think of a way to avoid my attacks. If you dare to not dodge, I will cut off your penis and throw it to my divine pangolin to eat. Hearing the woman's cold words, feeling the burning pain on his back, and sensing the whizzing whip with his divine sense, Yi Qinghan's heart that had been blinded by the flames of lust was now completely sober. For a moment, hundreds of emotions intertwined in his heart. Anger, shyness, grievance, desire. This woman is too vicious. Too perverted. Wearing only a pair of shorts, naked body, and a tent, Yi Qinghan began to jump left and right with great difficulty in order to avoid the attacks of the long whip. Bang! His back, thighs, and body were split open countless times. In some of the wounds, one could even see the eerie white bones inside. He had been sent flying countless times. His internal organs had already been seriously injured. His internal organs were all displaced, and he could feel waves of heart-wrenching pain. However, this pain was within the range of what Yi Qinghan could endure. What he couldn't bear was the mental humiliation. Naked body, wearing only a pair of shorts, and the tent he was wearing was very high. In the spacious hall, he was like a stray dog that was being whipped around. Most people wouldn't be able to endure this kind of humiliation. Moreover, the person holding the whip was a beautiful woman. This made the humiliation several times worse. Not only did this woman attack Yi Qinghan physically, but she also humiliated him mentally. Moreover, it was the most vicious kind. Chapter 622. Yi Qinghan thought of a phrase when he saw the woman's smiling face and her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Venomous beauty. Bear with it. Bear with it. Yi Qinghan clenched his teeth and could no longer smile. He rolled on the ground, dodging the soft whips shooting at him. As expected, the whips left a deep scar on his back. The fine needles on the soft whips tore off a piece of flesh each time. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally understood why those people did not resist. It was not that they did not want to resist, but that they could not. Because the fine needles contained a kind of paralyzing poison. Every time they were hit, they would instantly become numb and lose all feeling. It would take a long time for them to recover. Yi Qinhan was still being hit again and again, while those warriors were all tied up by the whips. Their entire bodies were paralyzed, so how could they resist or dodge? Bear with it, Yao Rao is still outside. Don't be impulsive. Yi Qinhan repeatedly told himself not to be impulsive. There must be a lot of experts inside the godly mountain armor. There was at least a 5th-grade war god. If he made a move, the two of them would definitely meet a miserable end. Most importantly, he was not sure he could take down this woman. The gravitational restriction in this room was too strong. His speed was too slow, and he could not get close to this woman. Wait! Yi Qinhan felt the white air flow from the soul ring soothe the restlessness in his body. The long dragon below him no longer raised its head. Yi Qinhan stood up with difficulty. Facing the soft whip whistling towards his face, he did not move at all. Instead, he looked at the woman and shouted loudly. What's wrong? Can't stand it anymore? The woman's hand trembled. She withdrew the whip and smiled. Her smile was still beautiful, but in Yi Qinhan's eyes, it looked like she was mocking him. You win. I give up. I don't want to play anymore. Yi Qinhan immediately took out a set of robes from his spatial ring. Without even looking at the woman, he put them on without a care. The woman tilted her head, but did not stop him. She simply said, You don't want to play anymore? All right, let your woman come in and play with me. She doesn't want to play either. Let's quit the mission. I'll compensate you with God's stones. I admit defeat this time. Yi Qinhan waved his hand and sighed. He had no way of dealing with this woman. It was impossible for him to gamble with his and Yi Yarao's lives. The white-haired 5th-grade war god on the godly pangolin armor was not someone he could defeat. If he left the mission and was thrown out, he would at least have a chance to live because he had the carefree pavilion. If he really had no other choice, he would bring Yi Yao Rao into the carefree pavilion to avoid the pursuit of Lu Chun's men. Then, he would slowly think of a way to go to the city to accept the mission. Originally, he thought that he could endure all kinds of torture and humiliation with women. At this moment, he knew that he couldn't bear such humiliation. The physical torture didn't matter, but the mental torture made him extremely sullen and humiliated. This kind of sullen and humiliation had reached the critical point that he could endure, so he would rather go out and risk his life than continue like this. Beauty. Can I ask for your name? Yi Qinhan nonchalantly put on his clothes. Then, he slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman. Without waiting for her to speak, he asked a strange question. The woman put the long whip in her hand back into her spatial ring. She sat on the chair and hugged the spiritual pet. Her eyes seemed to see through Yi Qinhan's thoughts. She didn't mind at all and said, Li Shuer, the only daughter of the Dripping Spring Manor's Manor Lord. What? Do you want to remember me forever? Or do you want to repay today's humiliation 100-fold in the future? My name is Yi Qinhan. My code name is Frigid Night War God. Please remember my name. Because this name will definitely become your nightmare in the future. Yi Qinhan coldly stared at the woman, then approached her step by step. With a flip of his hand, a spatial ring appeared in his hand. He threw it forward and said, Here are 100 million God stones. Both of us will withdraw from the mission. Please transport me out. Haha. Li Shuer waved her hand, but the spatial ring bounced back to her as if she was throwing away a piece of trash. Then, she began to laugh. She laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. She pointed at Yi Qinhan and said, You're really funny. Nobody who knows my identity has ever dared to threaten me. Even a 5th-grade war god wouldn't dare. You're just a trash 1st-grade divine general warrior, a prospective war god, and you dare to threaten me? What right do you have to threaten me? What right do you have to make me have nightmares? Let me tell you, do you want to withdraw? Not a chance. Not only will I play with you until you go crazy, I will also play with your woman until she goes crazy. Inside my divine pangolin armor, even a 5th-grade war god will have to kneel before me. What right do you have? Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. His body was like a crazed leopard. With a jolt of his divine power, his speed suddenly soared. At the same time, he merged with his beast as fast as he could. Then, a ray of purple light appeared. He reached out his hand and grabbed the swan-like snow-white neck of the woman sitting opposite him. Faced with such a crazy woman, he had no choice but to use an even crazier method. Since this woman said she was the daughter of some palace master, it meant that she wasn't some old monster with an exceedingly high cultivation level. Instead, she was the princess of a great family clan. This also meant that her cultivation level of first-grade divine general was real. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decided to take a gamble. Very lucky. As expected, Li Shui was stunned for a second. This second was enough for Yi Qinghan to cross the short distance between the two of them. Then, he grabbed her swan-like neck tightly with one hand, and used his divine energy to seal her divine crystal. Soul attack. A second later, Li Shui regained consciousness. She felt her neck being squeezed by a thick and strong hand. She felt the divine crystal in her body being sealed by a domineering divine power. However, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she let go of the spiritual pet in her hand and let it run away. Then, she raised her head to look at Yi Qinghan in astonishment and said, "I didn't expect that I would misjudge you. You're also a soul expert." Interesting, interesting. Li Shui's performance, however, made Yi Qinghan's heart tighten. He slowly spat out the divine power in his hand, and confirmed that as long as he exerted a bit of force, he would be able to twist the head off. Only then did his heart slightly calm down. He tried his best to control his voice, and said as calmly as possible, "Let the two of us go. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will do something that will make us regret. You don't dare to kill me. Of course, you can't kill me either. With your divine power, you can't break the divine weapon in my mind and outside the divine crystal. My soul is not destroyed, and my divine crystal is not broken. How can you kill me? Therefore, your threat is meaningless to me. However, I can tell you that you've succeeded in making me angry. Therefore, your fate will be somewhat tragic." Li Shui slightly raised her head, looking at Yi Qinghan's pure black eyes that were just inches away from her. Her vermilion lips parted slightly, still smiling, but the coldness in her smile was extremely obvious this time. Yi Qinghan had attacked in a hurry just now and hadn't noticed it. At this moment, with a sweep of his divine sense, he discovered that Li Shui was right. In her mind and outside the divine crystal, there was a layer of faint white light shining. He also somewhat understood why the white-haired old man didn't stand guard at the side and let Li Shui play with a group of martial artists. It turned out that there was no one here who could kill Li Shui, and he had foolishly wanted to coerce her. If that's the case, then I can only express my regret. Yi Qinghan coldly snorted, glaring fiercely at Li Shui. He stretched out his other hand and forcefully tore off her white waistcoat. Chapter 623. Along with the tearing of the white waistcoat, Li Shui's flawless shoulders and two incomparably plump hemispheres were exposed in the air. That alluring ravine was completely exposed in the air. With a single glance, one could see two plump meatballs on both sides of the ravine. Stop. Yi Qinghan's crazy actions finally caused Li Shui's body to tremble slightly. The cold smile at the corner of her lips grew even wider. Nodding, she stared fixedly at Yi Qinghan and said word by word, "Do you know what you're doing? If you want everyone related to you to die, you can continue." Rip. The reply to her words was the sound of a robe tearing. However, Yi Qinghan did not completely tear her dress. He only tore a hole. Of course, if he continued to use force, her thin dress would be torn into two pieces and her white jade-like body would be completely exposed to the air. Sensing that his divine power was still sealing this woman's divine crystal, she could not use her divine power, so she could not use her divine sense to communicate. She could not take out the whip from her space ring either. Therefore, Yi Qinghan grabbed her robe with one hand in a rather unscrupulous manner, but his eyes stared coldly at Li Shui. The threat was very obvious. "Stop," Li Shuer was finally rather afraid. She did not dare to look directly at Yi Qinghan's devouring eyes. Slightly avoiding them, she then let out a long breath and said, "Li Bai will come in very soon. It's still not too late for you to stop now." This time, the reply to her words was not the sound of a robe tearing. Instead, the hand that was grabbing onto the robe suddenly let go. Then, it reached in through the torn area and grabbed her large and soft jade ball in an incomparably domineering manner. Furthermore, it was a very forceful grip. Hiss, 2 cold breaths were sucked in at the same time. Li Shuer's pink lips were wide open as she stared at Yi Qinghan in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, licked his lips and blinked his eyes. He was a little angry at himself for being so impulsive. The remaining aphrodisiac in his body had not completely dispersed. Moreover, those 2 snow-white hemispheres had been swaying in front of his eyes for a long time just now. He had been forced by Li Shuer just now, and had impulsively reached in. He knew that once he reached in and squeezed, he had completely cut off his escape route. The situation had become a dead end, and there was no room for maneuver. However, when he thought about how despicable this woman was and how she had insulted him, Yi Qinghan felt a different kind of excitement in his heart. F***ck. Yi Qinghan exhaled heavily. Now that things had come to this, there was no way out, so he could only brace himself and go forward. His body did not move, and his expression did not change. His hand was still tightly grabbing that softness, and his eyes continued to stare fixedly at Li Shuer. He did not say a single word, just like a stubborn child. "Feels great, right?" After a long while, Li Shuer closed her little mouth and sighed. Then, she looked at Yi Qinghan very seriously and said, "However, I can tell you very responsibly, you're finished, your woman is finished, your entire family is finished, your 18 generations of ancestors are finished." "Is that so?" "Whether my 18 generations of ancestors are finished, I don't know, but I do know that you're finished." Yi Qinghan hated being threatened the most in his life, but this Li Shuer had threatened him time and time again, and even used his woman, his family to threaten him. This finally caused the suppressed rage in his mind to explode. His hand squeezed the softness a few more times, and then he turned her body around in a domineering manner. With one hand, he held both of her hands against her back, but pressed her head into the armchair, making her but stick up high. His other hand was not idle either, fiercely grabbing towards the robe on her buttocks that stuck up high. Hiss, when the 2 white petals of buttocks that made people dizzy were exposed to the air, another 2 sounds of cold air being sucked in resounded. Li Shuer turned her head around and stared at Yi Qinghan venomously, but at this moment, she was scared silly. She felt that her lower body was empty and cold, and she did not hold back in the slightest. At this moment, her face was no longer snow white, but had become ashen. This was too much. Yi Qinghan felt that the long dragon that had already shrunk back, began to slightly raise its head again. He knew that this time, it was too much, and he was afraid that it was going to be real. Forcefully suppressing the restlessness of his body, he closed his eyes and did not look anymore. Then, he reached out a large hand and heavily slapped the snow-white petals. Following a crisp, paw sound, 5 clear palm prints appeared on the snow-white petals. Feeling that astonishing elasticity, Yi Qinghan secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, lowered his voice, and said, "I can't suppress the evil fire in my heart anymore. If you don't want to continue, I think you should say something. No one dares to do this to me, no one. You will regret it." 2 clear tears flowed from Li Shuer's eyes, and her pair of beautiful eyes were full of resentment. She instinctively wanted to continue threatening Yi Qinghan, but when she saw that Yi Qinghan's eyes were closed, she realized that Yi Qinghan did not seem to be threatened at all. She could not help but choke a little, and then somewhat lost her head out of fear. She twisted her body, and her tone also began to show some weakness. "Let me go, anything can be discussed. Don't treat me like an idiot, I need absolute safety." Yi Qinghan breathed a small sigh of relief, but then he saw Li Shuer's twisting body, especially her shining white buttocks, constantly twisting. He almost could not control himself and directly went up against her, secretly swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, he once again expressed his determination and growled, "Otherwise, I will risk my life to taste the peerless jade of the palace lord's daughter. Let her go. I can guarantee your absolute safety." Right at this moment, a faint voice resounded in the hall, causing Yi Qinghan to be shocked, and it also caused the tears in Li Shuer's eyes to flow out violently. "Who?" Yi Qinghan's body tensed up, and he suddenly lifted Li Shuer up, clutching her against his chest. His entire body's divine power surged, and his cold eyes swept across the hall. Finally, his gaze stopped on the snow-white spiritual pet on the ground, and he said with some surprise, "It's you? Can you guarantee it?" The voice that he had just heard was a crisp female voice, just like a little girl's. At first, Yi Qinghan thought that it was the white-haired old man who had come in, but then he realized that it was actually the beautiful spiritual pet on the ground, and he asked in surprise. "My words are the best guarantee. If you don't believe me, you can ask her." This spiritual pet was very beautiful, its entire body was snow-white, and its eyes were like two black gems. There was no expression on its face, and the light in its eyes was very calm. However, at this moment, it was standing upright, and it pointed a furry paw at Li Shuer. "Young lady, this," Li Shuer did not dare to believe it, and looked at this spiritual pet with a face full of shyness. She wanted to say something, but when she saw the cold gaze of this spiritual pet, she closed her mouth, and her pretty face was filled with a complicated expression. "Young lady?" Yi Qinghan's heart shook again. Li Shuer actually called this spiritual pet young lady? Wasn't this Li Shuer the daughter of the Dripping Spring Manor's palace lord? The palace lord's daughter called a spiritual pet young lady. What kind of situation was this? The spiritual pet swept an indifferent glance at Li Shuer, but when it looked at Yi Qinghan, a trace of a smile actually flashed in its eyes, and its crisp voice continued to ring out, "Let Shuer put on her clothes first. I said that I can guarantee your safety, so no one here can hurt you." Chapter 624. All right. Yi Qinghan looked at the pair of gem-like eyes of the spiritual pet and finally nodded in agreement. It was as if the pair of eyes had an invisible magic that could make people develop an invisible trust. As soon as Li Shuer was released, the spiritual pet waved its furry hand and a special wave spread from its hand to Li Shuer's body. When Yi Qinghan saw this, he realized that she had easily removed the divine power seal he had placed on her. Li Shuer quickly took out a set of robes from her space ring and put them on in a messy manner. Afterwards, she stood behind the spiritual pet and did not dare to speak. Instead, she glared at Yi Qinghan with incomparable resentment. Yi Qinghan's body tensed up. However, seeing that Li Shuer didn't go out or call for help, he heaved a sigh of relief. Secretly, he began to use his divine sense to scan the spirit pet. With a sweep, he was secretly shocked. He actually detected that there was no divine power fluctuation on the spirit pet. What did this mean? It meant that the spiritual pet either didn't have any divine power cultivation and was a pure spiritual pet, or it was a divine beast with a much higher cultivation than him. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Li Shuer. I apologize for what Li Shuer did to you just now. However, you've already punished her. How about we let this matter go? The voice of the spiritual pet was very delicate like a little girl, but the tone was very calm. It reminded Yi Qinghan of a person, Niu Huahua. He thought that the spiritual pet's surname was Li too. He couldn't help but be even more confused. What was the identity of this divine beast that looked like a puppy? Why did Li Shuer listen to it so much? Or was it afraid of her? Miss Li Shuer, I was impulsive just now and did something stupid. I'm very sorry for offending Miss Li Shuer. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and felt a little embarrassed. He touched what he wanted to touch and looked what he wanted to see. He didn't expect that it was the other party who started to apologize in the end. He laughed dryly and continued, Miss Li Shuer, is the guarantee that you made just now absolutely valid? If it's difficult for you, my wife and I can withdraw from the mission. I'm willing to compensate you. Of course it's effective. Actually, there are 3 5th-grade war gods guarding the godly pangolin armor. Do you think you can defeat Li Shuer under the watchful eyes of 3 experts? Moreover, I didn't make a move just now. If I did, you wouldn't have succeeded. So you can be at ease, I have no ill intentions towards you. Li Shuer's words made Yi Qinghan even more bewildered. He thought he was lucky that he didn't alarm the white-haired elder. He didn't expect there to be 3 fifth-grade war gods here. Looking at the situation, it wasn't that they didn't know what was going on here. It was just that they had received Li Shuer's orders and didn't make a move. Just now, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell, but he didn't know it. At the same time, Yi Qinghan was secretly on his guard. This Li Shuer didn't stop him just now, but now came out to be the good guy. What was his motive? You can rest assured and stay here until we reach Dripping Spring City. No one will make things difficult for you. Moreover, you can also use the gravity restriction here to cultivate. Cultivating here is faster than other places, especially when it comes to practicing your footwork. It's definitely twice the result with half the effort. If there's anything, you can directly call Li Bai, who is the elder who issued the mission. I'll take my leave first. Li Shuer left a few words and teleported away with Li Shuer, who was in a bad mood. She left a baffled Yi Qinghan standing there in a daze. What's going on? Yi Qinghan rubbed his chin. He couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Just when he was at a loss, the space beside him fluctuated. A white-haired elder quietly appeared. It was the 5th-grade war god, the elder who issued the mission. Oh, Lord! Yi Qinghan was taken aback. He quickly turned around and cupped his hands in greeting. However, he was secretly on guard and very nervous. My name is Li Bai. War god Han Yi, there's no need to be nervous. Miss Li Shuer's words are the law here. You can rest assured and stay here. The old man looked at Yi Qinghan with a meaningful gaze, and said with a smile, since the young miss has instructed, you can enter and leave this training room as you please. Han Yi, war god, do you want to train now, or do you want to return to your room first? Oh. Please, Lord, send me back first. Although Yi Qinghan couldn't think clearly, he knew that he had hit the jackpot. Because of Li Shuer's inexplicable change of opinion of him, he not only survived a calamity, but also made this dangerous journey incomparably safe and relaxed. All right. I'll send war god Han Yi back. Li Bai waved his hand and a white light shone. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, he discovered that he was already inside the stone door. Countless eyes in the hall in front of him were looking at him in disbelief. Obviously, he, the only person who walked in and came out, shocked everyone. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands at Li Bai and ignored the puzzled gazes of everyone in the hall. He pulled Yi Yaorao, whose eyes were filled with concern, back to his room. Li Bai didn't say a word. He turned around and walked through the stone door. The stone door closed and his figure flashed. Finally, he appeared in a small hall. Miss. In this small hall, there were 4 people. 2 elders wearing war god robes, Li Shuer, and a little girl who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. Li Bai bowed respectfully to the little girl sitting in the main seat of the small hall. Then, he looked at her with some puzzlement. Not only him, the other 2 elders standing in the small hall, as well as Li Shuer, who had a face full of grievances, all looked at the little girl with puzzlement in their eyes. Shuer, don't provoke this war god Han Yi in the future. You can't afford to provoke him. The little girl was very beautiful. She sat lazily on the main seat with a drowsy look. She glanced at the extremely wronged Li Shuer and said indifferently. This voice was exactly the same as that of that mythological beast. It was the mythological beast that looked like a puppy who called itself Li Shuer. Miss. Li Shuer looked at the little girl and thought of how she had been humiliated by Yi Qinghan and how he had taken advantage of her. Now that she had gotten Li Shuer's confirmation, she could only swallow this loss silently. She couldn't help but call out anxiously. But when she saw the faint cold light emitting from Li Shuer's gem-like eyes, she quieted down and didn't dare to make another sound. Miss. What's so special about this war god Han Yi that Miss values him so much? Li Bai and the other two looked at each other and asked in surprise. This Li Shuer's identity was extremely special, but she used the words, can't afford to provoke. There's nothing special about him, but he has a pet that's very special. Li Shuer's eyes emitted a ray of light as she thought of that purple light. She paused for a while and then said, I can clearly feel that. His pet is of the same level as me, a supreme mythological beast. A supreme mythological beast? The four people in the small hall were slightly shocked. There were many mythological beasts in the divine realm. Not to mention a large number of low-grade mythological beasts, even high-grade mythological beasts were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. However, supreme mythological beasts were few and far between. But Li Bai still didn't understand. Even if it was a supreme mythological beast, it wouldn't make the arrogant Li Shuer lower her head, right? Don't have any ideas about this supreme mythological beast. I have some guesses about the identity of this mythological beast. The person behind him, even my father doesn't dare to provoke. If something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Li Shuer threw out another bomb and completely shocked the people in the hall. This. My lord's strength is above 8th grade and is infinitely close to 9th grade war god. On the floating continent, there are only two people that my lord doesn't dare to provoke, the misty monarch and the one in the north. Could it be her? The white-haired old man Li Bai moved his lips and murmured in a low voice. Then, he thought of something and suddenly widened his eyes. He looked at Li Shuer and exclaimed. Chapter 625. You don't need to know too much about these things. Don't spread what we said today. It's better not to talk about the important people's matters. Li Shuer waved her hand, indicating that she didn't want to continue talking about this matter. She yawned and squinted her eyes. Her small face looked as if she couldn't get enough sleep. Miss, what about the Han Yi War Immortal? Do I need to explain anything? Also, do I need Miss Shuer to continue refining the snow god whip? Li Bai thought of the bewildered Yi Qinghan and asked softly. There's no need to explain. I'm just giving that divine beast a favor. It's easier for a divine beast with a strong background to survive. And those divine beasts that can survive will eventually be very powerful. Li Shuer's body flashed with white light and she turned into that snow-white puppy again. She laid on the chair and looked at Li Shuer indifferently. Continue refining. Go to the second training room. Shuer, don't go overboard. This is a lesson. There are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the immortal world. Maybe one day you'll provoke a super expert. Then it won't be as simple as a spanking. After saying that, Li Shuer buried her head deep and slept soundly. She didn't care about the four people in the small hall anymore. The three old men looked at each other and smiled. But Li Shuer's face was full of shame. The four of them didn't speak anymore. With a flash of white light, they were teleported out. Kong Luo. Are you familiar with the Li Quan residence? In a room in the hall, Yi Qinghan looked at Kong Luo who couldn't move. He thought of Li Shuer's vicious methods. He still had some lingering fear. He patted Kong Luo's shoulder to comfort him. My lord, why are you asking this? And, which aspect are you referring to? Kong Luo looked at Yi Qinghan who didn't have any injuries. He admired Yi Qinghan again and was even more certain that Yi Qinghan was extraordinary. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Qinghan could recover so quickly because of the soul ring. There were still a few wounds on his back that hadn't healed. For example, the manor head's children and so on. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and said. He had just arrived in the divine world not too long ago. Putting aside the matters of the divine world, he knew very little about the misty talisman. Kong Luo had roamed the divine world for tens of thousands of years, so he should know a little about it. Mansion Lord? Kong Luo furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment before transmitting his voice. The Dripping Spring Manor's Manor Lord is a peerless expert. It is said that he is a transcendent grade divine beast, and his strength is second only to the Misty Monarch. It is said that he has ruled the dripping spring manor for tens of millions of years. No one had ever defeated him in a challenge. Moreover, in the past several 100,000 years, no one had dared to challenge him. Just like in the Manor Head Challenge competition a few years ago, no one had dared to challenge Leaping Spring Manor. As for his children, this information is definitely not something small people like us can know. A transcendent divine beast? Yi Qinghan was startled and thought of Xiao He. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. Kong Luo, do you know how divine beasts are differentiated? It's very simple. Kong Luo looked at Yi Qinghan with a puzzled expression. This was common knowledge in the divine world. How could a powerful person like Yi Qinghan not know about it? But when he saw Yi Qinghan's nervous expression, he still transmitted his voice. The differentiation of divine beasts depends on the time of transformation. Generally, divine beasts that can transform at the heavenly god realm are the lowest low-grade divine beasts. Divine beasts that can transform at the god general realm are mid-grade divine beasts. Divine beasts that can only transform at the god the arch realm are supreme divine beasts. As long as the supreme divine beasts don't die prematurely, once they transform, they are all peerless experts. I see. Yi Qinghan nodded, but he wasn't sure about Xiao He's grade. However, since Xiao He hadn't transformed yet, he was at least a mid-grade divine beast or a high-grade divine beast. As for the transcendent divine beast, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to think about it. Lord Devourer had said that when Xiao He transformed, he would tell him about his origin. If he wanted to wait until Xiao He had cultivated to the God Emperor realm, it would take millions of years. Oh right. You said that the divine world held the Palace Master Challenge several years ago. What kind of competition is it? Yi Qinghan recalled Kong Luo's words, and he was a little curious. Lord, do you really want to tell me? Kong Luo was completely defeated by Yi Qinghan. He was thinking in his heart, could it be that Yi Qinghan was really bored and was making fun of him for no reason? Didn't he know the most basic knowledge of the divine world? Seeing that Yi Qinghan turned around seriously, Kong Luo said helplessly, among the 8 sovereigns of the divine world, other than Mount Supreme, the other 6 continents and the Star Sea have 108 mansions. The 8 sovereigns don't appoint the mansion masters of each prefecture. In fact, the 8 sovereigns don't even care about the affairs of the divine world, and they are all managed by the mansion masters. In the divine world, the strong are respected. As long as you think you're strong enough, you can challenge the city masters or the mansion masters. Every 500 years, the city master challenge is held, and every 1,000 years, the mansion master challenge is held. As long as you successfully defeat them, you can immediately become the city master and mansion master. This is something that the 8 sovereigns have agreed on, and it's also written in the iron law of the divine world. It has never been changed. This challenge is quite fun. Yi Qinghan nodded to himself. The 8 sovereigns had made such a rule to stimulate the martial artists of the divine world to cultivate and fight hard. As long as you're strong enough, you can rise to the top and obtain glory and status. After all, the higher the realm of a god-tier martial artist, the longer their lifespan would be. If they didn't have a goal and passion, it was hard to imagine how they would spend their days. Did the Soul Devourer Manor get challenged in the previous challenge? Yi Qinghan recalled that a few years ago, Lady Devour suddenly returned to the divine world. Now that he knew that she was still the mansion master of the Soul Devourer Manor, Yi Qinghan guessed that she must have returned to participate in the challenge, and wanted to confirm it with Kong Luo. Soul Devourer Manor. Kong Luo's face tightened when he heard those 3 words, and a fiery light appeared in his eyes. He looked left and right, and even used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Then, he transmitted his voice, Lord, you better not talk about the Soul Devourer Manor. The mansion master of the Soul Devourer Manor is not someone people like us can talk about. Oh. What do you mean? Don't worry, the restriction in this room is open. Who can hear our transmission? Tell me. Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued. He had always been suspicious about Lady Devour's strength. Lady Devour was a mansion master, but she stayed in the Fire Dragon continent all year round, which made him very confused. Now that he had Lady Devour's information, he was naturally very curious. All right. The mansion master of the Soul Devourer Manor was a very famous god emperor in the divine world, one of the two artifact refining supremes in the divine world. However, several thousand years ago, he suddenly died. Then, one of his subordinates, the dancing butterfly Martial Immortal, inherited his position. At first, no one was sure that the artifact refining supremes were dead, so no one dared to challenge him. However, in the challenge several years ago, someone finally couldn't help but take action. Because his subordinate, the dancing butterfly Martial Immortal, was very fierce in the divine world, and killed countless people, but she only had the strength of a 6th-grade war god. Of course, there would be experts who wouldn't let such a soft persimmon go. Several years ago, 4 experts challenged the Soul Devourer Manor at the same time, but in the end, they all disappeared, and the dancing butterfly Martial Immortal is still alive. Chapter 626. Kong Luo gave some simple information, but it made Yi Qinghan understand a lot of things. Several years ago, when he fought with Divine Lord 2, Lord Devourer did return to the divine realm to face the challenge of the experts. Moreover, he returned immediately after participating in the challenge. But why did she come to the divine realm the last time he returned? Kong Luo saw that Yi Qinghan had no reaction after listening to him. He swallowed his saliva and transmitted his voice again. My lord, you don't know. The one who challenged the dancing butterfly war god was a very famous war god in the divine realm, the wolf-head war god. Why? Is this wolf-head war god very strong? Yi Qinghan was still thinking about Lord Devourer, so he answered casually. Of course. Kong Luo nodded and said with certainty, the wolf-head war god is a recognized 8th-grade war god in the divine realm, one of the 5 great 8th-grade war gods of the Misty Manor. The Lord of the Dripping Spring Manor is also an 8th-grade war god. What? Yi Qinghan suddenly cried out involuntarily. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Kong Luo in disbelief. The wolf-head war god was an 8th-grade war god, but Lord Devourer killed him. Then, wouldn't Lord Devourer be at least an 8th-grade war god, or a legendary 9th-grade invincible god emperor? He knew Lord Devourer was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. According to the legends, the 8 sovereigns were 9th-grade invincible war gods, but Lord Devourer returned to the Fire Dragon continent immediately after participating in the challenge. This meant that he killed the wolf-head war god easily. It also meant that he could be a 9th-grade invincible war god, an invincible god emperor who had fused 5 occult and comprehended the ultimate occult. Impossible, impossible. Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered as he shook his head, not daring to accept this absurd fact. If Lord Devourer was so strong, why would he let him summon Xiao He so easily that year? If she was so strong, why would she let a god master kill a small peak of heavenly god realm warrior for thousands of years? If she was so powerful, why would she let him bring Xiao He along and risk his life to come to the immortal realm to obtain the position of the Fire Dragon Overlord? After he had come to the god world, Yi Qinghan understood clearly that although the Fire Dragon Overlord position was hard to obtain, to an expert at Devourer's level, it was just a word from him. So what was she doing this for? Was it fun to watch himself jump up and down, in water and fire? Or did she want to play him to death? However, on the other hand, Yi Qinghan believed that Lord Devourer was really strong, terrifyingly strong. Putting aside everything else, just the simple necklace on Xiao He's body was enough to render a first-level God King Realm Fiend King immobile. What kind of divine ability was this? This was only one of her treasures. What if it was her? Bullshit. Yi Qinghan cursed under his breath. What was Lord Devourer thinking? It was something that he could have done easily, but now he was forced to come to the god world alone and risk his life? He had almost died several times in the Yin Fiend stream. At this moment, Yi Qinghan even suspected that it was Lord Devourer's scheme. Anyway, what was the purpose of her scheme? What benefits could she get? He couldn't explain it. Although Yi Qinghan had never thought about relying on Lord Devourer for everything, he had to rely on her. However, knowing that Lord Devourer was so intimidating, but she just stood and watched him dance on the tip of a knife. Shi Yan felt a little bit angry. After asking for a long time, he didn't get any useful information. Yi Qinghan felt a little lonely, so he returned to his room. He opened the barrier in his room, not disturbing Yi Yaorao, who was cultivating. He sat quietly on the chair, thinking. "Boss, let me out." After a while, Xiao Hei's voice arose in his head. Yi Qinghan didn't close the soul connection with Xiao Hei. Of course, Xiao Hei knew what he was thinking. "Boss. Don't be too sad. I think little aunt must have her reasons. When we get to the soul-devouring manor, I will ask her personally. If she can't give a reasonable explanation, I will ignore her." Xiao Hei knew that Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood, so he said it directly after coming out. His eyes were shining with determination. In his heart, Yi Qinghan was much more important than Lord Devour. "Let's talk about it later. I don't know when I can get to the soul-devouring manor." Yi Qinghan laughed at himself. It would take 5 years to get to the Dripping Spring Manor. Now, buying the Flame Dragon Dimension and the Divine Stones were no longer a problem. The problem was the long distance. He didn't know how long it would take to get to the Misty Manor. Or, whether he could get there within 500 years was still a problem. "Boss. That divine beast is very strong. It's that Li Shuai, Xiao Hei saw that Yi Qinghan was still very lonely, so he changed the topic. As expected, Yi Qinghan's attention was attracted. He asked in surprise, "Li Shuai, Why? You can feel her strength? Very strong? How strong?" "I'm not saying that she's very strong. I'm saying that her divine beast is of a very high grade. Because I can feel the pressure of a divine beast of the same grade," Xiao Hei said faintly. His body subconsciously released a trace of majesty, causing the temperature in the room to rise. "Very high grade? How high? And do you know what grade you are?" Yi Qinghan frowned and asked. "I feel that I'm at least a high-grade divine beast. I might even be a transcendent grade divine beast." Xiao Hei raised his head slightly proudly. His small body seemed to be infinitely enlarged at this moment. I think you might be a transcendent grade divine beast. Because I think that Li Shuai, is the real daughter of the Dripping Spring Manor Lord. Her father is a transcendent grade divine beast. The chances of her being a transcendent grade divine beast is very high. If you feel that you're of the same grade as her, then you should also be a transcendent grade divine beast." Originally, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to think about it. Now that Xiao Hei said it, he was a little suspicious. Because Yi Qinghan thought of Xiao Hei's father. Because Xiao Hei was the son of the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor was so famous in the divine world in the past. He was also so powerful. This meant that he was definitely a powerful divine beast. When he was young, Xiao Hei said that he was a divine beast, but Yi Qinghan laughed at him. Now, not only was Xiao Hei a divine beast, but he was also a top-notch divine beast. He couldn't help but feel like he was dreaming. Forget it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, I can't avoid it. Let's wait and see first. No matter how Yi Qinghan thought about it, he couldn't figure out why Li Shuai, was like this. Why was she so lenient to him? He knew clearly that if Li Shuai, wanted to deal with him, the 3 5th-grade war gods were definitely not their match. Even if they triggered Xiao Hei's necklace, it might not be of any use. A 5th-grade war god's strength basically reached the cultivation of a god emperor. Chapter 627. For the next half a month, Yi Qinghan stayed in his room anxiously and almost never left the hall. To his relief, Li Shuai's people didn't look for him. Even Li Shuai, who hated him to the bone, didn't look for trouble with him. Every 3 days, the white-haired old man would come and take away 10 martial artists. After half an hour, these 10 people would be teleported out. Moreover, each and every one of them was seriously injured and only had half a breath of life left in them. It was as if Li Shuai had vented all the anger she had received from Yi Qinghan on these cultivators. After waiting for a month, Yi Qinghan finally felt completely at ease. Li Shuai was indeed very trustworthy, and no one came to harass him again. It seemed that this trip to the Dripping Spring Manor would really be very comfortable and satisfying. But he still didn't dare to be careless. Every day, he stayed in his room and began to cultivate with Yi Yao Rao. Xiao He had nothing to do every day and ate all the delicious food provided by the pangolin armor. Yi Qinghan and the other two quietly stayed in the room, but it made the countless martial artists who came with them very angry. Especially the more than 20 people arranged by Lu Chun, their lungs were about to explode from anger. Everyone was suffering from extreme torture once a month, so why was it that the weakest martial artist could lie comfortably in his room to rest and cultivate? Most importantly, if they continued, they didn't know how to complete the task. If they made a wasted trip, they didn't know how to face Lu Chun's wrath when they returned to Longyang Manor. After another month, there was still no abnormality. Yi Qinghan finally felt completely relieved and began to cultivate seriously. Yi Yao Rao continued to cultivate her law of ice with peace of mind. She decided to learn from Kong Luo and focus on one type of law, continuously fusing them. Little Black saw that the two of them had begun to cultivate. At first, he was playing around in the room alone, sleeping for a few days when he had nothing to do. Then, he felt a little bored and also began to cultivate. However, after cultivating for a few days, he began to play around. First, I will comprehend the power of space and space oscillation to the large success stage. As for the formless wind, the room is so small, so it is not easy to cultivate. Let's go to that training room later. After determining the direction of his cultivation, Yi Qinghan entered a deep state of cultivation. Space power and space vibration. Last time, outside the Honeycomb Mountain, he had accidentally entered a state of soul stillness. Not only had he comprehended two profound mysteries, but he had also directly achieved small success. It was much easier to cultivate now. As long as he continued to deduce and verify, he would be able to reach large success. Miss. The Frosty Night War God hasn't left his room for 6 months. After putting on the divine armor, Li Bai respectfully bowed to the snow-white little divine beast, who was lying lazily on a chair, in a small hall. Ignore him. If he leaves the room, report to me after he goes to the training room to cultivate. Li Shuai opened her hazy eyes and said indifferently. Then, she closed her eyes again, as if she would never get enough sleep. Li Bai was just about to bid farewell and leave when the little divine beast opened its eyes again and asked, "How far have you walked? Are there any fun places nearby? Staying in this mountain-piercing divine armor all day is so boring." Li Bai muttered to himself, raised his head, and said, "Miss, we are almost at the border between Longyang Prefecture and Beacon Smoke Prefecture. I estimate that we will reach the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range in another 3 months. The Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range has the most god bandits in the nearby prefectures. If Miss feels bored, you can go there to play." Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range? All right. Call me when the time comes. I will have a good sleep and recuperate. When the time comes, I will have fun. You can leave first. When Li Shuai heard this, her gem-like eyes suddenly lit up, and she said with some joy. "However, Miss, the largest god bandit group in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range has a martial artist who is comparable to a 6th-grade war god. When the time comes, I hope that Miss can listen to the arrangements of the 3 of us. Otherwise, we will not dare to let Miss go out and play." Li Bai didn't leave. Instead, he bowed and said again, "The 3 of you are 5th-grade war gods. Together with the treasures that my father gave you, what is there to fear about a 6th-grade war god?" Li Shuai snorted with some dissatisfaction and glared at Li Bai. "It's always better to be careful." Li Bai didn't look at Li Shuai. Instead, he bowed and said respectfully. Li Shuai waved her furry hands and said impatiently, "All right, I got it." After she finished speaking, Li Shuai fell into a deep sleep. Li Bai sighed helplessly and left in a flash. "In 7 months, I have finally mastered 2 types of profound mysteries of space." Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and let out a breath. After cultivating in the room for 7 months, he had finally mastered 2 types of profound mysteries of space to the small success stage. He had successfully comprehended all 5 types of profound mysteries of the law of space. Wow, boss, you have finally finished cultivating. I was bored to death. When Xiao He saw that Yi Qinghan had opened his eyes, he pounced over happily. He pouted his small mouth and complained. Hee, Xiao He, isn't there no other way? In this mountain god's armor, even if you want to play, there is no place to play. Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly and rubbed Xiao He's head. Xiao He pleaded, boss, bring me out for a walk. Just a walk will do. If I don't move around, my body is going to rust. Go out for a walk. All right, it just so happens that I want to go to the training room to cultivate. Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at Yi Yao Rao, who was still cultivating. He nodded and left a note for Yi Yao Rao in the room. Then, he walked out with Xiao He and activated the room's restriction. There were only a dozen or so people sitting in the hall. When they saw that Yi Qinghan had come out for the first time in a few months, they looked at him with some envy. However, no one dared to say anything. No one knew what relationship Yi Qinghan had with the owner of the mountain god's armor. Of course, no one dared to offend him. My lord, I would like to use the training room. Is that all right? Yi Qinghan walked straight to the stone door in front of him and knocked on it. As expected, the stone door opened after a while, revealing an old face. It was Li Bai. Of course. Come in. Li Bai smiled and nodded. He immediately activated the teleportation formation and brought Yi Qinghan to the super-large training room. Do I need to activate the gravity restriction? Li Bai asked Yi Qinghan again. Seeing him nod, he waved his hand and Yi Qinghan felt his body becoming heavy again. Li Bai glanced at Xiao He, who had popped out from Yi Qinghan's sleeve. He left a sentence and left, War God Han Yi, if you want to go back, just call me. I will send you back directly. Hee. This place is so fun. My body feels so much heavier. Xiao He flashed out of Yi Qinghan's sleeve and wanted to fly in the air. However, he directly landed on the ground and said in amazement. Hee, Xiao He, you can play here. I will first cultivate the formless wind to the great accomplishment. I reckon that after the formless wind reaches the great accomplishment, my speed will be comparable to a 3rd-layer divine general. Of course, Yi Qinghan wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. Cultivating in this gravity restriction was several times better than cultivating outside. His formless wind had already reached the minor accomplishment. Presumably, he would reach the great accomplishment after cultivating here for a period of time. At that time, he would be able to comprehend the soul quietude technique with peace of mind. Chapter 628. Beneath the vast expanse of land, a huge brown creature covered in ice-cold scales was advancing rapidly. This creature seemed to possess some sort of invisible magic. When it advanced rapidly, the soil and rocks around it automatically parted to form a huge passageway. When it swiped its 4 huge claws on the ground and swung its long tail left and right like a sharp sword, the passageway behind it automatically closed up. This was a divine pangolin armor. It was born with the earth element, but it had no offensive power. After being captured by a powerhouse, it was tamed and transformed into a tool for traveling on the ground. If someone could see through this divine pangolin armor right now, they would discover that the interior of the divine pangolin armor was extremely luxurious. A normal divine pangolin armor would at most be transformed into a large hall. However, this divine pangolin armor had been transformed into a large hall, countless small halls, and hundreds of small rooms. Even without the luxurious facilities inside, just the cost of the transformation alone would cost 10 billion god stones. At the moment, a green figure was moving quickly in one of the small halls. His body floated here and there like a cool breeze. However, it was extremely unnatural. Sometimes, he had to stop halfway. His face was covered in sweat, and his muscles were trembling slightly. It seemed like this movement was extremely difficult. Cultivating in this gravity restriction is indeed twice the result with half the effort. Under the omnipresent gravity restriction, the formless wind technique is even more difficult to use, but it is even easier to comprehend. Yi Qinghan didn't care about his image at all. He covered his face and lay flat on the ground, panting heavily. He could feel the muscles in his body jumping and trembling in joy. He closed his eyes in satisfaction and cultivated in this training room for a month. He only went out once and saw that Yi Yaorao was still quietly cultivating, so he immediately came back in to cultivate. The gravity in this room was at least 10 times stronger than normal, so cultivating in this place was extremely difficult. His entire body was enveloped in the gravitational force as soon as he entered. Even moving his hands and feet was difficult, let alone using his god power to run around every day. Boss is really diligent in his cultivation. He doesn't even play with me. I'm bored to death. Xiao He was very bored lying on the chair. It opened one eye and closed the other as it watched Yi Qinghan madly running and jumping around the hall. It was so bored that it began to yawn. He really couldn't understand why Yi Qinghan liked to cultivate so much. Cultivating was so boring, so why not just sleep for a while? Bored? Do you want me to play with you? At this time, a faint female voice sounded in his ears, causing his whole body to tremble. The hair on his head stood up, and he suddenly looked to the left. Yi Qinghan also noticed that something was wrong. He stopped and locked his eyes on a little green figure that had appeared out of thin air in the small hall. It was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She looked to be only 7 or 8 years old and was wearing a long green robe. However, Yi Qinghan felt that this person didn't look real. It was like a shadow, so he couldn't help but lean closer to Xiao He. You're that divine beast? Li Shui, Xiao He didn't look at Yi Qinghan. Instead, he looked at the little girl in surprise. His little mouth was wide open. He clearly sensed the familiar coercion of the divine beast. He jumped down and circled the little girl twice. He cried out in amazement, "How come you can transform into a human form? I know that you've definitely not cultivated to the realm of transformation." Who said that I can't transform into a human form until I've reached the realm of transformation? Didn't your elders teach you? This is just a very simple little skill. The little girl raised her head slightly arrogantly and snorted coldly. "Hello, Miss Li Shui, Yi Qinghan came to his senses. No wonder this little girl didn't look real. It turned out that she was transformed from that little divine beast. He quickly cupped his hands and bowed. This is fun. Can you teach me?" I, Lord Xiao He, can also transform into a human. I want to become a handsome guy like boss. Xiao He jumped up happily. His eyes shone with excitement. Li Shui, nodded at Yi Qinghan and said to Xiao He provocatively, "I can teach you, but you must defeat me." Of course, both of us are not allowed to use our innate abilities or divine powers. We'll just attack based on our instincts. How about that? Defeat you? But my claws are very sharp. What if I hurt you? Xiao He turned to look at Yi Qinghan and said worriedly. Hee. Although the bodies of us dream dragon riders are the best among the divine beasts, ordinary attacks can't break through our defense. If you can hurt me, I'll immediately teach you this transformation technique. The little girl chuckled. The arrogance in her eyes was very obvious. All right. Where are we going to fight? There's a gravitational restriction here. It's not fun. Xiao He saw Yi Qinghan and nodded at him. He waved his little claws and accepted the challenge without the slightest fear. Let's go to another small hall. Han Yi, if you want to come over, just send a message to Li Bai. The little girl waved her hand and teleported away with Xiao He. Yi Qinghan was very clear that it was very easy for this little girl to deal with them. There was no need for her to play tricks. She only needed to send a 5th-grade war god. Thus, he felt at ease and let Xiao He go over to play. It was also a good opportunity for Xiao He to investigate. After resting for a moment, Yi Qinghan continued to practice so close, yet worlds apart. As sweat dripped down and time passed, Yi Qinghan's speed became faster and faster. His figure under the gravitational restriction became more and more natural and graceful. He was really like a cool breeze. Regardless of the tall mountains or cliffs in front of him, he was like a cool breeze that blew past without leaving a trace. In another small hall, Xiao He and the divine beast Li Shu'er were having a great time fighting. Li Shu'er had reverted to her original form. The two beasts' bodies were very small and their speed was about the same. Their bodies' defense was also very strong. Neither of them could do anything to the other. However, both of them were very unconvinced. The more they fought, the more ferocious they became. Two figures, one black and one white, shuttled back and forth in the small hall. Li Shu'er, is your skin made of godly metal? I, Lord Xiao He, have such sharp claws, yet I can't break through your defense? Xiao He and Li Shu'er crossed paths again. The two beasts left heavy claw marks on each other's body. However, it was like metal colliding, emitting faint sparks and the sound of metal colliding. Xiao He stared at Li Shu'er helplessly and said with some anger. Li Shu'er was also helpless. She sighed and said, "You're not bad either. Looking at the situation, you can't beat me, and I can't beat you either. Why don't we just call it a draw?" A draw? Not a draw. Continue, I still have an ultimate move that I haven't used yet. But Xiao He snorted coldly and bared his eerie white teeth. His body turned into black lightning again and pounced towards Li Shu'er. Humph. Who's scared of who? Li Shu'er charged towards Xiao He without the slightest fear. The two beasts met in the air again. They extended their sharp claws and slashed at the other party's body fiercely. The same slash was immediately repelled, giving off the sound of metal colliding. Swish. It was just that this time, Xiao He didn't take the opportunity to rebound away. Instead, he swiftly turned his head and opened his small mouth, revealing his eerie white teeth, and bit down heavily on Li Shu'er's butt. Chapter 629. Aya. As this Xiao He opened his mouth, countless strands of snow-white fur floated up, along with a cry of pain. The originally beautiful fur on Li Shu'er was small but had already become messy, and there were even faint bloodstains. Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! Li Shu'er's small body suddenly bounced back to the ground, but she suddenly cried loudly, causing the originally somewhat complacent Xiao He to become a little baffled. He stretched out his little paw to wipe his nose, and was stunned on the spot. Miss! What's wrong? Suddenly, Li Bai appeared in the small hall, and when he saw Li Shu'er was wailing loudly with traces of blood faintly seeping out of his body, his gaze couldn't help but become icy cold as he bent over in concern and asked urgently. Get out! Who let you in? I said that without my orders, you can't come in. Are you deaf? Li Shu'er's face darkened, and she no longer cried, but shouted angrily at Li Bai. Li Bai was stunned, and then laughed bitterly. He gave a warning look to Xiao He, and then he flashed away. Are you, all right? After Li Bai left, Li Shu'er continued to lower her head, and cried softly. Xiao He walked over slowly, a little embarrassed, and asked in a low voice. Bang! What responded to him was a heavy claw. Li Shu'er waved her little paw, and sent Xiao He flying out, and he hit the wall heavily, and then bounced back. You cheated, I said that you can't use your innate ability and divine power. Humph. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Xiao He got up with a roll, and then looked angrily at Li Shu'er. I cheated? You didn't cheat. You suddenly bit me just now, this isn't cheating? Li Shu'er raised her head high, and replied unhappily. Xiao He laughed mockingly, and said, You said I can't bite? I didn't use divine power, this isn't against the rules, right? I just used my body's instinct. This, Li Shu'er blinked, and realized that this seemed to be the case, and couldn't help but not know what to say to refute, and was stunned on the spot. After a while, she pouted and said in a low voice, But, you shouldn't have bitten me, there. Don't you know that you can't bite a girl there? Oh, I'll bite your thigh next time. Xiao He said generously. He then said with a sneaky smile, oh right. Li Shui, this counts as my win, right? You can teach me the skill that allows you to transform into a human. Don't tell me you can't afford to lose. Humph. You don't have to provoke me. Here you go. This jade talisman contains the cultivation method of this skill. Just refine it. Li Shui flipped her little claw and threw a small jade talisman to Xiao He. Haha. I, Lord Xiao He, can finally become a handsome man. Xiao He flipped through the jade talisman admiringly. He nodded at Li Shui with satisfaction and said, all right, send me back first. I'll play with you in the future. I'll go back and cultivate for a while. Wait. Li Shui's gem-like eyes flickered. She provoked him again and said, how about we make another bet? In less than a month, we will reach the Phoenix Cloud Mountainous Range. By then, we can compete to see who can kill more god bandits, okay? No, my boss won't let me use my special ability in front of outsiders. If I don't use my special ability, I can at most deal with a first-stage heaven god. Furthermore, my boss will definitely not let me take the risk. Xiao He shook his head and rejected Li Shui's suggestion. Then how about I send someone to compete with your boss? If your boss loses, you will lose. We will bet a favor. If you lose, you have to agree to a request of mine. Of course, it must be within your capabilities. Li Shui's eyes flickered and she immediately came up with a plan. If you lose, I will let your mountain god armor send me to the Soul Devourer Manor. Do you agree? Xiao He's eyes lit up as he asked. If Li Shui agreed and Yi Qinghan could still win, he thought Yi Qinghan would definitely be overjoyed. Sure. This is a small matter. I can even let Li Bai escort you there. Li Shui didn't seem to mind at all as she agreed. Xiao He was even more excited when he heard this. He was very happy to be able to help Yi Qinghan and make Yi Qinghan happy. How do we bet? My boss is only a first-stage god general. You can't let Li Bai compete with my boss, right? Then he will definitely lose. Li Shui is also a first-stage god general. Let the two of them compete. I will let two subordinates follow them to ensure their safety. Whoever can kill more god bandits in one day will be the winner. How about that? Li Shui seemed to have a plan as she smiled and said. All right, you send me back. I will ask my boss. However, I think he will definitely agree. Xiao He grinned. No matter how many treasures Li Shui, a first-stage god general, had, at most, a match for a third-stage god general. However, Yi Qinghan could easily kill a third-stage god general. This was a good deal. As expected. Xiao He went back and explained the situation. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. If he lost, it was just a favor. It was something that was within his capabilities. This naturally didn't matter much to Xiao He. However, if he won, the problem that had been bothering him would be solved easily. In the following days, Yi Qinghan cultivated even more diligently. He basically cultivated day and night. He wanted to cultivate the formless wind to the phenomenal stage before he reached the Phoenix Cloud Mountain. By then, his speed would be comparable to a third-stage god general. He would be even more confident. Young mistress. How could you agree to such a bet? In a small hall, Li Bai and Li Shui looked at Li Shui with a puzzled expression. I'm happy. Why? Can't I? Li Shui glared at her coquettishly. Then, she looked at Li Shui and said, Shui, you have to fight for me this time. If you win, I'll reward you greatly. If you lose, I'll get that Han Yi war god to spank your butt for a month. Li Bai and Li Shui looked embarrassed. Although Li Shui was young, she was usually very sensible. Why did she throw a tantrum today? Li Shui's sore spot was touched. Her face turned red. Thinking of that humiliation, she gritted her teeth and said, Don't worry, Mississippi. I've refined this snow god whip for so long. I'll definitely win this time. Phew, after 3 months, I've finally cultivated it to the phenomenal stage. In the cultivation room, Yi Qinghan's figure became increasingly ethereal. Under the 10 times gravity restriction, his body could actually float in the air continuously. Sometimes, he would stand horizontally on the wall. Sometimes, he would slide across the ground like a fallen leaf. Then, he would float into the air again. His speed was twice as fast as before. His formless wind mystery was already at the phenomenal stage. After 3 months of hard training under the gravity restriction, it had finally reached the phenomenal stage. But, this formless wind mystery has reached the phenomenal stage. Why do I feel that this so close, yet worlds apart hasn't reached its limit? Could it be that it can still be improved? Impossible. Ancestor Yi Ruoxue was only in the first heaven god realm. It's already amazing that she could come up with such a footwork that contains the element of wind. It's impossible that this so close, yet worlds apart can still be improved. But now, it's just that the footwork is ethereal and the speed has increased. It's far from reaching the concept of so close, yet worlds apart. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment. He continued to use this footwork in the cultivation room. After wandering for a while, he still felt that this so close, yet worlds apart still had room for improvement. Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of room for improvement. He couldn't help but be stunned on the spot and pondered hard.